girls on the sideline.
That is today's power word. Okay. And I'm bummed out. I finally came on like line today to like join a space and fucking it ends in like within like a 2 minutes of me joining it. That happens a lot actually. I don't know how that's a thing that happens so often. Okay, all right, okay, all right.
That was a sweet tune. I like that.
Say that again.
I like that tune.
Oh yeah, me too.
What's up, motherfucker?
I'm just about to take my dog out. He's begging to go out. But no man, I've just been working on some stuff and decided to take a break for the day and just do something fun. What about you?
Just sitting here watching the world burn.
Oh, is it burning? What's going on? I saw. Oh, actually, I have. What's Fred? Fred just posted like this video that shows like this drone that's down. Well, it's not a drone. It's a plane that someone died in, but someone posted it as if it was a drone that just crashed or whatever. But it's I mean, it's so easy to just like misidentify or like not realize like what's really happening when someone just like posts bullshit. You just tend to like just believe it, right?
The nuttiness is off the chart.
Yeah, like yesterday. I hope Red doesn't hear this, but he was I gotta take my headphones off. We were last night. I was saying how like I had just like seen this video where this it had shown this drone um is now drones are now spraying residents over New Jersey. Here, look at this footage, the footage. I mean, it does. I mean, if you weren't really like looking too closely at it and weren't like more familiar with like the kind of tricks that it could like the things can like play on videos like at nighttime, like in moving across the sky, you could easily fall for like thinking that's like a drone spraying people or something, but it's just a plane that has chemtrails, or contrails. I mean, but it does look kind of like a drone kind of spraying something, maybe. But I can understand how people would easily fall for that. But it's just like so many people just like fall for like that kind of thing, right? Just and that just like kind of pushes more and more fear, which kind of like has like a feedback loop, which just creates like a whole like maybe a flap, you know? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird.
Oh, you're weird, but we're all weird. Um, Here's my latest take. I've said for pushing 3 weeks that what was happening inside the compound was us, and I think that's proven. People are starting to see that as being true. The question is what's going on outside. And if it's not NHI, and based on many people that are kind of semi in the know, I guess, maybe sort of, I think you can at least say, okay, let's do a scenario analysis that it's not NHI involved. And if you also were to say, and I do not believe, and here's why, by the way, before I get to it, China and Russia are so fucking busy with the problems they've got. I think it's a fever dream in some aspect that we kind of cook up these ideas that everybody's, and I don't think our friends, and they love to fuck us over and stick it in our eye and everything else. But I'm not so sure that Russia or China have anything to do with any of this either. You know what's going through my head is that to catch up, the US government may be playing all three sides inside, looking out, figuring out what they need to do for sensor arrays for something like this, because I'm convinced for sure that what's happening inside the perimeter remains our stuff. What are they doing exactly? We'll see. Time will show, maybe. But I think they're looking out, trying to figure out what's going on in the larger battlefield. But the bigger battlefield that's out there, they may be running an op to test their own technology back and forth. A lot of this is not over neighborhoods. The ACAC we've seen, the tracer bullets may just be pure tracer and no bullets, for all we know. I don't know. The more I'm thinking about it, maybe this is a completely U.S. owned operation.
The bullets
Literally,
you were talking about,
literally top to bottom.
Are you talking about that drone footage where like it looked like they were firing something at the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that
could
was
be
fake.
all tracers. That could be complete tracers. It's possible. I'm going to write something up. I'm going to.
They found I think they found the original video for both of those.
Let me finish my point. I'm almost done. I'm going to write up point by point by point by point. This scenario that I just laid out for not a lot of money fulfills so many things for the government obfuscation campaign. I can make an argument that there's a bunch of different ways that the bastards inside the house win from this, and it could be. I mean, I also think that there's a new administration coming, and I think the generals are basically, maybe this is a program that's been in the works for a long time to catch up in the drone thing, and they're worried that it's all going to be scrubbed, canceled, etc. by the incoming administration, and they wanted to get it on the board.
Hold on, I'm trying to digest what you're saying here. I saw today that it was Biden. He what did he do? He just did something so stupid that like I know no American that like wants it, yet he's doing it like but I don't understand like how presidents or like even like our this administration
You're talking
can do
about
things like
the pardon he issued. It was so stupid.
yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, who was it for? I forget.
Some judge that had done like related to pedo, I think. I don't exactly remember. I can find it, but yeah, it was a pardon for a judge that should not have been pardoned.
Yeah, so I mean, how does that happen, right? Like, if all of Americans don't want this to happen, how does the president who serves the people, like, how is he able to do this? You know?
Because the president has the ability to do pardons, and it's pretty much unlimited.
Can it be overruled? Can he be like a rejected or whatever?
Nope, it really can't.
That's a problem.
I'm not sure it's a problem, but it certainly needs to be revisited and tightened up. I mean, certainly you should not be able to pardon yourself or a family member or somebody that's involved with something you have direct association with. I mean, there should be limits. I agree, but I do think having the president having the ability to do pardons under some rational strictures makes some sense, just because justice is never perfect.
So wait, I just have a question. You think that there's one guy on the planet, like he could just do whatever and nobody can override him? Is that what you think?
No. I'm saying that the president has pardon power institutionally. And I think that it's a good thing for the president alone, maybe governors too.
Yeah, but
have
you're operating. We're in wartime.
May I finish, please?
But we're in wartime. None of that matters.
Love, may I finish my point?
But you're saying what we're not in. You're saying that we've been in wartime for a very long time. So what you're saying presidentially doesn't
I guess I can't finish my point.
No, because we're in wartime. And we have been since.
You keep repeating that, Love Group, but hold on, let him finish his point, and then you can, rebuke it or whatever.
It's all right. I just don't deal with that kind of shit anymore. I don't.
That was an executive order on your behalf.
There's no president, you guys. Hello. There hasn't been one.
I smell sulfur in the air tonight.
There hasn't been. Yeah. Well, you guys might want to check the waters because I'm showing you what's up. There hasn't been a president since when Trump got inaugurated. The fucking military was standing behind him. You guys have been told via so many ways that the military is
And you've watched
fucking
too many
up.
Zeitgeist videos on YouTube. Chill,
But you
dog.
guys can't figure out what's in the fucking skies, Lily. Go fuck a dick.
Although I do love that that terminology and the phrasing there. It's a bit inappropriate, I gotta say. Mr. Fred Rogers.
Yes, Logan. Fred Rogers here, reporting from the ground here in Morristown, New Jersey, where we seem to have just experienced a crash of an unidentified flying object.
Oh, the one on the
I
freeway?
wonder if it's a drone.
Tell me about it.
My sources are corroborating various pieces of data that's coming through right now. As I just got off the phone with Admiral Kirby in Washington, and he's very concerned with the situation. Kirby said that he's going to drive his bumper car to New Jersey, and he's going to go meep down that freeway until he gets here, and then he's going to yabba dabba do, so we can go yabba dabba do now.
Is he actually? 'Cause I've heard someone else call him an admiral. Was he an admiral at one point?
Yes, he is an admiral up there, also with that bearded lady that is in the other department. They're all admirals, as far as I'm concerned, American patriots.
He talks like he was replaced. I'm just gonna say it. I don't give a fuck. He's a
Epaulets and boas. Perfect match.
Kirby's been compromised. He's a fucking reptilian or something. I don't know what's going on there. A little sketchy.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. Yeah, he and then plus his name is also Kirby. You know, but no, he's talking a little bit different now. What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, Suzanne, my assistant, is telling me that there's new intel coming in. Jack, can you send that through the relay right now? Okay, we're getting word right now. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. That's classified.
Oh damn.
Come on, for extortion purposes.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am being told right now that the extraterrestrials have sent a message, and it says, quote, I have the key to One-Eyed Willie.
You got a nurse who loves you? You lucky dog.
Go
I'm
ahead.
choking on my cookie.
It's our time down here. I mean, I gotta hear that.
Fred, thank you for that report, sir.
Oh, look at this. I haven't really been looking at Twitter today, but the very first thing I see is a tweet from Hunter Mellon. I think Mick West gets some really important things really wrong. But my goodness, as far as I've seen, few voices in the space are as consistently calm, civil, level-headed, and empirically oriented as his. He's done some really good work pushing back on a lot of nonsense and takes an immense amount of hate spewed in his direction in return. Yeah. It's not wrong, I guess.
Mick West just lost half his audience. It's like the one endorsement he doesn't want. He's like, you fucker. Get away from me. Just kidding.
Hey, Logan, was that sent to you? That's a pretty nice message if it was sent to you.
No, he posted that. When did he post it? That was 2 hours ago? Yeah.
No, wait, that was Mick West?
Oh no, that was Hunter Mellon about Mick West.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that dude's followers have doubled since we talked to him. Going up.
Mick West is a consummate doorknob.
Yeah, he's a pretty massive tool, but so are like a lot of other people that are, you know. Would you prefer a world that didn't have Mick West in it?
I don't want a world that doesn't have anybody in it that shouldn't be here. But I don't know that he brings anything to the conversation at all.
He doesn't. But what he does is he takes away some of the nonsense.
I don't think so.
No? I can't
Ladies
think of
and
anything
gentlemen,
specific, but
I'm getting some breaking news right now. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to read this out. Let's see what this says. It says, "Don't you realize the next time you see Sky, I'll be over another town. The next time you take a test, it'll be in some other school. Our parents, they want the best of stuff for us. But right now, they've got to do what's right for them because it's their time. Their time up there. Down here, it's our time. It's our time. It's our time down here. That's all over the second we ride up Troy's bucket."
I hope other people get that reference. You guys do, right? Or you know that, right, Lily?
What? Take time to make time and make time to be there?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, the Goonies. I made a good Goonies video recently, but
That bastion of literary excellence, the Goonies.
There's a show on Disney Plus at the moment, like the Goonies. It's called Skeleton Crew. It's like the Goonies, but in the Star Wars universe. Really good.
Jesus Christ, I'm like fucking singing my dog around a pole. Mr. Fred Rogers, did you block Holiday Jesus, also known as Hunter, in his last base? Was that you?
No.
It was hilarious either way. Although definitely not cool if he didn't say it was cool.
But still, don't you realize the next time we see Sky, it'll be over some other town. The next time you take a test, it'll be in some other school. Our parents, they want the best for us. Down here, it's our time. Our time down here. Andy! Andy! You Goonie! 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 Chocolate! Chocolate! Hey, mister, you want a candy bar? Baby Ruth? Baby, look, mister, I got a baby Ruth. Sir? Huh? I want the baby Ruth. Ruth! Baby Ruth! I'm going to throw it to you, okay? I'm going to throw it to
Is this Lord of the Rings?
you. I'm sorry, sir. I tried to give it to you. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Gandalf, there's fire below.
Chains, get me out of these chains. Mister, you're even hungrier than I am. What's that? Booby traps. That's what I said. Booby traps.
You need an agent. Absolutely, you need an agent.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. The guy's a massive fucking talent. It's true.
Thanks.
You didn't do that, but he's like, hey, you guys.
Yeah, I'll get. Let me figure that one out.
What's up, Peanut?
Come on, come on! Give me the cow! Give me the cow! I want a pepperoni! That's what I said! Give me the pepperoni! God damn stupid! Get the pepperoni for ya!
If it's always true, it's an archetype and not racist.
Dude, I got I got my delivery. I got this like iRig thing, so you can like plug your guitar into like your phone. But this package that it's in smells like it's been sitting in like dog shit for like a year. Like, how's that possible? You think it's like a fucking terrorist attack or what?
Oh God.
Yeah, eco-friendly plastic, buddy. That's what they wanted. So
I've
Yeah, I
come
mean,
to the
it really is
conclusion that
bad.
Fred is the perfect evil balance to your goodness, Logan. There's a twistedness underneath you, and there's a goodness in Fred, and it's just a yin and the yang perfection of alchemy. It just works. I love it.
I'm telling you,
Wait,
Logan and I would have
that's
like
his
the
handler,
best
right?
XM satellite show, radio show. It'd be awesome.
do it.
It's coming,
Fred-
brother.
Do it.
Fred is my handler. You see our shirts though? If you zoomed in into like my shirt, it would look exactly like Fred's avatar, probably.
Yeah,
Wow,
but yours
that's
doesn't smell like mothballs.
Zoom. Yeah, but it smells like patchouli, and that's even worse.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like touch this package. I can't bring it in like the pad. Like it really is like it reeks bad. I'm gonna set it on fire maybe or something.
That's a proud ass coat, Logan. Really.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get this thing lit up here. I'm gonna burn it.
Is it a joint?
Better
No,
be.
this package. It's like I think it has like terrorist chemicals on it or something.
So, dude, I was in the store the other day, okay, and I see this this game with my wife, and it was just like right before checkout. It was called the Conspiracy Theory game, okay, and so I just felt like getting this right. And when I get home, I look up this game, and like literally on the entire internet, okay, I can't find a single version of this game with the same packaging, the same graphics. There's like other versions of it, but none of this. And I turn the back of the box over, and there's literally a handwritten with like ink on the box. It says 33 dash big G special delivery. And I haven't played the game yet, but I'm really interested. Like, what's going to happen when I play this shit? Is it going to be like a portal that opens up?
Dude, seriously.
You can
Did
theoretically
that
choose
happen?
fire,
No,
right?
hold on a second. Did that happen? Or are you just
Yeah, I can take a photo of it right here. Yeah, totally.
Please do. Let's see it.
What's the game? What is it?
It's called
Theoretical inspiring.
Conspiracy Theory, the board game. But this version that like I bought, not only does it have like writing on the back, the cover of it has like a rabbit going down a rabbit hole.
It's called Conspiracy? Is that what you said? You wrote down.
Conspiracy Theory.
Wow, you still rugged out right in the middle of that. Try it again.
Conspiracy theory.
Oh,
Sounds more like
okay.
Jumanji.
Interesting. Is that the one that's got the cards on it? It's like you got the deck of cards that it's got like 9/11 on it and a whole bunch of other stuff. Or is that different?
That's different. I have the original first printing of that game too. That's a card game, and that
You
was
really
made by.
do?
I really do, right here. It was made by it was originally. It's an interesting story. It's made by Steve Jackson Games, and it was the first edition was called Illuminati New World Order. And funny thing is, after he released this card game, like in the '90s, he got fucking raided, dude. Like his offices got raided by the feds. And it's that card game that
Why?
you're thinking. The card game you're thinking of is the one that like has had all these cards that turned out to like be actual like events that happened.
You actually have the card game. Do you know how valuable that is? And by the way, take photographs of that. How many cards is it? 52? Isn't it? Or 100? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I posted a photo of the card game.
Fred, you're enigmatic, brother.
Sorry, I was busy trying to cut some shit up. But hey, why did they raid that dude's house? Like under what like suspicions or whatever? You know why?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know the full story of that. It's got a like a whole booklet on the inside, and it says, "Wow, copyright the servants of Cthulhu." Cthulhu.
No way.
Yeah, literally.
You are awful. You are awful.
The
You are
servants
so
of
awful.
Cthulhu appear by courtesy of those illuminated folks at the Chaosium, publishers of the Call of Cthulhu. The fuck?
Fred, you fucking melt my fucking brain.
What do you mean? What's happening here? I'm confused.
Are you preparing your sacrifice?
No, I just eaten some cheese.
Pinball.
Cheese sticks.
Logan's room.
Oh yes, tomorrow we're doing this thing. Is it tomorrow? I don't know. It's either tomorrow or the day after. Where writers and like do this space where he like reviews like a couple hundred transcripts with the AI and like he gives like insights and shit about like all the various Twitter spaces that have been going on, like what they've been about and like kind of learned or all that kind of stuff.
You
Should
should
be
do it.
interesting.
He's censored.
At least 12 people will show up. Maybe 13.
Well, that's
Oh,
how many people have bookmarked it.
That's really funny. That photo I just posted of the Illuminati card game, there's actually some cheese next to it by accident.
Is it Swiss cheese?
Shredded cheese, yeah.
Feta?
Oh, they won't let me record a video. It thinks I'm like on a phone call right now. Damn it. I was gonna show you this burning thing right now. I just like take a photo instead.
Father?
Let me guess.
Father?
Papi, ¿dónde estás? Como la flor. Hasta mañana al trabajo, güey.
A lot of that love grows guy is like on the nest, just chatting like crazy words.
Okay, got it. Well, yeah, I saw she commented something like, "I'll remember this, Logan." Well, she was the one that said, "Go like fuck a dick" or something, wasn't she? Jesus Christ.
Oh, Mother Earth herself said that?
Oh yeah, she said that to you, didn't she?
She's not
Pretty sure she
Mother
wasn't talking to
Earth.
me.
She's not Mother Earth. She wishes.
¿Dónde está la madre?
I don't think you need to make that that clarification there. I don't think. Did anyone here assume she really was Mother Gaia?
Yeah, good point. That is a good point. Baby, good to see you. I'm doing better. I've been in bed for the last few days getting rid of the cold, but I'm alive.
Sounds like COVID.
Actually, I'm glad it's not.
But it's summer there, right?
It is summer here, so yeah, it's very hot here.
It's not easy to get a cold in summer, but yeah, I hope you'll be better soon.
It kind of is when both the people in your house work in places that are like heavily transmissible places. Because my mom is in early childhood, and her partner works at the hospital as an electrician. So,
Your mom
yeah.
has Benjamin Button
Oh
syndrome.
God.
No, she doesn't.
How are
She
you all
works.
Oh
doing
no!
tonight?
She works in early childhood.
You said she is in you said she was in early childhood or something.
Yeah,
Oh, I posted.
she
Damn.
teaches. She teaches in early childhood.
Doing good, Bibbs. Thanks for asking. I hope you are well.
Hope you're aware. Am I aware?
Well,
You got a drone crash in
Yeah,
New
thank
Jersey
you.
in the middle of the city.
Yes.
Fred, don't make me come
Thank
over
you
there.
very much.
It
No, I'm
is
serious.
1
Did you see the
o'clock
video of it?
my time. Okay.
Did you see the video of this thing like literally in downtown? Like
You can tell this guy was
Yeah,
bottle fed.
there is actually there's a drone competition coming up. I believe these are for that competition or something.
There's a drone competition. Maybe that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. We have a friend called Dominic. He's into like drones and stuff. They also like hosted an event in Florida last week about drones. So like they are in the leading edge. He posted about this drone competition that's going to take part in 2025, I guess, if I'm not wrong. I don't remember exactly, but yeah. So if there's a competition that's looking for new ideas, new stuff, well, yeah, we don't know what they are, but they are harmless. How do you know they are harmless if you don't know what they are? I believe they are all man-made and like they are just copying stuff from Star Wars movies or something. Like drones with fireworks? Come on.
I know it's
I don't
crazy.
think
It's probably just a competition. You probably figured it out, man. It's probably what it is. Probably just some amateur hobbyists, building
That's
not amateur,
10-foot
but
drones.
maybe
I'll probably
university
just
and
go eat some
stuff
yogurt
like.
and go back to sleep. Yeah, you're right.
Bibbs. That was a pretty
Gotta get
smart
that
comment.
bifidobacteria.
What'd you call you? What'd you?
Well, I believe there are like more researchers and universities, not like people, because like if they were private parties, they could not be able to fly those drones that close to FAA areas or something. Well,
What if they're like fourth
I,
dimensional?
no, there are also other stuff happening in the skies. And I believe they are letting this confuse people a bit more, so we will pay more attention to man-made drones, but consider all of them man-made. But I don't think all of them are man-made. However, the funny stuff happening in Jersey are, I believe, man-made, and they are trying to lure us away from the alien agenda because, like, they disclose it themselves. Now there are more sightings and stuff happening. We are so close to collective open contact, in my opinion. And yeah, if when the open contact happens, we're gonna have a new perspective for our existence. It will be a new paradigm. The borders could be obsolete, and like new technology, new standards, new ethics, new health. So yeah, there are still some power structures that want to remain in power. So
I'm excited. I'm excited for JFK
I
Jr.
am.
to come back. I'm excited for med beds, all those wonderful things. I can't wait till they line the streets with med beds so I can just go heal myself. And I'm looking forward to it, man. Um,
Me too. I've been waiting for some way to cure my torn ACL, and if I can get in a med bed, hopefully I'll be first in line.
Ligaments have nothing to do with deprivation, but
I'm being sarcastic about the med beds, but I mean, even though it sounds great,
No,
it sounds like it
no,
would
that.
be. It sounds like it would be great. I don't think that we're going to be, given med beds anytime soon.
Oh, dude, didn't you see
Oh
Eric
my
was
god.
driving past this place and like I don't know where it was, but the building was called like Med Beds, and like you go to their website and they're actually like med beds. Like the places are already like opened in some places. It's weird.
I make my own med bed, and it's with a 1915 Tesla Violet Ray in the original velvet box. I turn it on the high frequency. I use the third glass tube, and I get great relief from it.
Can I have it?
I can do therapy on you. I can.
Hey Hunter, did
Do
you
it.
close your space or did you get blocked?
I got kicked from my own space.
Um,
See, look, see, when what was his name? Carlton Wood or whatever the fuck his name is. He said it didn't work anymore. He said that function didn't work, and my ADD brain was like, "What do you mean it doesn't work?" And I didn't think it worked anymore because he said it didn't work. So I did it, and then of course it worked, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
yeah, fuck Kimball.
It was
I
around
agree.
me. Yeah. Yeah, I agree too.
JK, I kind of so
Yeah. So I didn't mean
I'll
to.
be back.
Yeah. I didn't mean just when Harlan said that, I was like, okay, it doesn't work. I'm gonna press the button, but it worked. So
I put that thing I was torching a second ago up on the in the nest there. That package, I swear to God, it had some like terrorist like powder in or something. Nothing smells that shitty and is legit. No way.
Sniff it?
Napalm in the morning. Smells like victory.
Yeah, it felt good. Burn it. I don't know what was up with that package. You got to keep an eye out. We're under drone warfare times. Well, speaking of actually, these drones like you're saying that they aren't foreign countries, is that right? I mean, I don't. If it was a foreign country, like I don't blame them for like even invading us. I mean, why are like we the only ones that are allowed to like go spy and like on other countries, but like when they spy on us, it's all like an act of war. When we do it, it's not an act of war. I don't get it.
I'm saying, did you see that video of like just 30 minutes ago of this thing like downtown, like literally crashed, and this guy got a close-up shot of it?
That thing on the freeway?
What?
Like in
They look like planes.
yeah, like right in that, it looks white. It looked like if you were to take like let's say a Learjet and shrink it down to 20 feet, all white.
yeah.
That's what it looked like. Yeah.
Yeah, a dude
It
died in
basically
that.
was.
It
It
was
was
a little
a
like a plane.
yeah. It was a dual engine. I forgot what it was.
I can't.
I think
Dude, I pray somebody didn't shoot that down, man, because they're
no, I had
fucked.
tail numbers on the other shot, unless they like fake that shit.
Hey, Fred, I have not gotten your latest take. As of today, what do you think the fuck is going on?
I have no fucking clue, man. I don't know. There's so much. I feel like there's like 10 different psyops happening at the same time. I don't know. I have no fucking clue, man.
Too many options. You can kill a man.
I said it the other day. They're the welcoming committee.
What does that even mean?
For what?
We need to focus our energies on this problem now.
All I know is I've seen so many
For
UFOs
what?
in the
That's
past 4 years,
classified.
and I've never
I can't
seen
tell you yet.
these weird. I've never seen UFOs with tail numbers and tail lights. Like 4 years, hundreds of experiences. Never seen this shit. With I've seen strobing UFOs. They've strobed me, 20 feet from my face and made
It
me
is a meteor shower.
freak out.
Fred, this is us. Come on. No, this is the U.S. government throwing this shit out
That's what
there.
I'm saying.
And
Yeah, I've never
engaging
seen.
let me finish, please.
That's probably what I'm getting to.
The
I've never
Russians
seen
are
shit
doing
like
it.
yeah.
The Russians are invading everything. They're
I don't know.
coming
I think
in.
their circadian rhythm is just off.
Never mind.
They're flying their drones everywhere.
This is a
Yeah,
madhouse. It's a madhouse.
Thank God the government's here to save us.
That's right. We got Biden. He's gonna save everybody.
I mean, you see, anybody who can a lot of very intuitive people, with different things in here. I saw Kirby on was it Fox News or something 2 hours ago. I mean, you could just tell the dude was he was stuttering, right? He didn't know what to say. He was just lying so hardcore, right? He's like,
He's empty, dude. That's why I'm like, has he been hijacked or is he even fucking human? Because that dude's just empty, and everything that came out of his mouth was fucking empty too. But, yeah. Sorry.
Was there another thing today? Did he give another press conference?
He did some thing live on Fox, I believe, outside, when that little launch area that they do all the news outside of the White House. And he was just talking on the camera, and he was like, he just couldn't speak correctly. He couldn't. He was just totally. You could just tell he was making
He
shit up
didn't
on the
stand
fly.
up straight for Fox News? Fucking guy.
But it didn't seem like the actual Kirby. It seemed like a fake Kirby.
That's what I said, dude. This guy looks like some a clone of a Leave It to Beaver show that an alien put a skin mask over or something. I don't know.
I want a clip of that. I love that. That was great. That 4-word agglomeration was perfect.
We're being invaded. They're coming everywhere. The drones are here. They're gonna take our technology. And our smartphones are coming after
Thank
us.
God we're getting infiltrated before the invasion. We're good, guys.
That's right. It's China cock blocking us before they invade Taiwan.
They're after our rubbers. I know it. We got that special stuff from China.
Yeah, they said this
Apparently,
is 2027 thing.
Apparently, there's drones over L.A. now.
Yeah, bullshit.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, all the coastal cities, I think.
Bullshit.
What, Germany too?
We need to panic. That's what we need to do. We all just need to panic all together. Just panic, you know. I had to shut up. All right.
Yeah, it looks like less and less like we're doing it to ourselves if like it's happening to other countries too, you know? Yeah.
Although to counter my own narrative, I do enjoy being wrong. You know that. The ones in Germany, it does seem to be a U.S. air base in Germany, so it could be us, or military base, whatever.
And
It's
Well, that's a good
always
point.
good
also
to
the
be.
sea, but whatever.
It's always good to be wrong about horrific actions that are happening. It's a good thing. I don't want to be like Alex, where I'm always right about the real bad stuff.
Well, you got to wing jangle the assholes, you know.
I mean, I still personally think it's NHI, but it makes more sense to say that it isn't.
What makes you think it's NHI?
I think because the way of honestly, I keep saying this because it's just the way they're appearing all over the world, and I guess I could believe if they are above US bases all over the world, then it does make sense that we're testing our own stuff somehow. But it's a lot of countries. I mean, even Norway, it just if we're gonna test something, are we gonna test it in multiple countries simultaneously and raise the entire awareness of the world overnight? I mean, maybe.
Yeah. The
Maybe.
military industrial complex would be the first, I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. But just like again, intuitively, that doesn't feel like the answer.
I think it's a good thing this is happening because we need to get some mechanics that work on these drones. We need to do like a draft or whatever we got to do, or say, hey, come on, man, we need some more help with the Space Force, and because these drones could be this is the new terrorist thing, you know. They could put poison gases, they could do bombs on these things, and we need to.
They could put things
It's
in
a war
packaging
right now.
materials.
Yeah, I could see the future. It's gonna get worse than that. I mean, this is just
Right?
the beginning.
Learn to swim, kids.
Kent was talking about that the other day, like small drones that can like hover over something and then explode and blow a head clean off.
Yeah, and I mean, this world we're living in is it's going to be a drone warfare or robot warfare. Okay, this is a good thing to think about. If the drone attack comes, you need to find the closest manhole thing that has a grill on it, you know, and lift it up with a crowbar, jump inside, and stay in there until, because a lot of people are going to die if that, you know, if there's a drone attack,
Okay.
even a
Fear-mongering
nuclear
is
attack.
not the answer.
Tim, there's no guarantee. None of that's going to happen. Come on, man.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you want to wear diapers between your legs, and
No, what
this
I
ain't no
just said
fear
is
mongering,
what I
honey.
said.
I mean,
Okay.
well, well, someone said fear mongering. If the women and children need to get the heck out of the conversation, you know, and you can't handle what I'm telling you, you're a little pussy. Okay, only grown men need to fight a war. Okay, get the women and children out the way. So that's the way this is gonna be, man. If you're a weak-minded person, you know, put cotton in your ears, man. This is real, y'all. This ain't no fear mongering. It's real. It's gonna happen. It's gonna get worse
Other
than this
people
too.
realize this, Tim, you arrogant piece of shit. Come on, man. All of us are in this together. Don't be a dick.
Look, I feel like everything's starting to come to fruition. I had a vision, but 2 years ago that I couldn't really make of, where it was a stadium. It was an open top stadium, and there was this huge ball of light that came out from the sky, and like thousands of people just got like total destruction. And when I saw this Ravens game that's happening at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey on Sunday, I went, holy shit.
Crack me up.
Well,
I'm
I've
not
seen some
fucking
people
around, man.
tapping.
I'm not fucking around.
Yeah, he's not fucking around, guys.
Well, you got to be careful. I've been seeing people just walking up to people, shooting them in the back of the head just for the fun of it. I mean, our world has got pretty damn crazy.
What the fuck?
Well, that Black Lives Matter. When that dude got out of jail because he strangled that dude in that place, he's talking about, hey, yeah, let's go ahead and do some vigilante thing, you know. So you got to be careful when you're in a
pack
train,
your shit,
taking a bus.
man. Your shit's not packed. Get your shit packed.
Well, the shit, I tell you what, if you got Black Lives Matter talking about killing some innocent people,
No, baby, it's the Bureau of Land
they said
Management.
it.
Hey, Fred, your vision, the vision you had 2 years ago, was it specifically perhaps around a football stadium or a football game? Because I've been trying to figure out how that little detail that the NFL dropped in figures into the narrative.
Yeah, it was at a game in a football stadium with an open, yeah, this ball of light came from the sky, and yeah, it was like it's like aliens, you know, come from the sky, basically. And so when I was I was online like yesterday, and I just saw like something about this game at MetLife Stadium on Sunday in New Jersey, right? And I was like, oh shit. I looked at a photo of the stadium and I was like, I mean, I don't know, you know, but I mean, shit, I wouldn't be sitting in a fucking stadium in New Jersey on Sunday, you know?
Yeah, because just a couple days ago, they said the NFL said what? No, we've had 22,000 or whatever number thousand drone incursions under restricted airspace. And I'm like, okay, that's really interesting data. It's very pertinent. It's very useful, but it's also kind of seems like it doesn't belong in the narrative. So I've been trying to think, what is the NFL doing here? Why is it in the story? And now I'm kind of getting an unsettling feeling after your
Well, it's
vision.
weird. I mean, if
Well,
you can imagine, right, like something televised where whether it's Bluebeam or whether it's NHI or whether it's whatever foreign interference, you know, something televised like that where you got people all around the world watching this thing.
Oh, like maybe the Super Bowl that's the most televised show in the world.
Any public awareness or fear is going to retard sales. It's that simple.
Did you hear the report from last night about these? I don't think you guys weren't here, I don't think. But I got a report from this dude. He works well, that doesn't matter. But he was talking about these drones that went missing in California. You hear about?
I couldn't find anything about that, dude. I was looking. You had me on a wild goose chase with that one. Did you find anything or what?
Me? No, I didn't. But I didn't look. I imagine we probably wouldn't hear anything about it. I mean, what's there to report on?
I don't know. You would expect somebody to have like seen. Those are big drones. So if they crashed or like disappeared, I don't know, like something. Something.
Oh right, yeah.
Medford,
I mean,
Oregon is.
are they gonna? If it's like a military drone, do they report those things?
I don't know. It depends. There was that. It happened out by I think Palmdale before, one of those places. It's happened where they dropped one, and then somewhere else up north in California. But again, everyone saw it. So if it was somewhere where nobody saw it, I don't know what they do.
Well, there is a meteor shower, like now, right?
That explains all the shooting stars. There's been a lot of those lately. I think we're just going through like one of those like heavy areas of like meteors or asteroids or whatever. But the message I got last night was he says there's been some rumble among DARPA DSOs about novel plasma consolidation. The tech not known to U.S. white gray hats. 2 of 4 Kratos Valkyries returned to Pendleton last night, both dispatched to Big Bear. Neither dispatched to Medford returned. No information on how or why. So yeah, kind of curious.
Just think Valkyrie. What?
Yeah, they were Valkyrie drones.
The Kratos ones, right? Like Kratos, I forgot the exact model. But if you look at Pendleton, you can find which one it might be. It has like a massive range. It's a
That's
big ass
code
drone.
for
But why would it
that's
go
for,
to Big Bear?
that's,
You know, it's so
that's
fucking
code
weird.
for they run out of gas.
Wow, I mean, this fucking button. Now, the Kratos XQ-58 Valkyrie. It's an experimental stealth unmanned combat aerial vehicle designed and built by Kratos Defense and Security Solutions. Yeah, what did I say last night? They cost like 4 million a pop, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's their whole like their
It's a
whole perk.
fitting title.
It's like that's actually a cheap one supposedly too. It's like a cheaper drone.
Kratos, the god of war.
Yeah, there's so much there to unpack. Like, why would it go to Big Bear?
Even aliens
Oh
like
shit,
go
Kratos.
skiing.
Kratos is literally the god of war from that video game.
True.
Well, also just, mythology, but yes. Also a video game.
Really, I thought the god of war. Cause remember, like in Hercules, the god of war was that dude with like the long black hair. I forget his name.
Well, there's kind of different gods of war. It depends on your mythology. But, like, God of War in, like, the video game, Kratos, he goes around and he starts slaughtering the gods from a bunch of different mythologies.
It's Ares. Yeah. So, wait, what's the difference between the Ares and Kratos? I guess it's in their abilities.
I think the difference is Roman and Greek.
All right, question. The idea of the egregore, a concept that is projected and takes on some aspect of fundamental reality in life. So if it's like the 100th monkey effect, if we all do that and focus on something that we all want, will it really, really move things literally?
Talking about like manifest destiny. Right.
Yeah, sure. Does the conscious mind have the ability to move things the way we think and talk about? I mean, we live in a world that's fungible right now without feeling of direction. Can we all focus on what we want and get there or not?
Well, you got an idea?
Sure, but I mean, I'm interested in other ideas right now. That's why I asked the question. I don't want to have to work. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Stir the pot. Let's go. Impress us
Come on,
all.
people! Chop, chop! Get the hand in. All right, teamwork. Let's do it. So what's whatever he said? Let's do that. What was he saying?
Yeah, Fred, I want to hear some real wisdom from you, bitch. Really, I want some real wisdom. Bring it.
Fred's probably just I don't. The real wisdom's about to pop in though. We got Walter. Walter is our inside man. He knows some deep state stuff going on. Walter, what's going on? You have an opinion on what Alexis just said?
I don't know what he just said. I was just reading this tweet. Somebody has a screenshot, and I haven't verified it, but he's got a screen. Would you listen, goddammit? Elon Musk tweeted on September 29th of this year, and it got 42,000 views. Drone swarm battles are coming that will boggle the mind. Think about that for a second.
I saw that.
What does that tell you? What does your conspiracy mind tell you about that?
It's running, ain't
Nothing.
Yeah, I've already posted.
I mean, anyone that's seen a drone swarm.
Better start learning
That's in my
Chinese.
feed.
So you just think he just had a dream and he just imagined it was going to happen, decided to tweet about it one day?
Maybe he's just a knower. He knows things.
Walter, you're a ruddy-looking man.
This Walter Rambo is a real person, by the way. You can Google him. He was involved in, I forget who it was that told me about this guy, Walter. I think it was Chad. Yeah. Pretty cool, Walter Rambo. I like that name, actually. I think I'm going to stick with that for a while.
And Jesus.
So I watched the Darcy Weir Cosmic Con movie, that 2-part movie that's like 3 hours total, hour and a half, and then another hour and a half. And the first hour and a half is about primarily Jay Weidner. So I watched that, and one thing was kind of interesting that he said is that Jay Weidner alleges that when Corey came into Gaia TV with David Wilcock, and they were spinning their tails, and Jay was starting to become suspicious because they were presenting the information as if it was real. And Jay said something to the effect that he got the feeling that Corey knew that he wasn't really totally buying the story. So he said that Corey one time came to work, and I guess they were having lunch or something, and Corey had an iPhone, and Jay says he went into this 15-minute dissertation about how somebody could kill somebody with an iPhone. So he was telling these really strange, bizarre kind of stories to try to intimidate people, even at Gaia, that might try to question his stories. And part 2 is about that guy that's been in Hollywood for 50 years, the black guy. You know what I'm talking about? I forget his name right now.
Billy Carson?
No, 50 years. He's been around forever. What's his name? Kennedy, Leon Isaac Kennedy. He was in some shows back in before you were probably born, Logan.
Yeah, I don't recognize him.
Yeah, but he got hustled into the whole deal because Corey and David and this other guy, Roger Ramser, who was somehow connected to some people in Hollywood, they got to pitch their movies that they made, Cosmic Disclosure and some other movie, I forget what it was called. And so Leon Isaac Kennedy, being a Hollywood guy and, wanted to help produce these movies, he was about the business of it, trying to, okay, this is cool, let's make some movies. But he had no idea what kind of person Corey Goode was. And then that whole thing kind of unraveled, of course. So anyway, it's just it's an old story, but it's interesting because if you watch the movie, you'll see a lot of these tactics that were used by Corey Goode. They called it a cult, actually, Corey and David and these other people that were women and some guys that were like his little group of people that were kind of his supporters. Anybody that tried to talk shit about Corey or question him, they would attack him, they would dox him. I mean, like hardcore shit. And as I'm listening and I'm reviewing this information that I kind of forgot about because it was like 5 years ago, it reminded me exactly of the tactics that the Lou cult and the Lou's crew and King Milkfart were using on Tupa and everybody else. I mean, they were identical. I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, where's the Tupa? Where's the Reds? They are AWOL at the moment.
I sent them the link because it's free on Tubi. They're probably watching it because I said, "You guys realize that what happened to you was identical to what Corey Good and their cult did?" And then that Jason Sands guy, which I wasn't around. I mean, when he kind of came onto the scene and tried to make a splash about the secret space stories and whatnot. And then in the movie, they pretty much kind of discredit him also,
Oh no,
and
what
then,
did they say?
well, I don't know. You got to go watch it. It's not, it's pretty good. It's worth, it's educational. It's not so much entertaining. It's interesting, but it's educational. You'll see how some people are willing to do anything to gain fame and fortune, and they'll manipulate and whatever. And it's sad that they do that in ufology, but I would say that this is a tactic that's been going on for a long time. You get these people that want to muscle in and get as much of the cash that's out there as they can. They're very greedy and selfish people.
Real quickly, how many times have you heard Jason Sands give his testimony?
I haven't heard it once. I don't know.
Well,
I'm just
then
repeating what I was
do
told.
that before you start pontificating on that matter.
Well, I don't even need to hear his testimony because I don't believe in any of that shit. I don't believe that anybody has ever gone to Mars or 20 and back or secret space soldier wars. I mean, I studied this shit for 5 years. I'm at the point right now where I don't believe any of it. I think it's all bullshit. So that's just my opinion. Now, Jason Sands might be the one guy that's telling the truth. I don't know, but I don't believe it. I don't know that it's true or not true. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, I think you got mixed up there. Jason Sands has nothing to do with those super soldier programs or secret space programs either.
Well,
Exactly.
yes. Well, what did he claim? Because that's what they said in this movie.
Check his stuff out, then talk about it.
I don't want to check him out. I'm done with it. I'm not doing research on that shit anymore. Honestly, I don't even give a fuck. I just want to know. I just want to know when the fake alien invasion is going to happen. That's all I care about.
Well, I hope you got your tickets because it's not gonna be too long from now. But anyways, so this message that I got about that the drones or whatever, I had it broken down so it's easier to understand a little bit. So check it out. Can you hear this? No, you can't. Can you? Yeah, you can't hear that, can you? Shit. Hold on, let me try to fix it. By the way, this you said who released the movie? It was
Darcy Weir. I'll get a
Darcy.
link. I'll get the Tubi link and I'll put it in the purple pill down there so you guys could go check it out.
How much was it?
It's free.
Oh, all right, okay. How do you produce movies for free?
I don't know. I maybe he sold it to Tubi. It's on a lot of platforms. I'm not really sure. I haven't asked him. He's coming to Vegas next month, and he's going to interview some people. He wanted to talk to me about some things. So I gave him some ideas for a movie. I said, I told him some ideas about a movie that he should do, and I said, I've got all the research. I'll give it all to you for free. I said, I'll even connect you to the people that provided me the information. I says, the information I could give you about, somebody needs to do a movie about the life story of Paul Benowitz. To me, that's like an old story, but there's so much to that story that's not been told. I mean, you guys have probably heard it in these Twitter spaces, but the public hasn't heard it. And it would be a lot more interesting than Corey Good and Jay Widener and these fake super soldiers.
Hey, can I run something by your research real quick before Logan plays what he's going to play about whether or not there's life on Mars? I was watching something yesterday, and a scientist who has studied Mars for quite a long time talked about the element xenon, specifically xenon 129, which is an element found in all the planets. But in all the planets, there should be a roughly equal ratio of xenon 129 to xenon 132. But on Mars, the ratio of xenon 129 is more than double. And the scientist is saying that that is a signature of an ancient nuclear cataclysm?
Well, there's a guy. If you ever want to hear like a wild story, that it's at least 3 hours. So I'm not going to even try to tell it or even tell part of it because it's just too long and it's too involved. But there's a guy named Bruce May. He lived in Prescott, Arizona. And I ran into him at a conference one time. It was back, I think it was 2017, and started talking to him. And he had this amazing story. He was like I don't know if he was the reincarnation or what it was, but he was I think it was Osiris or something like that. I forget the character, the person that he was. But anyway, he alleged his story. And when he first told me the story, I mean, I heard parts of it at this conference. I says, well, when I get home, I'll call you and I'll interview you. And I'm not kidding. He literally talked for 7 hours straight. I mean, I had him on the phone and he just went on and on and on, didn't miss a beat for 7 hours. And what he claimed was that he piloted this craft. This was like at another time in another, in history when he wasn't Bruce May. He was like somebody else, right? And that there was a war going on between the reptilians and these Caucasian alien people that he said that when he was born, he had like pointed ears and he had an extra couple teeth in the back that, humans don't have. And he says that when he was born, that the doctors, his parents told him to, clip his ear. And anyway, so he said that, that he piloted this spacecraft because the reptilians had taken over Mars and they were taking their people from their water. There was a water planet that he says now that all that debris that I forget what do they call that debris that's kind of floating in space. It's just a bunch of rocks that at one time they think might have been a planet that got blown up. What do they call that again? Do you guys remember what I'm talking about?
There's something. Yeah, it's the
Kuiper belt.
Yeah,
something. Yeah, whatever, something like that. Anyway, so he claimed that he piloted this craft and they fired these nuclear weapons, whatever the fuck they were. He tells the story much better because it's his story. And they destroyed most of the reptilians that were on Mars, and some of them fled. And he thinks that they went to Earth, but he says that is why there was no life on. Now there might be life there now. There might be aliens there. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion about that. But he says that that's what destroyed life at one time because the reptilians were trying to take
versions of that story, Eric.
Okay, I'll find the link, Election, and I want you to listen to the whole story, and then we'll do a space on it, and then you can tell me your opinion.
I'm pretty sure his name's Walter.
Well, if you don't do it, then Logan will, and you can just sit home.
That's all I'm saying.
His name's Walter.
Love you, brother.
I'm just fucking with you, man. No, that's a true story that he really did tell, but it's so much more to the story. I mean, it's just part of it. It's just like incredible story.
Oh yeah, you told me this story before. I remember, like not all of it, but hey, Ricky, did you say his name was Walter?
Yeah, his profile says Walter.
Yeah, it's me. Yep, Walter.
As in Mitty.
No, Rambo. I'm the original Rambo,
no,
bitch.
You're more Mitty.
Yeah, I'll find it. There was he was on this show called Monster Castle Paranormal. You can find it on YouTube. This guy named what's his name? He's from Canada. Mike something. I can't think of
Mike
his
from Canada. That helps a lot. Myers?
Yeah. Anyway, I'll find the interview. But so I interviewed this guy, and then I said somebody's got to interview this guy. And Gigi, remember that guy Gigi that pops in here?
Yeah,
used to pop in here.
Remember Gigi? Sure.
Shift happens. Yeah, he also interviewed him, and that was over 3 hours. And then he went on this show, Monster Castle Paranormal, and this guy Mike had it set up where if you were a listener, you can call in, and so he had like 5 or 6 people on the line, and so there's like 7 of us, and I'll find that interview because they were just peppering this guy with questions, and man, he didn't blink. He handled them all real well. I mean, I'm not saying the story's true. I mean, some of these stories when you hear them, Monster Mike, yeah.
What was the show called?
Yeah.
I forgot. There's
Monster
a
Castle Paranormal.
yeah,
Oh,
that's what it
Monster
is.
Castle Paranormal. Yeah.
There's another one. Yeah, that clips it up somewhere. I forgot where.
I figured out what happened. By the way, I had that app muted. That's why we couldn't hear it. This motherfucker. Check it out now. I have it muted still. Why did they mute it
Mystery and
again?
intrigue. So I'll guide you through it step by step.
He went by Wolfman Mike.
Here's the
He
situation.
would pretend to be Wolfman Jack, but he called himself Wolfman Mike.
My tribe. I love you guys.
Now, if Neil was still in here, this is where Neil and I actually met, not in person, but on this radio show. Because we're talking like shit. I mean, think about this for a second. At least 7 years ago or something like that. And somehow Neil was listening, and I didn't know Neil yet. And then somehow he was able to get in there. And then, so there's a bunch of episodes on this Monster Castle Paranormal Interactive when Neil was spinning his stories like 7 years ago. It's interesting because if you go back and listen to the stories Neil told 7 years ago, the stories he's telling now, it's kind of fun just to kind of compare and listen to Neil. He's been spinning this shit for a while.
Hey, what happened to Gigi? Is he still working?
I don't know if he's still doing a show. I think he just does it once in a while now. It's not every week. It's just every now and then. Yeah.
All right, everyone, let's break this down together. This message is packed with mystery and intrigue, so I'll guide you through it step by step. First, here's the situation. Someone's reporting unusual activity involving advanced military technology and unmanned drones. It starts with a hint that scientists and engineers working for DARPA, the cutting-edge research branch of the military, are buzzing about something called novel plasma consolidation.
This is not
In
fiction, by
plain
the way.
terms, this might mean a breakthrough in how we manipulate or control plasma, the high-energy state of matter you find in lightning or fusion reactors. But here's the twist. They say it's technology that even the top US cybersecurity experts, our white hats and gray hats, don't recognize. That's alarming because it means it might not even be our tech. Could it be foreign, experimental, or something more exotic? The drone missions. The next part describes what happened with military drones called Kratos Valkyries. These are like super advanced unmanned aerial systems designed for surveillance or combat. 2 drones launched from Camp Pendleton in California headed to Medford, Oregon. Neither came back. That's unusual. Drones like this are packed with redundancy systems to ensure safe return, so for both to disappear is peculiar. At the same time, 2 other drones were sent to Big Bear and Temecula, also in California. These drones did make it back, but barely. They suffered major power system failures. It's clear something disrupted them, but no weapons were fired. So whatever happened wasn't combat related. It was more like they ran into an invisible wall of interference. The risk assessment. By morning, experts sat down to figure out what was going on. They came up with a list of possibilities and assigned probabilities to each. 15% chance of a state-sponsored actor. Maybe another country, Russia, China, was testing something unusual and managed to interfere with the drones. 5% chance it's AI-related. There's a small possibility that artificial intelligence was behind this, which could mean a rogue system or a tech experiment gone wrong. 10% chance of an adverse NGO. This could mean private groups or companies operating outside the law. Think black market tech or industrial espionage. 70% chance of an EP anomaly. Here's the big one. EP stands for electromagnetic or plasmatic phenomenon. This means the most likely explanation is something like an intense electromagnetic disturbance or plasma-related interference. It could be natural, maybe solar activity, or something man-made, like an experimental weapon or energy system. What we know so far. The 2 drones sent to Medford had their end-of-life beacons activated. That usually happens when drones are critically damaged or deliberately destroyed. Recovery teams are now scouring their last known locations, which are in remote, sparsely populated areas. As for the drones sent to Big Bear and Temecula, They made it back to base, but both had power systems that were somehow fried. That's strange because these drones are built to withstand a lot. Whatever hit them wasn't ordinary. It's something that could disrupt their advanced systems without physically damaging them. The big questions. Now we're left wondering, what caused this? The leading theory is electromagnetic or plasma interference, but we can't rule out other possibilities. Was this a foreign nation testing advanced tech? Some sort of secret US experiment? Or could it be something even stranger, outside the realm of what we typically deal with? For now, it's a mystery. The recovery teams and analysts will be working overtime to find out what happened. But one thing's clear. Whatever's going on, it's big enough to catch the attention of DARPA, military experts, and intelligence officials. Feel that? It's like we're standing at the edge of the unknown, waiting to see what's revealed next. What do you think? Any theories of your own?
Logan, you're a badass.
Yeah, I feel like that explained the situation much better than I was explaining it earlier, probably, yeah. Fred, did you hear that? Or, you have any thoughts about that?
Okay, I found it. I put it in the nest. It's called Bruce May the Nephilim. And that's part 1, and then I'll put part 2 in there. It's you guys could. This is the kind of thing, Logan. You could scrub and scroll, and you'll hear him. If you wanted to play some of it, you can kind of scroll up, and you'll hear him talking. He's got a real distinct voice. Or I could pull it up on my iPad and just play a few minutes. I'm not going to do it right this second, but if you want me to play a minute of it or something so you can get an idea what this guy sound like.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay. I'll put part 2 in there too.
What's this about Neo getting mad about the name Jesus?
Oh yeah, Fred would love this shit, by the way. You guys, if you guys enjoy the wackadoo-ness of all this, for you guys, I'm telling you right now, we might have to have a space where we just play some of these old shows from like 7 or 8 years ago because it's funny as fuck. I mean, he would do this late at night. I mean, we'd all be fucking drunk and stoned. I mean, there's a couple of those. I was dating this girl back in, what was it, 2017 or 18 from Florida. Kissimmee. Fred, you ever been to Kissimmee, Florida?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not really the best part of Florida, but
Of
anyway,
course.
yeah. So anyway, so it didn't work out. She just, no, it just didn't work out. And she was really mad. I mean, she was hot, but she was a bitch. And I was thinking I can deal with this a little bit, because she's hot. But then it got to the point where she was such a bitch. I didn't matter how hot she was. I didn't want to deal with this girl anymore. So I just basically broke up with her over the telephone because I was in California and she was in Florida. And she couldn't believe it. She's thinking, why this guy's breaking up with me? I'm so fucking hot. And I didn't want to tell her she was a bitch. I guess she probably knew anyway. I swear to God, it's a true story. So anyway, after we broke up, she also would come on this show, this Monster Castle Paranormal Interactive show when we were together, and we would hang out and have fun with it. So I break up, and this guy, fucking Mike, Wolfman Mike, he had a crush on her, right? So he would invite her onto the show. I didn't listen during that time when she was coming on to his show, and she was talking shit about me, man, hard. Oh, that's why when these guys get doxxed and people talk shit about him on Twitter, oh, she was, oh yeah, he's a pedophile and he's gay, and oh, she just was just making up all sorts of trash. So she did that for like about 6 months off and on. I think she finally got tired of it, so I think she just quit. But that was kind of tough to deal with for a while there, having her just trash me on the fucking live radio. I swear to God.
Yeah, I can't imagine that was fun. I'd be like, so how about the about the show tonight. I'm looking at this video here. I see Neil put up the Holy Sepulchre. It's going across the screen. I didn't realize he'd been singing for that fucking long.
Oh yeah, his material. It's all been around for a while, and then every now and then. Is he in here right now?
No.
Thank
You know,
God.
and then here's so when he ran out, when he ran out of material, he knew that I used to listen to Fade to Black and Jamie Church. So, and I would call in on Thursday nights. They'd have the Fade or Nots call-ins, or you can call in and tell a little story. So I always call in on Thursdays and tell stories. So what he probably wouldn't admit this, but I know this is what he fucking did. He would listen to my stories, and then he would create his own story based on my story, but he would spin it a little bit and add to it, and it was funny as fuck. So then he started adding the Cloud people and the Corn people because he ran out of material. He had to come at it with it. But now he's just angry. He's just like, angry Neil. He's just everybody's stupid. He didn't used to be like that. He was just a fun guy before. Now everybody's stupid, and we're all idiots apparently.
No, bro. In this video you sent me, he's saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I did.
You should play a minute of it just so people could hear.
I did some analysis on Neil over a 2-year period, and I found that all of his stories, any one of them, will always correspond to a different Nicolas Cage film.
That's true, because the Hell Bike, and there's a lot of Pig, the movie about the chef with the truffles.
The one where he's like, almost burned alive at the stake. That crazy one.
Oh yeah, the B movie. I forget the name of it, but it was a remake.
The Wicker Man.
Yeah, the other one where he had a van and he was living in Sedona. There was one like that. I mean, they all. I don't know if it's a Matrix, assimilation. He said maybe we're in assimilation.
We're assimilating. Yes.
Interesting theory. I gotta look up these Johnny Cash or Nicolas Cage movies, see if they correspond with any of his stories. When did you discover this, Mr. Fred?
Just now. Via download with my. I don't think it's fiber optic. It's got to be some kind of next level type of connection. It can't be Ethernet. No fuck way. I mean, it's like instant. I'm just sitting here, and all of a sudden, my brain's like Nicolas Cage films. Open eye.
Yeah, I mean, it happened to me. I was pulling on my shaved ice machine, and then when you said Nicolas Cage, I go boom, snap, Hell Bike. That makes sense. Raising Arizona, Sedona. It all makes sense.
Oh, that's it, man.
And then the other one was the Wicker Man.
Wicker Man.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Just everybody relax. Yeah, the Wicker Man.
Religion. It's all about hate. I'm not Democrat or Republican, so I don't go around hating people. And I'm not religious. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Christian.
I thought you were a communist Muslim.
I don't hate the Muslims and I don't hate the Christians, but I think
what are the Muslims?
Dumbass. Both of them are stupid.
Muslims are number one.
Actually, I'm going to turn. I was thinking about turning Muslim myself. I want to wear a turban. I was wearing a turban today and trying it out, and I was thinking of going Allah, 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 and stuff like that. And I tried it out, and I like it.
The world would be a better place if we were all just Islamic, I think. So.
What?
They don't wear turbans.
We could all convert. Everybody.
I will.
We just be whatever we want to be.
What kind of show is this? It's called interactive radio.
It was like these guys, we were all, it was a lot like Twitter Spaces before Twitter Spaces. This guy was really good. He had like 8 people in there.
Yeah, it sounded like
and everybody it's not as good as Twitter Spaces, but it was the beginning.
One of the guys sounded like non-credible. That guy I've seen on Twitter Spaces.
I don't know. Could be. But we just troll each other and mostly just trolling. A lot of trolling. And then there's one the Monsters of Christmas. I'll have to go back and re-listen to some of these. I'll find some really good ones, but yeah. Monsters of Christmas. So anyway, he's got like hundreds of them. They were 3-hour shows too. It wasn't like
time Mao, whatever you want to call it, that the human race doesn't even know about. Okay?
Someone better tell him.
But yeah. So anything that comes from the moon only takes 1 second. A spirit could come to the from the moon all the way to Earth within 1 second. Okay? Takes 3 minutes to get to Mars. Okay? In the spiritual realm. So y'all don't know about these things, but I'm trying to teach y'all before I leave. Because I'm not going to be here very long. And I don't have patience. When I'm a 9 talking to a 0, y'all, you know what? Y'all need to, oh boy, I tell you what, y'all have no idea how stupid the human race is.
Saying the exact same shit he says now. Or all stupid as shit.
Yeah, he did.
And like,
You're right.
wow.
It's fucking
Does anybody?
wild.
I mean, does anybody give him like a little stipend for these shows? I mean, all these years, like
you should get one.
I mean, the guy's living in his
shit.
van. Nobody gives him like $20 here and there. Like, fuck, man, I feel bad, man. It's like crazy. He's like been doing. It's wild, man. It's the same shit.
He's a lot more entertaining than UFO Shane, in my opinion.
Really?
It's a strange silence. I mean, it's all entertaining, you know. But I mean, the question is what's the goal, man? Like, where are we headed towards? Like, what's the where are we driving towards? Right? Like, where are we going? Where are we going? You know?
To
Are
hell
we
in a
just gonna be?
handbasket.
Yeah, man. Like, we're just gonna sit in the round and round and round in the fucking Groundhog Day forever, or
Fred, you posted something very tantalizing to my curiosity last night. Um, that you have an unredacted copy of the 1993 book, The Adam and Eve Story: A History of Cataclysms by Chan Thomas. I posted up in the nest. I highlighted the last couple of paragraphs in this book, which talks about moments before a cataclysm, could be days before, hours before, moments before. A plethora of starcraft appear in the sky and descend and essentially evacuate those who are going to make it. And it says the ones who don't make it are the ones who relate the story forward. I'm very, very curious about this unredacted copy that you have, because I did find a PDF version on CIA.gov, but I did not know an unredacted version was possible or was attainable.
so yeah, it is the unsanitized version that nobody's seen really, except for maybe a few people, and it's 1961
Oh, my
is when it was
apologies.
released. Yeah,
Yes, not 93.
1961. Then it was pulled, and in 1963, and then it was re-released as a sanitized version of it in 1993, I believe, or 2000. Yeah, it had a resurgence in 1993, and then in 2013 it was released as the sanitized version of it. I mean, there's all these different versions floating around out there, right? But the like first release edition from 1961 is fucking crazy. Okay.
Stop lying to these people, Fred.
I'm not. I could read it right here. Like the original text from the book of Genesis, before it was things were altered. I mean, it's really crazy, man.
I'm dying to hear it. Let's hear it. Fuck yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, let's see.
All right, live from Mr. Fred Rogers, the Adam and Eve story.
I mean, that was, you didn't need to do that, but thank you. So read the whole fucking thing.
We
Let's get
got
into
nothing
it.
but time. Maybe. Maybe not.
No, I mean, I definitely, you know, I like to wake up at a certain time, you know, drink some coffee, you know, have, let's see. I'll just, you know, I'll skip around. Let's see. Okay. Wow, really? Okay, yeah, I'll give you guys some teasers. I'll get you horny. You know what I mean? Like not, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Book of Genesis, chapter 1. 1. In the beginning, the universe was created in God's great design. Included was our sun and our planet Earth. 2. And during one of the many cataclysms that occurred during the Earth's history, the Earth's lands were all inundated with raging waters and ravaged by horrendous winds, and the oceans were all dark with muddiness. And the ill wind thundered over the troubled waters also. 3. And as the storms abated, sunlight came back in the face of Earth as God intended. 4. And while the Holocaust was abating, once more darkness and sunlight were reestablished and distinguishable as it was good. 5. And sunlight was again daytime and darkness again nighttime, in accordance with God's design, and evening and morning made one day. Again, God's original design was that there be a sky between the clouds and oceans. And in accordance with God's design, the heavens were reestablished, in that the sky again stood between the clouds and the oceans as the onslaught of the great storms abated. And God's heavens were indeed reestablished, and that evening and morning were the beginning of the second day. Here starts to get good. And God's design was that the lands would not be entirely covered by the oceans as they were immediately following a cataclysm. So the disrupted oceans, now settling, drained off the higher lands. It keeps going and going and going. This is where it was God's will that some of every creature living and bird flying should survive the cataclysmic inundation. Surviving then were great whales and every living creature of the sea and every kind of winged fowl, and it was as God intended and good. And they were blessed with God's original design to be fruitful and reproduce and replenish the oceans with sea life and the air with fowl. And the evening and morning were the start of the fifth day. And it was God's will that some of every creature, cattle, and creeping thing and beast of the earth should survive the cataclysmic inundation. Surviving then were the beasts, the cattle, and everything that creeps on the earth. And it was as God intended and good. It was that God's design that man, who was created in the image of God, intended both male and female, would survive the cataclysmic inundation. And it goes, it gets, wait till you hear. Here we go. Let's see. The first land is near the.
We need
Yeah,
Taylor.
I know, right? The first land is near the river Pison, which includes the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold.
Paisan.
And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the second land is near the river Gihon, the same land which includes the whole land of Ethiopia. And the third land is near the river Hiddekel. That is the land towards the east of Assyria, and the fourth land is near the river Euphrates. And it was God's province that the man was of Eden, where he lived and toiled. And he descended from the original mankind which settled that motherland. And God's design was that the man was warned, although the motherland was the source of all knowledge, both good and evil. If he stay therein, surely he would die. And it was God's design that the man should not be alone, therefore a mate should be his. And since God had originally created every beast of the field and fowl of the air, and in his time, Adam had named each one. And Adam gave names to all the cattle and to the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was no mate. For Adam's mate had died after giving birth to a child of Adam. And the child of the man was a female, made in the image God intended. And Adam said, "This child is bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh," and she grew into womanhood. Therefore, this man was both father and mother to her, and she abode with him as they were one flesh.
Do you
He was
have
her
a point
fucking
here?
dad.
Is
What?
there a point? Really? Is there a point here?
Yeah, so let's get to the action.
That's already jaw-dropping.
Okay.
Is it? What part?
It's okay. So
Well,
Eve,
to begin with,
Adam was Eve's like literally biological father. Okay, not as we're told, right?
Fred, what
Eve
are you
being
doing
created.
here? Really?
What?
What's up? Tell me what's up here.
Shut the fuck up!
No, I won't. What's up?
Okay. Maybe election approves of incest, but I do not.
I'm not sure what that means, but are you going to continue the reading or?
Okay, I'm reading from the part of this unredacted Adam and Eve story. Okay, and it's literally totally different than the original book. Okay, and it's saying that Adam was biological father of Eve. Okay. Not only that, all the mentions of the word cataclysm within the text that I'm reading. So maybe it's real, maybe it's not. Maybe Chan Thomas was a fake. I think it's a big fucking deal, but maybe you guys don't. So who fucking gives a shit?
well, this book was classified by the CIA for how much? Well, I guess it still remains, the unredacted version still remains classified, right?
I want to hear it regardless of whether it's fucking bullshit or whether it's real or you're just reading it off a napkin. I don't really give a shit either way. I want to hear the story, anyway. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I do too. This is amazing.
Yeah, let me go take some blood pressure medication. We'll start in a few minutes.
Please do.
Okay,
That's why
Logan,
I don't
sent you a
drink. I
one.
hate fucking drunks. I can't fucking stand them. I fucking hate drunks. Alcohol, ladies and gentlemen, it's the worst fucking thing you can do. Really is. What a piece of fucking shit, that dude. What a fucking motherfucking cocksucking fuck. What a
Logan,
fucking
play that 1 minute.
fucking dick licking motherfucking. Fuck him.
All right, we're just expelling some of the extra gas in the room.
I did not inhale.
It's okay. Fred's dropping a lot of intel here. It's all right.
Yeah, and I'm getting attacked at the
Logan,
same
can you
time.
play?
I'm getting fucking attacked, you know. And then you get a guy like fucking Elections, you know, coming in here, and he's like, "Man, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?" Like, you fucking blowhard. Like, I'm reading this fucking text. I'm getting zapped in the brain, you fucking retard. Electronic harassment is
My name
real.
is Dolores Cannon, and well, I call myself an investigator. I'm investigating the truth. I'm looking for answers, and you are part of the third wave of volunteers. And I just want to say hello. You're very
No, we'll have to schedule like a space, and I'll read the whole fucking thing. But I gotta like, electronic harassment is real, man. I was like feeling so good, so fucking good, and like right before he started talking, I started getting like zapped, you know.
All right, all right.
It's a Taylor Swift moment. Shake it off. Shake it off, Fred.
You know, I wish it were that easy. I wish it was that fucking easy where I could like do some aerobics and I'd feel brand new again.
Well, Logan even changed his space title in your honor. This is a big deal.
No, no one's talking
I'm
right now.
talking, you're talking all over me, dude and daddy.
Uh-oh, am I dead? Can anyone hear me? This is what it's like to die. You just talk to everyone and nobody responds.
Can you hear me, Elric?
Is anyone
Doomer
here? Is
cannot
this a
hear
mass
anybody.
conspiracy?
Doomer.
Elric.
Doom dark, doom
All right,
hard.
I'm going to recycle myself. You guys won.
Doom
If
into
you're
the
trying to fuck
recycle
with
bin.
me, I'm trying to see if I missed the real Adam and Eve story. All right. Well, Andrew,
I thought that might bait him in here. I was right. It did bait him in here. I wonder how long that took. Maybe like 3 minutes. Okay, we have another update on the thing we were talking about earlier, but I'll have to digest it so it's more understandable. But Peanut, you have anything to say?
Yeah.
I came in with the mic in my hand. Don't make me leave me with my foot in your be cool.
I just want to chime in real quick. So like 20 minutes before I started reading that text, okay, I had a message from elections reform. Of course, he's been drinking, and his message says, quote, and I don't even know what this was because I hadn't even started reading the book yet. And he said, "Yo, man, do me a fave. Don't fuck with me after my 11 p.m. my time, as I've had a tipple. I never drink before 9, and I always try not to have more than 2. I ain't perfect. I'm aware, bitch. I like you, man, but don't ding me. I fight back." Like, what the fuck is that?
I don't know because
Well,
he sent me a message. I'm the one who brought up your book, and he sent me a message saying, "Wow, Andrew, you really upped your game." Whatever that means, but I'm like, "Thank you." But it was only in reference to Fred's incredible discovery.
Well, about 5 Twitter accounts ago, I used to have run-ins with elections, hard run-ins, and then I went away for a while and I came back. So I'm trying to be nice now, like the nicer version of me. And so, but he's starting to get on my nerves already.
Apologies to all the people I irritated the shit out of when I used to drink.
And I'm so sorry for our listening audience tonight. If you are a victim of electronic harassment, please go ahead and request speaker, and you can come on up so I don't feel like the lone man.
Logan, I sent you a 1-minute clip. I think we can do 1 minute of the Monster Castle Paranormal. It's Art Dinglebell. I think people will enjoy that. Art Dingle Bell. This guy does his impression of Art Bell. If you want to play that, I think people will enjoy it.
Hey guys, sorry about my
This
tech
guy,
issues.
he reminds me of you a lot, Fred. I mean, you're unique and special in a whole different kind of way. But this guy was, you would love this guy if you were to listen to him for a while. You go, I need to do radio with this guy because you are kind of very similar and just come up with shit off the top of your head and with these characters and you're smarter than he is though, so that's why I think I like you a little better.
All right, you guys, am I too late? Did Dr. Rogers already give away the end of the world? Am I too late for the doom?
No, I'm
You're
here,
right on
man. And
time.
like right as I started reading it, I started getting like electronically zapped, right? And started feeling agitated. And then this elections jumps in and he's like just talking nonsense. And yeah, I lost my shit for a bit, man. I mean, electronic harassment's real.
Did you you lost your shit on elections?
Yeah.
How did it resolve?
I don't know if it resolved.
Well, I can't wait. I'm here. This is what I was born to doom. So I'm happy. And also, how do you get a hold of the unsanitized version? Because I know there was a couple, 1963, 1964, 1965 editions, but like, I don't know what's been, what wasn't released.
Well, Doomer, you showed up at the right time. We're talking about cataclysms, and more cataclysms.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
I'll
I
put
mean, I was trying to explain to people that I needed a little break, man, because I mean, I started getting like attacked electronically. I mean, like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to fucking explain it. If none of you get, electronically harassed, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. I don't know how to explain it. You know what I mean? I was in a great mood. I was feeling wonderful, right? And I started, reading it, and then Andra started talking in her like CIA analyst tone, and she's like, "Just read it. Just read it. Come on, just close it." And like, okay, and then like I started feeling warm and hot, and then Election started like DMing me, pictures of his old dick, and then like saying weird things on the. I mean, yeah, I lost my shit, man.
If you do disclosure the singularity earlier, which is the greatest threat to the forces that want to make sure humanity gets reset, there's literally nothing more subversive you can do than catastrophic disclosure. So it makes sense that you would be targeted. I mean, you're welcome to just send it to me. I'll read it, and then you don't have to get attacked.
Genesis. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. We're still in Genesis chapter 2, right? Okay. Genesis chapter 2. Okay. Chapter 2, 18. And it was God's design that the man should not be alone. Therefore, a mate should be his. And since God had originally created every beast of the field and fowl of the air, and in his time Adam had named each one, and Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was no mate. For Adam's mate had died after giving birth to a child of Adam. And the child of the man was a female, made in the image God intended. And Adam said, "This child is bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh," and she grew into womanhood. Therefore, the man was both father and mother to her, and she abode with him as they were one flesh. And the climate there was warm, requiring little or no clothing. Chapter 3. Now at the time of the beginning of the story, the oceans were in their normal state of quietness, and it was known to the woman of this story that she was not descended from any of the peoples of the land which sprang from the mother continent. And God's design was that the woman would learn that the people of the offspring lands would live on, but the people of the motherland from whom she had descended would all surely die. And she knew that in spite of the impending inundation, she would not surely die. For God's design was that from the day she was born, she was descended from the original mankind of the motherland and was destined to know all, to discern both good and evil. And the woman, being of the motherland and being wise and good, knew that both she and her father were descended. Both she and her father were descended from the original mankind of the motherland. And they were both wise and had lived the good life. And it was that time of year when some clothing was needed for warmth. And in the cool of those days, when they were wandering to which of the offspring lands they should go, and God's presence was felt strongly by them, Adam felt God's call and said, I have heard God's warning since the summer and have feared, for I knew not where to find refuge. And God's warning had come to him in the summer as a warning to leave the land of his ancestors. And the man said, the woman who is my daughter and descended of my ancestors gave me this knowledge. And asked her, what gift of knowledge has God given you? And the woman said, I am of your ancestors and inherit the wisdom, and the coming inundations of the oceans has been known to me. And God's design was that the oceans would so inundate the lands and drown all the cattle and all beasts of the field and bury all dust. And God has thus given me victory over the oceans, such that the seed of future generations is in you and me, and for the oceans will drown all others. And God's design was that although the inundation would greatly multiply her sorrows, she would even so bring forth children, as her love would be for her husband and his for her. And unto Adam it was God's will that he heed the words of his daughter, and God's warning that though they may be descendants of original mankind of the motherland, they should leave it, as it was destined for destruction. And were they to stay, surely they would regret. And where Adam was to go, the land would be difficult to farm, with thorns and thistles abounding, and even so the herb of the field was to be their food. By his own toil and sweat, he was destined to fight the fight for survival after the inundation, even to the end of his days, when he would return to Mother Earth, as it was earth where man came from, and unto earth he shall return. And after the inundation, Adam therefore made his daughter, the woman, his wife, and called her Eve. And why did Doomer lose his connection? That sucks.
Let's see, where did he go? I gotta get him back in here. He has a really crappy connection.
And by late that evening, Adam and his wife did it doggy style underneath the
back.
moonlight as they,
I knew the doggy style was in there. That was
Yeah.
definitely the part of the
no,
original.
I did that because yeah. And after the inundation, Adam therefore made the woman his daughter, his wife, and called her Eve, as she was to be the mother of all living from the motherland. And again, after the inundation, as they were in a colder climate, it was God's design as part of their survival that they make coats of skins and be clothed. And it was God's design that Adam should take with him the knowledge of good and evil from the motherland, as he put forth and left in order to live. Therefore, in accordance with God's will, he left the Garden of Eden to survive and live from the soil where he was to go. So the man left, and the Garden of Eden was subjected to a cataclysm of earthquake and fire, and the motherland lost its foundations and sank beneath the oceans. That's that. Pretty crazy. No mention of the rib.
Where's the part about the bukkake?
In the beginning, a great bukkake party was attended to by the royal ancient humans,
I knew it.
the creator race. For the ancient ones gathered around the circle to embark and partake in a fabulous experience of bukkake, where the original tribe would gather around and shoot their load at a great distance, where that load precisely landed on the porcelain skin of the ancient goddess of wonder. This was the original bukkake. Okay, that part, let's see.
That's how you know it's legit. I mean, if they're doing an ancient script and there's no mention of bukkake anywhere, then it's probably a forgery.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, and the moon showeth its light over the sky, and the BBCs gathered round, brutish, endearing, a BBC as much as 12 inches long. The cock of the gods was present and abundant. So many cocks you couldn't even count. Wow, it's quite spectacular. With a brazen earth-made fire on top of the mountain top, the smoke billowing above, a massive fire of warmth provided for the ancients that surrounded the bukkake goddess, Bukkake Kokoten. Never heard that one before. Princess Bukkake Kokoten, the ancient beautiful one, often referred to as the Cum Queen of the river Nile. Wow, shit. That is crazy. Wow. And while the
Interesting.
tribe gathered round, one released this gaseous smell upon the earth, a fart that could be smelled from 5,000 miles away. A most earthly fart, a most fragrant fart, a most putrid gaseous scent. The rumble of the buttocks and the anus spitting forth fire and brimstone of this fart was a holocaust of smell. The smell was so rough that one had to squeeze their nose and pierce their nostrils with intent of loving bliss. For the anus was abundant, and the gash was plentiful. Wow, it's phenomenal.
Unredacted version is quite a gem.
Well, I'm just creating my own. It gets rid of my anxiety. You know what I mean? When
I know.
electronically attacks, you know. Okay. So, and as the storms abated, sunlight came back to the face of the earth as God intended, and spread light amongst the 500 gentlemen gathered round for the bukkake. And while the Holocaust was abating, once more darkness and sunlight were reestablished and distinguishable as was good. The Princess Royal Bukkake Komkouten, the Princess Royal Bukkake Komkouten was present. And God's original design that there be a statuesque picture of a cock placed between the clouds and the ocean. In accordance with God's design, oh wow, and the heavens were indeed reestablished, and that evening and morning were the beginning of the second day. And God's design was that the lands would not be entirely covered by oceans, as they were immediately following a cataclysm. So the disrupted oceans, now settling, drained off the higher lands. And in accordance with God's design, the dry land was earth, and the waters oceans, and once again it was reestablished. Good, as God intended. Now this makes sense, man, because like if you've read the any of the released versions of the Adam and Eve story, right? It basically starts off like Genesis is like right after a cataclysm. And that's what Thomas talks about. Sure, have you read that part, Doomer, or anyone? Bueller?
I have. Sorry, my iPad's freezing, so it takes me forever to unmute. But yeah, I've read that part. It is I mean, that is the conventional understanding, sort of, that it's right after cataclysm, but it's different. The Adam and Eve story one, the sanitized version.
Well, yeah, I mean this text of Genesis, right, is wild, man. It says the evidence, and this is like some of the notes here. The evidence of Tiahuanaco. How do you say? I can never get that word right. How do you say it? You know what I'm talking about? Tiahuanaco.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, the evidence in Tiahuanaco shows that their great civilization was wiped out so suddenly that people were caught in the middle of their normal daytime activities by catastrophic inundation. Further evidence shows that this fabulous city suffered the same fate as Easter Island. Although the Rockies and Andes were started in this cataclysm, Tiahuanaco was buried under the Pacific to remain there for 5,000 years and then to be heaved up to its present altitude of 12,500 feet in the last cataclysm 6,500 years ago. So the cataclysm of 11,500 years ago saw the Hudson Bay and the opposite polar area just southwest of Australia both roll to the equator on the opposite sides of the Earth, and the Sudan Basin region roll to the North Pole to remain there for the next 5,000 years. Yeah, he keeps losing his connection. I swear his phone's compromised, man. It's all compromised. Nothing safe. Nothing safe. Wow. The Mayan tongue lived on in scattered remnants. Polynesian tongues, Greek, Yakut, Egyptian, Eskimo tongues, nomadic, Oriental, German, American Indian, just about all languages. Oh, wow. The resurrection from the waters, Tao, lived on in many stories of a man who survived later to become Ta Aurora, Tungara, depending on which tribe's legend you find. Wow. Where's the where's this one part I wanted to... Okay. It says oh wow, this is really cool. There was another continent in the Pacific covering an area now ringed by the Hawaiian Islands, the Galapagos, Easter Island, Tahiti, the Solomons, and the Caroline Islands. The province of Ceylon held the major civilization of India. Egypt and the Holy Land were thriving mixtures of vegetation and civilization. Greece was the home of a tall, blue-eyed, blonde race with standards of science and law unmatched to this day. The Amazon basin was an inland sea. Legends called it the Sea of
Zares, and the mouth of the Amazon River was then a wide seagoing connection between the Atlantic and the Zares. The western coast of South America was not mountainous. The prehistoric city of Tiahuanaco, Peru, now at 12,500 feet above the Pacific, was then at sea level. It was a metropolis seaport with a canal system for seagoing ships as large as we have today, traversing the Pacific to the inland sea. Yeah, I mean, it says, wow. It says astronomers of Tiahuanaco used telescopes of ours, like ours of today. And they had a huge man-made satellite orbiting the Earth west to east 449 times per year, which they used as a time standard. Wow. Crazy, man. It's lost history, dude. Wow. Gotta get a drink of water. It's amazing. It said there was a huge continent, the Atlantic Ocean area, which stretched from Iceland to England across the Atlantic to the Bahamas. The Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea did not exist. They were all land at that time. There was another continent in the Pacific covering an area now ringed by the Hawaiian Islands. Wow. So, okay, this is an interesting thing. So it says, let's see. Really detailed. Okay. So not being able to read the symbolism of the Naga glyphs, in addition to reading them literally, Moses and Aaron read into the Adam and Eve story through the social and religious attitudes of their day. In that time, woman was regarded as the root of all sin, a lowly creature, her birth recorded only as an exception and basically being the cause of every man's downfall. This attitude persists in some religions, even in our times. This is in 1961. Is it any wonder that Eve was shouldered with the responsibility for the downfall of all mankind as a result of interpretations read into the Naga by Moses? Perhaps it was read into story by the Egyptian priests long before Moses' time and passed on to him as history. The fusion of two stories into one make the story of Genesis 1, 2, and 3, and may confuse the man with Adam. Adam, being only 9 generations ahead of Noah, has the same time span of the Sudan Basin polar era covering 5,000 years, was not the man referred to in the creation, but his name and later experiences were merged with the man's story. Remember how, however, we are informed that Ezra dictated the entire history to 5 scribes from memory, and this work contains Genesis as we know today. For him to recall from the archives of his mind what he did as well as he did certainly bespeaks of inspiration of a high order, but it also appears evident that he had no knowledge of the fact that 5,000 years transpired between Genesis 1 and Noah's flood. Detailed shit, man. Because of the usage of tree, fruit, serpent, cherubim, and other words which were glyphs in the picture language of prehistory, it is evident that the creation and Adam and Eve stories were probably originally written in the glyphs of Naga, the predominant Eastern Hemisphere language of 11,500 years ago. The language is almost identical to Mayan, and the base start for many languages, including Oriental and Polynesian tongues, Egyptian, Greek, and Yakut. Moses had access to these tablets and Egyptian versions of them. Neither Moses or Aaron knew how to read the ancient language, therefore they read the glyphs quite literally. I mean, look, this is a long document, and to be honest with you, I love everyone. I'm not going to read the whole fucking document. Space, I'm not going to do. You know what I mean?
You will read that goddamn document, and you will fucking do it right fucking now.
I can't read the whole fucking thing, but I will put it in a file and find a way to transmit it to this UFO Twitter people
Oh, wow.
to
Thank you.
consume. Yes, you're welcome. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Where's the Doom Darky? Doomer Delights? Where's your Doomer Daddy?
Doomer Delights just sounds like an all-night donut shop where you sit there and drink coffee, eat donuts, and whisper in doom.
Okay, putting it all APB out on Mr. Doomer Daddy is gone missing. Also, I got another message about the missing drones. Fred, I never got your opinion about that, by the way. What do you think about that? These Kratos drones that have gone missing. I swear this isn't a bit that we're doing together. Where like every time I ask him about these drones, he doesn't say anything. It's that's natural. What's up, Red Panda?
What's up?
Just doing a bit. What about you?
Give me one moment. I'm cooking. All right, I'll be able to talk in like 2-3 minutes.
All right, all right.
What's going on?
Oh, not much. I got a message from this guy. He said, "You gotta check out this video. It's aircraft radio traffic reporting UFOs over the Oregon coast." It's kind of interesting. All these pilots are reporting these UFOs out there. Maybe I can play that for you now. Let's see. Ooh, that's not you. That's you. Check it out. Whoop.
Yeah, it's strange looking. I've seen this a few times over the last month in the same area.
Alright, next 1207, Roger. How far out are your 10 o'clock in? Are they at a similar altitude as you?
It's really hard to tell. They seem quite far and probably the same altitude or higher.
Roger, thanks for the report.
Thank you. Yeah, 1596.
1596, bud.
Is there any military activity out straight ahead of us?
1596, no, we're not seeing anything. I had another one report at like 30,000 feet in the Eugene area. We're not sure what it is.
Yeah, there's lots moving out there.
1596, yeah, they're looking into it.
And where is that at for 661 Lima Fox?
661 Lima Foxtrot, stand by. You know, to 1596, does it still look like it's in the Eugene area?
Yeah, just straight west of Eugene. I mean, we're seeing 3 or 4 targets. You know, they're all.
Keep in mind, Admiral Kirby says there's uncorroborated. This is all bullshit, basically.
All altitudes up and down. It's pretty crazy.
You know, 1596, does it look like it's about at your altitude at level 260?
You guys all pray and say
there was some
goodbye
at
to your loved
30
ones?
probably. I mean, they're shooting way up. We say maybe up to the 50s, it looks like.
1596, thanks. Medevac 1 Lima Fox, did you copy?
Yeah, I heard it. We'll be looking. 661 Lima Fox. I think too, that's got a whole way in.
This is 2207, thanks.
I probably should have asked, but can you make out what they're saying?
Yeah, where you get that from, Logan? Can you send me a link? I
because I
want to
can't
hear
hear
more
when
of
you
that.
played that. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, no, what he said, we seem to have a leak, leak in the what was it? I couldn't make it out right. The rear engine compartment. Then they said we're going to send maintenance over to fix that. Give us about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's basically what happened there. We're over here in the building maintenance for an apartment out in West Hollywood. Or Ricky Lou lives over here. Yeah, so that was aircraft radio traffic reporting UFOs over Oregon coast. Those are various different aircraft all reporting these weird, things in the sky that are not meant to be there, etc. But I wasn't sure if you could hear it over the static. Plus, like they're saying like different like letters and numbers representing their aircraft number or whatever. So I thought maybe that might confuse people. But I'll post a video, I guess.
Alaska 835, do you see any lights
She said Alaska 835.
Can you give me a
or
light?
aircraft
The lighter?
movement out here at like 3 o'clock there? I have a couple aircraft reporting it. Alaska 835, roger, thank you. And you can contact Seattle Center 125.
Alaska 835, roger that. Thank you. And you can contact Seattle Center 1258. Good day.
18, good day. Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, Cedric North Bend Airport.
Give me
Medevac
back
on
any
our left.
Newpack and Newports. Yep.
Check North Bend Airport. And is there traffic actually out about our 2 to 3 o'clock? About, I don't know, 20, 30 miles?
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, no, is that the 4 different lights going up and down? I'm getting a few reports, but you're seeing it right in front of you now too as well?
It's 2 to 3 o'clock off, about 2 to 3 o'clock from our position. Looks about 20 miles going in circles.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, yeah, we're not seeing anything, getting lots of different reports out there, some at 30, some all the way up to 50,000, about 3 to 4 different lights. Does it look like they're around your altitude now?
So what's the how high do you think drones can go? The ones we know about anyway.
Yeah, not 30 or 50,000 feet. I can promise you that.
No, there's one way up high and one about my altitude. Moving in like a circle, like a corkscrew pattern.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, roger. Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, just looking into this a little bit more. Could you give me another more accurate report, please?
All right, I'm visually have eyes on what looks like an aircraft strobe that's at my 2 o'clock and 22 miles at my altitude. I'm actually showing him on PCAS. Do you see that one?
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, I do not. Descendant pilot discretion maintain 14000.
Descendant maintain 14000. Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. He looks like he's moving towards. It looks like it's moving towards the north. Like I said, 22 and a half miles off my right wing. Medevac 661 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, thank you.
And center, Medevac 661 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, go ahead.
Just had another one show up about my 1 o'clock, about 1,000 feet high, zipping towards us and then back out towards the ocean. It's red in color, moving at extreme speeds. I don't even know how to describe how fast he's moving. 661 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, roger. You are cleared to maneuver as necessary, left and right, to avoid the UFO out there, and all the reports you've given us are good information. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yep.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, any chance you're able to film any of that?
We're trying right now, 1 Lima Foxtrot. It's weird. It's a red circular shape, and it keeps zipping out towards the ocean and then coming back in about, 20 miles or closer to us, and then it zips back out of the ocean and we can't see it. 1 Lima Fox.
Thank you. Medevac 4 Lima Foxtrot, you can expect it.
Say again for 1 Lima Fox.
Number 4 Lima Foxtrot, I said you can expect that approach. Thank you. Dow's altimeter is 3017. Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot. Any chance I can throw you my number, and if you get a video of or a picture, you can send it us way. There's a lot of controllers here pretty interested in seeing what you're looking at there.
Yeah, let me get a piece of paper real quick. Hang on 1 second. All right, 1 Lima Fox, I'm ready.
All right, 1 Lima Foxtrot, area code 42555.
All right, 42555. I have my med crew in the back trying to film it too. They're watching the same thing I'm watching up here.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, appreciate it. And name is, if you want to just shoot me a text, picture, photo, whatever you got. So we're all pretty curious.
Will do. 1 Lima Fox.
Wow. He's just so excited.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, descend pilot's discretion, maintain 10,000, 10,000.
Pilot's discretion.
Sorry, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I was just saying I found it interesting that he's so excited just exchanged digits with the dude. Send him a photo, man.
Hey, was that New Jersey or was that New York?
That was Eugene, Oregon.
Oh, really? Is
Yeah.
Is there something live going on right now in New York? Is there like an alien war happening?
Not that I know of.
I heard.
Can I ask anybody in the panel this? Can I ask everyone here? Has anybody on this panel been strobed like by a strobe light or a strobe of a fucking UFO?
Negative for me.
Like
Negative.
to be honest with you, I hope I hope this is like government. I really do, to be honest with you, because like, yeah, my wife was outside like 2 hours ago in Florida. She saw like 2 of these things like come down and flash a big strobe. 15 minutes, she's like laid out with a migraine, you know. So I hope, you know, that man, I don't know, man. I hope these are not all UFOs. Like I hope they're not all like not of this planet, you know, because it's really easy to for people to like wish for something, you know. Oh man, what if it's UFOs? What if it's aliens? You know, but like, I mean, look, I haven't fucking worked in like 4 years, you know, and like I'm a workaholic, dude. Like this shit fucked me up, man, like more than you could ever even imagine, right? So it's like if these are like not of this world, holy shit, I pray for humanity, to be honest with you, because I don't know what the technology is that they have in. I'm sure there's like, you know, good ones, bad ones, but I don't know what technology they're running. But these strobes, man, I've been really interested. They used to flash these strobes at me. They'd come over like the house, you know, like right over the top of the house, big ball of light, right? And they'd flash these strobes. And you always get like, you always feel like a little ill afterwards, right? You always feel weird. And I can't even imagine like if this was to happen to like all the people of the earth. I mean, it's not fucking, it freaks me out, man. You know, it's easy to.
When you say strobe, Fred, what do you mean by strobe? Can you describe it a little more than
these light balls? Okay, these light balls, they do this thing that's very similar to like a strobe light, but it's different. It's like quicker. It's like a wider type of flash, and so they'll be like floating, and there'll be these light flashes that'll come out of it, and like pretty much instantly you can feel like you're on like the worst acid trip that you've ever had. Like all of a sudden like everything just like shifts around you, you know, the whole earth, and you just feel like fucking weird. You feel like fucked up. You get a fucking headache. You get a like a pounding like migraine type of headache, right? You feel off balance, almost like kind of like the Havana type stuff, right? And I don't know if they're doing like using light, if they're like somehow like programming people's minds, or like you know, fucking with people's actual like brain processing and stuff, or what they're doing. But I know that it's I don't feel like it's good. Yeah.
So do they direct this at you, or you're just seeing it up there and it's strobing? It's kind of flickering real fast.
No, they direct it at you. So like for example, like there's this thing that happens, right? Like, so I was out in like Tennessee and we're driving one night and we saw this like ball of light, you know, out in this field. And when you see them, like they know that you see them. They're very aware, very conscious, whatever these fucking things are, right? And so it'll start flying like closer. And I've got like unreleased videos like that are really crazy, but like it's traumatic for me. And one day I'm gonna release these videos, but like this thing's flying next to us, right? And then it like goes in front. And it's probably you know, like 300 feet in front of the car and like 20 feet off the ground. Okay. And it's just like very like smoothly floating, you know, across the ground in front of you. And then what they do is they like, then it would go up and it goes like up like right above the roof of you know, the house. And it just kind of sits there. And you can see this ball of light like floating right above the roof, just sitting there. And if you were, you know, if you run like 10 feet to the right, it moves with you, right? Kind of freaky, right? And but then you'll be like looking at it, and that's the thing about these, the trickster element of these light balls is it draws you in, and you get really, really enamored with it, almost like in a hypnotic state. And then what it does is it will like suddenly like a flash bulb. A lot of people call them flash bulbs. It'll start like flashing these like really wide spectrum light flashes. And when it happens, it's almost like that light has like coded something in your mind, because all of a sudden you start having visual and auditory types of like hallucinations, right? Really weird shit, man. Yeah.
When's the last time something like this happened? Does it happen more in Tennessee or Florida, or is it the same?
Definitely more in Tennessee. So I see them here all the time still, and they're always like parked right above the house, man. I mean, you know, they never really leave you, but something about as soon as you get out into the country, like if I was to get in the car right now, as soon as I get out of the city, they'll come down low and you know, get much, much closer. But when you're out in the rural areas, pretty much no rules at that point. And they'll be hovering above the farm, like 20 feet over the ground. And it got to the point, you know, the last time I had like a real experience like the one I'm describing, about a year ago, out in Tennessee. Well, when we're out in the country, I mean, it's happening. Like there was a period of time where for 2 years it was happening daily. And
Was it ever more than one at a time?
yeah, I've seen like 3, 4 of them.
Brett, have you noticed any animal reactions to this? You know, birds, dogs, horses?
Yeah, like one thing I've noticed is usually right before they appear, birds will get like really, really, really talkative, and the birds will be going crazy, and then it'll go totally silent. You won't even hear. You'll hear nothing, right? And the cats will be hiding. It's like they sense something.
Interesting.
I see you reposted that potential Chinese propaganda, Mr. Walter. I didn't mainly put that because that's what a couple of the guys were saying last night. That's Chinese propaganda. Very well could be, I guess, but let's put that there as a warning. What's up, Mr. Grider? You ready to party with this live ATC?
All right, I've got your favorite type of reports, unconfirmed, uncorroborated, unsubstantiated, and
Made up.
highly fear-inducing. All right, so there was a post. Why am I hearing myself? Is there some feedback? Hello.
Because Ricky's got
You
his
the
mic
Walter.
open, I think, is why. And Andra does too.
No, I don't think that they have it close to me.
Thank you. All right, so I can still hear myself. Hold on.
It's the voice in your head, man. It's cool. Just roll with it.
My
Let's
mic
try
is
this just in
closed.
case. We'll try muting like all the microphones. That way, in case there is one open that I can't tell, let's see if it fixes it. All right, try it again, Grider. Open your mic. Grider can't hear me, can he? This motherfucker.
Grider, can you hear Logan?
He's a listener now. But yeah, Grider, you couldn't hear me. So
Just got followed by Terrible.
you got followed by Terrible? Who's that?
Some random MAGA account with like 1 million followers.
Yeah, I'm unaware, but that'd be interesting. Why do they call themselves Terrible?
Probably a play on Terrible. It's Terra Bull. Terra, and then the name Terra, and then Bull, like the animal bull.
Oh my god, I never put that
Oh, I know who
together.
she is.
I know that account.
It's a
Doomer.
fucking conspiracy theorist.
Doomer, I'm going live every night, bro. If you want to come give your little spiel tomorrow night, come through. I think I'm trying to only have one person at a time though, because like my audio mixing is just horrible, and I get like more than 3 people for sure.
Oh, Red, you missed our little update on the story earlier about remember the story from last night?
Yeah, what happened? What's the update now?
Well, nothing really new. Still the same story. Although he did give me some more information that he was just saying. I think they're still unaccounted for. I think. What do you say? Targets of the yeah, the drones still haven't returned, not recovered. Coast Guard, FBI are on the ground. Flight logs on all responding air traffic have been confirmed. He's trying to get some of the pilot photographs. That's what I was going to do. But yeah.
You guys want to hear interesting? Well, it's interesting to me. I'm going to tell you, it's a true story, by the way. So I'm going to kind of change it around. Excuse me. So let's say you lived in Virginia, Arlington as an example, and you went to work for the government, and you had a boss, and you're reading and you're hearing about all these drones, and you go in and you ask your boss about these drones, and he tells you, don't worry about it. But that's all they tell you. And I'm just letting you guys know that that's kind of what we're dealing with. We've got people that we would think would be able to get answers, can't even get answers.
Pen, I'm sorry, you said something and then the app just crashed.
People who should be in the know are not in the know.
People that I think would get answers can't even get answers about this, which is kind of freaky to me.
Yeah, everybody's like full of shit and lying, and they're saying like, we don't know anything, but we know there's nothing to worry about.
Well, the people that our tax dollars pay to know, they're not even being told, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's bullshit. The whole thing.
I bet you U.S. military personnel have already been killed by these things.
And if you ask more than like twice, then they gaslight you. This happens in our government, by the way.
Yeah, I mean the whole hearing was like a gaslight hearing. The drone hearing.
I mean, this certainly constitutes a failure to provide for the common defense.
They actually believe this, whoever they are, that they think, and these people are supposed to be, quote, intelligent, that we, the public, that whatever's happening, that we're better off not knowing. They actually believe that.
How do you know that?
Because I know, that's all I'm trying to tell you. I know.
But if they actually believe that, they have to know what it is they're claiming not to know.
Well, if you try to ask, let's say you work there and you try to ask, then you get gaslit. So you just learn not to ask.
So
you kind of like they program their own people not to ask, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, my sense is, look, we had, who was that guy? Force Multiplier. He was in here the other day. He was saying there were 2 top-level scientists from New Jersey who, like, instantly or, in a rushed manner, they relocated out of Jersey. So like the really important people, they're gone. Uh-oh. And I think something is up.
I just want to read real quick the newest message from my new stalker, Elections. Quote, "If you toss to me for reasons too stupid to evaluate, you are a complete ballless pussy."
There's a lot of ontological shock going around.
I
People
mean,
don't know how to
ballless
comprehend what's
I can
happening.
attest to the fact that all pussies are ballless. I promise.
Well, the anatomical equivalent to balls are the ovaries. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
We have to get
They're-
Grider's opinion on this. Grider, what do you make of this whole situation with the ballless pussies?
I just spit my coffee out. Damn it.
I just want to state that I respect Elections and I wish him well, in all his endeavors. And yeah, he's my favorite drunk, angry boomer that threw away this fucking sold our country upriver and then bitches about it nonstop in spaces. And Walter, I don't know how many accounts you have, but I love your perseverance. I do admire perseverance on here,
I think it's wonderful we're all gathered here tonight. I think we should enjoy these moments here because, to be honest with you, who knows how many more of these moments and spaces we will have, huh? Yeah.
This whole thing is getting ridiculous. Dr. Rogers, what's up with the 14 days? Do we just have
no,
14
somebody
days?
was just making it. Somebody was making a joke about the 2 weeks line from Total Recall, and I was like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Watch one day. We're getting to the point where a Fred Rogers post is going to be measured in lives. How many people throw themselves off of a bridge from?
No, I'm getting worried that like my posts are literally like instant manifestations or something. Like what if I just said 2 weeks, and
the whole
like
world
2
is over
fucking
in 2
weeks?
weeks? It's done.
Yes, Grider.
Griday. Gridaire.
I should just go by my real name, but you guys have probably messed that up too. Do you just want to call me Max? Max, you want to call me Bob? You can call me Bob. What about Joe Billy? Billy Bo? Billy Bob? Call me Billy Bob? That'd be better. All right. Here's your newest update, all right? You guys like updates? You guys like to be scared? All right, so here we go. This is uncrated, but it's posted on Reddit with like 11,000 something upvotes, right? I think that adds a little bit of credibility, right? That it's got to be worth something, right? And so it's up in the nest. You see, this is a video that I made. Right, it's the 45-second clip that I put up there. So the video on the right is a video that was allegedly filmed in Neptune, New Jersey. I don't know where Neptune, New Jersey is. Sounds like one of those beach towns, probably. I don't know. Judging by the houses, too, probably a beach town. I don't know. It's in New Jersey, though. Can't be far from the beach, right? So, anyways, allegedly filmed yesterday, the 12th, and that is clear. That's the best low-level footage I've ever seen of what is clearly a B-21 stealth bomber. Like, without a doubt, there's no doubt that that's what it is. And if you see in the middle, so like the middle panel and then the panel on the left is a video that I made about 5 months ago. And it was comparing like what was seen at the Phoenix Lights, that V-shaped, to a B-21 confirmed sighting of like an actual B-21 outside of a Air Force base in California back in 2019. And I think it's definitely the same craft. It's definitely the same aircraft. So why is a B-21? Okay, so if the footage on the right is actually authentic and was actually filmed yesterday and it's not somebody, pulling our leg, then why is a B-21 flying that low over New Jersey with its lights on too? Like, I mean, that's another question. Why with all of its lights on? But why is it flying that low, period? Like, why is it flying over New Jersey during the middle of like a drone flap? But you know what? Even if the footage is not, if it was filmed like a couple of years ago or something, it's not, it's being misrepresented. It's still pretty amazing footage because it's the lowest level, like I said, the clearest footage that I've ever seen of a nighttime flight of a B-21, which is mistaken a lot of the time for, anomalous, NHI craft. But yeah, I just found it pretty interesting. So, be scared. They're probably going to drop a nuke any now over over Newark. So I mean, I would vacate the area probably. I don't know. Retaliatory strikes. I don't know what's going on. Nuclear holocaust, hellfire and brimstone and damnation probably coming in pretty fast. So say your prayers.
I hope you're all shaking in your boots. And fuck you, Fred Rogers, for leaving without saying anything, you dumb bitch.
Co-host me, please.
I'm sure that everybody's in awe. I mean, I'm sure that you're in awe of my excellent reporting, and I just want to know that I'm just like you guys. I mean, I each morning I put on my pants the same way, backwards usually with, a crap stain, still from the night before, but yeah, it's what, it's what we do when we have those pants on though. Right. So, I'm no different than you guys. I just, yeah. You can send money to my Cash App, my Zelle, my Bitcoin address. It's all on my
Buy me a
profile.
coffee app.
Donate to my charity. Buy me a coffee. Yeah. My OnlyFans, which is just me posting videos about UFOs. It's not actually me getting nude.
Hey, Grider, am I going to be okay? I mean, I ain't going to be left behind, am I? Because you got, really? No. Oh, no.
Oh, and you know what? And I've got another exclusive present for you guys. This is I went through the radio transmissions for the New Jersey State Police, Troop B, which is the troop, the group of New Jersey State policemen that patrol the area of Morris County and the other areas where the sightings have been happening. So I've got 3 mentions of the word drone tonight. Do you guys want to listen to them? Yeah, greater play them. Oh, it's so great. Okay. All right, I'll play them. I'll play them just for you guys. So these are the 3 mentions tonight over the New Jersey State Police Troop B radio net of the word drone. Here we go. Oh, you're the best.
Hold on. Why do we care about this audio about these people talking about drones? Why is it relevant or whatever?
Like, you don't want to. Okay, never mind. I won't play it. I won't play it. Never mind.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, can you provide like more info about it?
Grider, you're saying this is the police scanner. These are reports.
I want to hear the three drone drops. I've got some Dromo. That's drone FOMO. So, I mean, it's just 3. Let's do it.
All right. mean,
I'm not
saying,
saying
I mean,
don't
it's
do
like,
it. I'm saying
I
can you
mean,
provide
you're
like
not
more
going to find,
information about it?
I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just saying, I mean, well, like, what can I contribute? I mean, I'm just a guy. Just a guy, I mean, it's nothing. I'm sure, just, I don't know.
Y'all just let him do it. He's upset. Yeah.
Take
He
me
won't
for
be left
granted. Well, I
behind.
mean, I
Tell him, just
took the
go
time to
ahead. Yeah, go on.
transcribe the transcribe should be transcribing fucking, small town. I'm saying.
How
I
did you get your
appreciate it,
hands
but
on?
anyway.
I mean, is that archived? Are the police get transcripts? I mean, are they available?
I
How'd you get that?
slept with a New Jersey State Police sergeant uh, in a parking lot behind a White
Male or
Castle
female?
just like 3 hours ago to get this.
What
Did
was
she
his
bring the
name?
gabagool?
Oh, I gabagooled it all. Yeah, it was highly disturbing. I mean, it was like Ricky's average Saturday night. All right, Ricky, like his average Saturday night. That was what it was, just a little bit less greasy, and less. I don't know. I'm still ashamed. But anyways, this is what I did for you guys. This is what I do. This is what I do for you guys. All right. So here we go. Here we go. Here's the 3 mentions. All right, get ready, brace yourself. It's pretty fascinating stuff. Exclusive. All right, here we go.
Myself are gonna go up there. Probably a bunch of kids drone sightseeing past the tractor spot. Received. I'm in the area. Let me know if you need anything. I'll just go.
Grider, can you turn it up a little bit?
We gave everybody. We gave everybody a warning. They were just out here looking at drones. 2434. I'm okay. Driver is 340 and passenger is showing.
Drone complaint in Stillwater 935 Potters Road.
Traffic's counting.
We're leaving.
Don't know what that ending was about. I think that may have been Event Horizon accidentally playing in the background. Or it could be the invasion happening right now. I don't know. You decide.
Was there any mention of the drones moving in a circular pattern or in a corkscrew pattern?
The only mention were kids going out to view the drones. That was the only mention of the word drone tonight so far. Yeah, to this point in time. I will be checking other jurisdictions when I have time, and I will get back to you guys with any other further drone mentions. Yeah.
Red, I could be totally imagining this, but did I hear like yesterday or the day before you may be saying that there were reports somewhere of people getting sick, like showing up with like GI symptoms or something, or was that something else?
From David Altman, some post from Facebook. Somebody saying they were in the. If you go look at David Altman's account, you can read it. I don't know. It's those unverified ones, but
Gotcha.
I mean, it's like I love that people are like, "That's too stupid." But it's like, bitch, we're a month into these things, thousands of them flying over our skies, and no one knows what the fuck they are. What do you mean it's stupid that they could be also poisoning us? They could also be doing all this crazy shit. Like,
I think the AI has taken over. That's I think that this is I think I think we're seeing like a network of like
that's
AI
honestly on the
controlled
table. I think.
AI ran drones. Huh?
I think that's honestly on the table. It's like a
Yeah,
possibility.
I mean it's like guys look up like I've been saying Project I can't say the word replicator look it up. I've been talking about it but usually not very coherently. I've unfortunately but yeah, and, Replicator, that's the name of the program. I was going into diabetic shock. I'd come to find out the other day in the space that I held when I was going to talk about it. So that was kind of a failure. It turns out that it turns out 200 grams of sugar is not a good thing to intake before a space. Who would have thought? And
Oh, I
so
mean, I
it's
don't know.
yeah, just Project Replicator. Look up Peter Thiel, Palantir. Yeah, it's about to get bad, guys. Like 2025 is going to be a really bad year for humanity. I think it's gonna be rough. So good luck. Buy gold.
Okay, I got
Yo,
something for you. I got something for your ass. So lube up. You ready? All right. Okay, I don't take that as a yes. Let me paint the full picture here. So, like I said, for those that don't know what happened, da, 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 so here on the West Coast, not in New Jersey, we were looking at this series of events that started with some unusual activity that got some of the attention of multiple military and defense organizations. Um, it's like we're talking like a stretch of like the West Coast from like Southern California up to Oregon, with the two key locations being Big Bear area here near LA, and Medford, which is up there tucked up with Southern Oregon. And then Camp Pendleton, which is this a major Marine Corps base in Southern California, sent out 4 Kratos Valkyrie drones. These are like the high performance sports cars of military drones, the really advanced pieces of tech. So they split these drones into 2 missions. 2 were headed north to Medford, and then 2 went to Big Bear, which is kind of up near like the mountains of LA. So things started getting weird when the 2 drones that went to Big Bear made it back to Pendleton, but they had these they're messed up, right? They had these power systems that went haywire, but they hadn't fired any of their weapons. And then the other 2 drones that were went up to Medford, they just vanished. There's no like just complete radio silence, except for this one final like I'm dying beacon signal that came out. They sent some recovery teams out to where they had last heard from the drones, but they came up empty-handed. And these are like multi-million-dollar pieces of like military hardware just gone. And behind the scenes, there's apparently some buzz going around about DARPA. That's like the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, like the crazy like scientists, right? They're like thinking that there's like some new kind of plasma technology that that nobody in the usual security circles knows about that might be happening here. It's an important detail when you hear what happens next. So NORAD, who like watches our airspace, and JSOC, who handle like these special military operations, got together and tried to figure out like what happened here. So their best guess was that there's a 70% chance that this whole thing was caused by some kind of electromagnetic or plasma anomaly. The same kind of thing that DARPA was whispering about. And they considered these other possibilities, like it could be a 15% chance it could be another country, 10% chance it was some private organization, or even a 5% chance that it was some artificial intelligence. But they're pretty convinced it's this plasma thing. And the latest word is that both the FBI and Coast Guard are now combing through the Medford area, trying to figure out what happened to these missing drones. They're checking like all the flight logs and like the radar blips and anything that might kind of give them a clue. But something out there was powerful enough to like knock these 2 military drones out of the sky in a way that's kind of confused all these people, right? And it's happening pretty quiet, right, in these rural areas where there aren't really many people around to see what went down, which is kind of curious, isn't it? It always seems to be the case. But whatever's going on here, it's got these really powerful agencies paying very close attention, So it's probably something to keep an eye on for sure.
Is there anything in Medford? Like any like kind of military base or anything like nuclear worth noting?
There's stuff nearby, but in Medford itself, I'm not so sure.
Oh, Medford's only 5 hours.
They got a Motel 6 with a 3.5 star rating. They got a McDonald's, looks pretty good. Carl's Jr. They got a sperm bank. Take the sperm bank.
Oh, that's why I remember.
I'll tell you what's coming. All right. this is what's going to happen. So like the way, okay, so when you want to approach, like, this is something that I know a little bit about, you know, because I read, like, not personal experience, but just from what I've read. Um, like when you want to look at approaching countering unmanned aerial systems, it's two parts. Okay, so you have to detect, identify, you know, you have to be able to detect the drone first of all, then identify what it is, you know, to discriminate between or to deconflict between like your own assets and then, you know, a adversary drone, right? So how do you detect a drone? Where you can use acoustic, all right, sound, you know, the sound of a drone. They have you know, sensors that are able to you know, here, you know, and they have like files, you know, sound files that they compare it to, and if the sound sounds similar, then it, you know, it pops as like a, you know, a flag, you know, it like it shows up as being a drone. So but that's kind of sketchy. And if you're in a urban area, you know, of course getting a clear sound sample is really really hard with all the other background noise. So and then you've got radar, of course, but if something is low to the ground and going slow, it's really hard to detect it with radar, and also to differentiate between that and like a flock of birds or anything, you know. And then you've got what else you've got? Oh, then
Sonar.
you've got RF sonar. Well, if it's
Or
underwater, yes, sonar.
But I mean, if
Um,
they have the technology to do sonar, they can apply it and reverse it to be in the air at least to detect that certain motions
which would be
or.
radar. Yeah, sonar, like sonar out of the water is basically radar. And then you've got RF. So RF is like detecting the radio frequency that is used to control, you know, but if the drone doesn't have an active RF link, if it's not actively being controlled by radio frequencies, you know, then you're not going to be able to detect that, you know, and then so then you got to identify it, and like keep in mind drones are usually moving pretty fast. They're usually pretty agile. They're not just like sitting in one place. All right, then you got to, you know, deploy like you know, something to take it down, right, or capture it. You can use like a suicide drone, like they have that. They're called kamikaze drones. They just, you know, a drone that runs into another drone. They've got drones that have like nets that can, they literally, a drone can shoot out a net and capture another drone. I've got a video that I'll post up in the nest of that exact thing after I get done talking. It's pretty cool. And the video's filmed from like the drone that gets captured. Then you've got like lasers, directed energy. You've got microwave, you know, energy, which is, you know, basically just like a beam of energy, just that, you know, it basically just makes the drone break apart. Then you've got like spoofing to like, you know, basically make the drone think you're the operator, that you're the one in control, spoof the signal so that they, you know, start, so that the drone takes commands from you, and then you just land the drone wherever. You've got yes, I mean it's like it's super hard though. It's really really hard to take down a drone. Um, it's really really complicated, you know. And I tell you what's coming is like wide area persistent surveillance, like cameras that, you know, can see basically everything that's going on within a city, and they're gonna, under the guise of like counter drone, they're gonna deploy these wide area persistent surveillance systems and acoustic systems, which can hear, you know, an unbelievable amount of sound, you know, in a general area. You know, it's going to be capturing all types of privacy violating information and data. These cameras are the types of cameras that will capture, you know, a lot of non-relevant activity, and how that data and how that, you know, footage is used. Is it going to be used to like prosecute other criminal cases? You know, I probably, right, you would think it's going to be used by law enforcement to do whatever they want to do. It doesn't have to be related to drones. You know, it's kind of like how they use the Patriot Act stuff to go after normal criminals, you know, drug, you know, criminals and stuff like that. So yeah, it's scary, like what could be on the horizon. You know, what is probably on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what Eric Weinstein really fucking dunked on Mick West today. I didn't notice that till just now. You guys see this? You guys, you know what I'm talking about, by the way? This Eric Weinstein tweet about Mick West.
Negative.
Nope.
Please enlighten us.
I guess it was 10 hours ago he posted this. Yeah, 10 a.m. Anyway, I guess that makes it 14 hours. Damn. He says, I don't understand. Okay, so Mick West tweeted that he said, insane, no, Eric Weinstein. It's just people misinterpreting what they see in the sky combined with a lazy, sensationalist media and a government that is aware that sometimes drones are used for bad things, but also not really familiar with this kind of flap. It's simple and stupid. And he responded with, I don't understand Mick. As you know, I am not a believer or experiencer, so this isn't being driven by having a dog in that fight. I do believe that the government is not honest about things labeled UFO and that it has had extensive denied programs that, at a bare minimum, at least involve UFOs as a cover story. But assume what you say is true, all of it, wholesale. Then I want a clean, crisp statement from the security services that this is a giant nothing burger and that mass delusion is what is going on. If this is a mass delusion, make that case. I'm all ears. I'll help make it. Just convince me. You write, it's just people misinterpreting what they see in the sky combined with the lazy sensationalist media and a government that is aware, blah, 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 blah. Well, then you are totally not understanding what is going on. Stipulate for a moment to everything you are saying. What you are describing is an absurd actual security risk, a hysterical population led by incompetent mayors with a government and media that have lost so much credibility that they cannot stop a simple mass delusion which can now easily be weaponized by our enemies. What you are describing is also a security vulnerability to be exploited by our adversaries. You appear to have no idea what you are talking about because you are self-inconsistent. There is no just in the above, sir. The Mick West version of events is still an insane situation. You are simply describing a second insane security situation. I am not in New Jersey, so I have no way to know which it is, but now I know that it is serious either way. Forgive me, Mick, but you are not getting this. Happy to be proven wrong. I return to my original belief. This is a serious situation which, for unknown reasons, the government is not eager to resolve in the minds of the public of which it is supposed to be their extension. The lack of resolution alone is a potentially dangerous situation having to do with public trust and panic. This is an insane situation no matter how you slice it. Yeah, there you go. You agree with them?
I
I
don't know.
do. I do. I think it's ridiculous. I think the American public should be up in arms about how ridiculous the whole situation is.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, unfortunately, it looks like some of the people that represent us are pretty pissed off as well. But I see a tweet here also by the alien interview investigation guy, Stuart Schgo. Is that John Stewart? Is that the same account? I don't know. But it says breaking news: the aerial craft, oh, you spelled aerial wrong, witnessed flying over the East Coast is in part managed, operated, and controlled by the Office of Global Access, a branch of the CIA Science and Technology Directorate established in 2003. Most of OGA's operations involve stray nuclear weapons, down satellites, or adversaries' technology. You're going to take this one to the bank. That's great. Well, I guess that's one identified by John.
Yeah, Gene Ho put out a post yesterday saying the same thing, that it's the CIA.
Oh, it's somebody for sure. This Project Unity says that Chris Bledsoe's I mean, I guess he did say this earlier too. Chris Bledsoe made a harrowing claim when he was on my podcast 3 years ago, given to him by the lady in white that appeared. She spoke of a nuclear strike off the coast of New York via a nuclear submarine. Given the situation in New Jersey, it is ominous. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Who said that? Chris Bledsoe?
Yep.
Out? Where did you send? DM me that, please.
No, I'm sorry. Project Unity is saying this that Chris Bledsoe said. Actually, you were there, right? He said this exact same thing to us when we talked to him. You were probably the one that asked the question.
Probably.
Oh, we got Anna Paulina Luna. She's posting her own like orbs in the sky now. What? She's
I
all
think
over.
this thing's not going to stop. I think this is just going to keep going, and I think it's going to keep going until they can't deny it anymore.
It's like I wouldn't have imagined that we have like people in Congress posting like their own UFO videos and shit. That's great.
Yeah, but you think about it, Logan. Every other way of getting disclosure to the public has failed. So maybe ET has decided, well, fuck it, we're just going to do it ourselves and let it be, let the marbles fall where they may, sort of thing.
Hold up, the people that Tuba interviewed, they filmed another one in Arizona that looks pretty fucking gnarly, dude.
What, those same people?
Yeah, I retweeted it.
Hey, have any of these videos where they're morphing from an orb into a plane, have any of them been like verified as just bullshit or verified as real?
I mean, I don't know. How do you verify it? I mean, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, if it's got an AI signature to it, or if, I mean, you guys do the analysis stuff, surely there's some way of telling if this is an AI generated image or not.
Oh, I thought you meant if it was like a. Yeah, I know you meant like an actual video, like a real video, like not edited video. Okay.
Yeah, no, I've seen some of these videos where it seems to go from a luminous orb into a jet fighter type shape. I mean, it looks too good to be true. You know what I mean? And usually, if it looks too good to be true, that's probably because it's not true.
Oh yeah, what do you think about the MH370 videos?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about videos about these orbs. Don't you try and trigger Panda, Logan. Come on, you know what he's like.
I'm the one who gets triggered, can't cry.
He'll get all furry on us. I hope it keeps going. I hope there's dozens of them over every installation soon, and I hope there's nothing they can do about it.
I mean, they already can't. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I just hope that this is what it seems to be. A come to reckoning, a time of enlightenment, a time when we're going to get to know for sure that we are interacting with things that we can't explain and that they're real and that they're here and they're making themselves known.
Oh, you missed it earlier. I was playing this. Actually, I didn't finish playing it. It was some. Well, regarding I don't know if you heard me what I was saying earlier. I was telling this story about these drones that have gone missing from Kratos.
Yeah, I was listening, but I didn't get the full story. What sort of drones were they, and how did they go missing?
That's classified. No, they're Kratos
Oh,
Valkyrie
well,
drones.
that's as far as that conversation goes, then, isn't it?
No, they're Kratos Valkyrie drones. They're pretty, like, as far as as drones go, they're pretty dispensable, I guess. They can lose them or whatever, and so they're like, all right, it's all right, But although I don't know, even still, it's hopefully someone's actually getting chewed out for that. But they went missing. They don't know how or why. They think there's there was some kind of like a plasma or like electromagnetic.
Well,
Something
if
that
you
happened.
remember correctly, Logan, that happened on the ranch as well with some of the drones that they were using at the Skinwalker Ranch. They were taking directions
The Bunny Ranch?
At the Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, it's pretty hot out there.
Hey, so real quick, so I gotta go, but
No, you don't.
Good morning, Kent, by the way. Nice to see you here. But I posted up in the nest. I made a little video. It covers like every, basically every counter UAS system that we have, and like shows them actually being deployed. Took a
Hey, Grinder, can I
little bit of
ask you a
research, and
question?
hey, old Kent, mate, you shut up and let me finish, mate. Oh, thank you, mate. I've been on
I want to
okay,
ask you
mate.
a question before you run
And
away.
I wanna finish speaking without Kent interrupting me for once,
That's not going to happen.
mate. I mean, all right. Well, you know what I'm just gonna do from now on is when I start talking, I'm just gonna click off my channel where like I'm not gonna be able to hear you. Here we go. I'm gonna try it right now. All right, click off. There we go. Now I
It
can't hear you.
won't
You can
work.
talk all you want. Can't hear you. Yeah, you talking now? I can see you talking. I can't hear you. All right, this is great. All right, so I posted it up. It has like all the current counter UAS systems, so you guys can see like how you take down a drone if you're the government, and like how they would take it down. You can see these are all like considered state of the art and covers basically everything except for the jamming part. So no jamming GPS. At the end, it does have like an RF jammer gun, a drone buster, and then it covers. It doesn't cover like shooting it with a shotgun or something like that, but it does have basically everything else. And so I hope you guys, hopefully some of you guys watch it. So yeah, and I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
All right, Kate, you can talk now.
he's such a pussy. The reason he's doing that is because he didn't do an analysis of my spaces because he knows it would make me look good.
Okay, now I feel like you've just done yourself in there, Ken. Now he has to do it. Robert,
That
you
would
have your
be
hand?
good. I'd like to see it.
I like mystery drone. It has like the ring of like flying saucer, unlike UFO, UAP. UP's the worst of them. Mystery drone that's a fun one. I like that.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun show. Mystery drone. Robert, what's up?
Hey, Logan. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I was just hanging out and loitering, listening. Good discussion. It comes to mind. Like I'm not saying anything, but Russia was saying that if the UK doesn't back off, they're going to send a nuclear drone over there, and launch a tidal wave. But yeah, off the west coast, underwater, there was that earthquake, and then there was a gamma spike in radiation. So people are like, wait, what's with that? And I'm wondering, like, did they inadvertently or come by way strike some undersea base that was, because apparently there's supposed to be an undersea base of UFOs there, and off the west coast somewhere there. And is that what they were hitting just to see what happens, or did they hit it by accident, or there's just the neighborhood didn't like that kind of stuff going on, and so now these little things are coming out of the ocean is what I'm hearing. So and then that's bizarre. And there was a report of something about this UFO came out of the water next to Kuwait. So I'm like, oh no, there goes Kuwait, get out of town. Right, because I want to, go investigate. So I'm wondering, have they stirred the pot or something? And then these things that are real, that to stick to themselves and, kind of go their own way. Are they like now out and about going, hey, what are you guys doing? Are you, what's going on? Right? I'm just saying, like, is it really, alien stuff or I don't know. Just thinking, I wouldn't believe it till I see it, but it makes me wonder. Okay.
What else makes you wonder? By the way, I like how cheery you kind of describe these situations. It's a really good, upbeat turn on it. I like it. Spin on it.
I wonder too. Well, it's not to drag everybody into it. Not like even that Mr. Lazar. He said, well, when you look at it, it doesn't really look like it because of distortion. And so it even, footage or cameras or visual, what you see might not look what it really looks like, though I'm not saying it's transformed into like what a plane. I mean, it's bizarre. I mean, last week, me and John at work, a helicopter did a loop-de-loop and went back on his way. And then the next day, some weird, really bright light came. It was 6 o'clock, not 7 o'clock. We heading east to west, 7 or 8 o'clock, and not 9, but and then it banked left and went back over, to the U.S. part. But it was a big old light. I thought, what the heck is that? Nothing runs that bright during the day, and then it when it banked to the left, it looked like a plane. I thought, well, who needs a bright light like that, and who runs that? Like, anyways, that was weird. But yeah, visually, what you see might not be what it really looks like because it's distorting the, the very optics of, I wouldn't say space, time, feel, all that stuff, the ether, all that. Is it like changing the way light is bending and stuff because it's so high magnetic and high distortion and high, plasma, whatever. So I'm just saying, those fuzzy balls might be just like a sphere, but it's generating so much energy that's all you see. Like the surface of I'm not sure what, ionization of the air around it. I don't know.
Oh, that reminds me. Oh man, there's this picture I have of like an orb, but like this this girl's just like an experiencer, right? She was messing with her phone, and as she was about to take a picture, right? At that exact moment, like this orb approached her, and a being like jumped out of like the orb, kind of like midway through, which I guess is like the only way she kind of was able to capture this image, just because it just happened to pop up on her at that exact weird moment, But
that's
I'm trying to
so
see if I can
wild.
yeah, I gotta see if I
I've
can
got
enhance it.
a theory about the drones that probably nobody else has connected.
All right, let's hear it.
But the problem with it is it's relegated to theory because there'd be literally no way that you could prove this was going on because you'd have to go beyond like the state and international level of crossover. But when you saw Russia deploy the Oreshnik missiles, to me, it seemed like the reason that there's like no information that led up to that, it was just a surprise weapon that changed the nature of modern warfare. There's a possibility that like an extraterrestrial force is just allied with Russia because they saw them as being like the better side to ally with. So the drones could be the same agency that's making sure that NATO doesn't actually create World War III by giving Russia like the appearance of insurmountable arms, and the rest of the stuff that's going on might just be to muddy the geopolitical waters a bit more. And I think that's a lot of what the aliens are actually here to do, is interfere with the system that's like grinding us towards World War III by hook or by crook. And it's not enough to just take one side or the other. You have to actually fuck with everybody to prevent them all putting their wheels together.
Yo, the one that Arizona people caught is fucking gnarly, dude. We're getting invaded, guys. I hope you guys all realize that. I don't know what the next move is or why they're being so bold, but this is more bold than fucking any of the other flaps in history, I think, low key. Maybe just because there's so much. Maybe Colares is the only one where they were a little more bold. Although I think we've already seen footage of these things shooting lasers at people, but people are just saying it's tracer rounds.
Robot, we don't do hands here. Just jump right in, go crazy. Let's go. Woo!
Okay, yeah. I had a fly in my throat. Yeah, no, it's bizarre. It just makes the mind starts wandering. Isn't that what space is all about? Food for thought. It's like being in Plato's allegory of the cave, right? And then they have like a little scene going on, and then the fire casts a shadow on the wall, and all the people that are in there going like, "Hey, that's what's going on." And so they discuss it. They come up with their own, their own version of reality, right? Unbeknownst, we just go outside the cave because apparently that's what happened. They went out and didn't like it, so they went back in. But these UFOs, could there be like more and more and more? Like, are these little drones that like spy on the world and then they go park somewhere? And have they been like sort of, with those cats that are under a blanket, there were like 5 of them. They're all like, I don't know what they're doing. They're just like doing smoogies. And when you open up the cover, all the cats are like, hey, and is that what happened? Did somebody let off some nuclear activity? And then all of these like drones or whatever's, I don't know, maybe they're just where they park. I don't know. Depending if it's AI, if it's autonomic, not artificial, but autonomic system like AI, they might just sit there and just do nothing because they're just programmed to do that. Just sit and wait for something. Anyways, are they all like woken up and they're like, hey, what's going on? Like surprise, and now they're all like searching the world for what are you guys doing? What's up, right? So I'm just because that was my thought, was that because God's so great that there might be advanced stuff long millions of years ago. It's just been we might see like million-year-old ships or new ones. I never know, but they could be just sitting. And this is my theory that rather than go at the speed of light, to gain time, right? For this weird effect that happens to this area, because if you travel out in space, apparently you gain like 1.7 factor, right? So, you're gone for 5 years, you come back, 36 is gone by on Earth. But anyways, what if you just open a wormhole and then have the wormhole move at the speed of light? Would you then be out of our time and into something else, like Ms. Laura says, Bob Lazar? And then, it might just sit there. So there might be thousands of ships running little wormhole deal, I don't know. And they're just sitting there, all of a sudden this blast goes off and knocks them out of their wormholes. Now they're all like, what the heck? And that was my other thought, was that perhaps somehow, somewhere, because there's a lot of weird stuff that happens. Maybe there are ships in that theory that are locked in a wormhole and they're just sitting out somewhere in the local vicinity, that's a new word I created, vicinity of our sun area, our solar system. And they're just sitting there and they're actually going through time. They're from the past, but they're going to jump into the future just by sitting there in their wormhole. And if they're automated or autonomic, they might just park like the Borg. And then all of a sudden they pop out, maybe they might have a timing effect where they come out at certain times. I really wouldn't know what would, I'm not sure. But anyways, who knows? But that was my thoughts. So an invasion would be with, if that technology did happen or was real, that they could be just, assuming they're going at the speed of light, but they're just doing a wormhole, moving that at the speed of light. So they're actually traveling in time, but you can't see them. And then they pop out or somewhere magic out of nowhere because they just shut off the wormhole and then they appear, right? So anyways, I just thought, that would be weird if that happened, that they not attacked, but just showed up all of a sudden, ba-boom-ski. They're already here. They were just locked in a wormhole. Anyways, that's Outland.
That's a really cool theory. I want to take that a bit further, but I just wanted to really quickly address the allegory of the cave because it's one of my favorite philosophical allegories, and you got the gist of it, but there's a very important point where there's only one man who left the cave, and he discovered that there's a world outside the cave. So he comes back to tell all the people in the cave, and what they ask him to do is meet the burden of proof through shadows and firelight. Like if you can prove that this outside world is there by making hand puppets, then we'll go on this apparent journey that you want us to go on. But they essentially just didn't believe him because they didn't have any reference for the outside world. So the allegory is meant to teach you to think outside your own experiences.
That's so awesome. I guess for me, in a sense that if you're like, I'm happy living paycheck to paycheck. I work, but then there's not a lot I can do. I invent things to do or have hobbies and stuff or whatever. Or just hang in spaces, but it's when you're like, you can't be out on your yacht or I don't like flying, but something your race car, right? Ferrari, rebuilding Ferrari engines and then racing them. That'd be fun. But I can't, right? So I'm happy to just explore like ideas on spaces and listen to people. It's actually way better.
So I cleaned up that radio, I guess is that what it is? A radio, from the pilots with the control towers that they were talking about, like these weird objects they caught on their that they were watching on with their eyes, I guess actually. But we never finished listening to it earlier, but want to re-listen to it again? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I cleaned up some of that radio static, so it'll just sound like regular people talking now, I think. You're gonna need like another 20 seconds.
Okay, can I say one thing then? Yeah, because I once. Okay, two things. I once saw this video where there was this missile launched, just some secret video, black and white, and this missile got launched, and then this UFO, like a disc shape, it came zooming in and went bzzz, and then flew the other way, angled around, bzzz, and then flew back around, bzzz, and then flew off, and the missile kind of just went, back down to Earth. And I was like, wow, that's really attacky. That's sort of like, worse than a cat. Like it really attacked. It was good at it. Like it was nothing new. It had the maneuvers. Anyways, but then there's these orbs, and they seem a bit tactical. I think if they zoom past, something made out of electronics in some device we have, it might just bust the semiconductor material and just like just fry. It'll just fry the circuits. Moving that much energy past the circuit will just pop the semiconductor material. So, but yeah, and just wondering, these orbs are tactical, but all these other like little bright orby now. So they're just like, whoa, what's with that? Because I was watching an Iran video, they were shooting at it, like they're pretty good at it. And I think I seen another video of someone else in North America shooting at it. So I'm wondering, hey, well, what's going to happen from that, right? So, I still think this is a smoke out. This is somebody smoking these things out, right? Because, like they're sort of docile, right? They're just floating around. So who knows? That's the weird part. They're not attacking, right? Mars isn't attacking. So maybe these are just AI drones, autonomic drones, and they don't know what to do. So they'll just, make an appearance. I'm not sure. But I've seen them when they group, they'll all be like 5 or 6 in a big chain, and then one will disappear, and then another one will appear back, onto the other side. But if you look closely, that line of orbs, they move in like a squadron, and one will move out, and it'll go way 5 miles back, and then loop back and come and then park right next to the other orbs. So they won't start and stop at each other, because I think it'll, blow them out of the sky. And so that's how they maneuver. They zoom way out that way and zoom back and park right next to the other orb. It's bizarre. I'm like, why would they do that? Because you can see it. So, anyways, I'll shut up.
Do you have any memory or experience in like the UFO community going back to like around the year 2000 when we had the internet now and there's like all this footage? Because what's interesting to me is that like this international news event of like fleets of drones taking over America, like this has been happening in South America for a really long time. Like fleets of orbs, you can find tons and tons of videos of this happening in places like Venezuela, Peru, Argentina, pretty much anywhere. And what I think happens is they do reveals to certain cultures at certain times when it's critical for them to start thinking beyond their own like national borders and an implied cosmic border that they've put on their own reality. So you can see a track change with the South American cultures that started to come in after this phenomena started to really take off, and it partners to like the idea that we've got to lift up our consciousness to a higher level that transcends conflict. And it's a little bit Star Trekky when you put it that way, but it's about something deeper about the human spiritual experience. And I think that's really what the prompting is for the US. It's like, wake up, your leaders are about to drive you into war, and they're already borderline blacklisted by most of the world, who can now acknowledge that Israel is a problem for everybody. So I think whatever is going on, like whoever's doing it, they're doing it for that specific reason I entailed.
For your listening pleasure, this is I think it's Oregon. Yeah, so these are audio recordings of radio traffic between multiple aircraft pilots who reported UFOs over the Oregon coast. The pilot of a Pilatus P-712 reported they had an object on traffic alert and collision avoidance system, which is an airborne system that helps prevent mid-air collisions between aircraft. And Air Route Traffic Control Center, located in Seattle, advised the crew to maneuver as necessary. Note this recording is blah 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 blah. Okay, never mind. So yeah, this was recorded December 8th, between 8 and 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, over the skies of Oregon. So, this is during the time of when these drones that I was talking about before. Same day, I think. So. Oh, you can't hear that. But okay, try that again.
Hey, Center Horizon 2207, got time for a question?
Horizon 2207,
Hey, just wondering if you have any aircraft at our 10 o'clock out over the coast that you're aware of. Kind of some interesting looking lights out there. Not satellites, but maybe aircraft.
How far out? I do have an aircraft at your 10 to 9 o'clock and about 120 miles out.
Possibly, yeah. It looks like at least 4, though. Something flying. It's not satellites because they're changing direction. And it's strange looking. I've seen this a few times over the last month in the same area.
Alright, 927, Roger. How far out at your 10 o'clock and are they at a similar altitude as you?
It's really hard to tell. They seem quite far and probably the same altitude or higher.
Roger, thanks for the report.
Thank you. Hey, Justin, you got 1596.
That's 1596, bud.
Is there any military activity out straight ahead of us?
At 1596, no, we're not seeing anything. I had another one report at like 30,000 feet in the Eugene area. We're not sure what it is.
Yeah, there's lots moving out there.
1596, yeah, they're looking into it.
Okay. And where is that at? For 661 in the Fox?
661 in the Foxtrot, goodbye. You know, to 1596, does it still look like it's in the Eugene area?
Yeah, just straight west of Eugene. I mean, we're seeing 3 or 4 targets. You know, they're all altitudes up and down. It's pretty crazy.
You know, 1596, does it look like it's about at your altitude of 260?
There was some at 30 probably. I mean, they're shooting way up. We say maybe up to the 50s, it looks like.
1596, right? Medevac 1 in the Fox, did you copy?
Yeah, I heard it. We'll be looking at pictures on the Fox. That thing too, that'll hold way in.
This is Eric 2207. Block A35, do you see any lights or aircraft movement out here like 3 o'clock there? I have a couple aircraft reporting it. Okay, 35, Roger, thank you. And you can contact Seattle Center 12518 today. Medevac 1 in the Fox, Pacific Northland Airport.
Check North Bend Airport. And is there traffic actually out about our 2 to 3 o'clock? About, I don't know, 20, 30 miles?
Medevac 1 in the Fox, no, is that the 4 different lights going up and down? I'm getting a few reports, but you're seeing it right in front of you now too as well?
It's 2 to 3 o'clock off, that 2 to 3 o'clock from our position. So it's about 20 miles going in circles.
Medevac 1 in the Fox, yeah, we're not seeing anything. Getting a lot of different reports out there. Some at 30, some all the way up to 50,000, about 3 or 4 different lights. Does it look like they're around your altitude now?
No, there's one way up high and one about my altitude. Moving in like a circle, like a corkscrew pattern.
Medevac 1 in the Fox, Roger. Medevac 1 in the Fox, just looking into this a little bit more. Could you give me another more accurate report, please?
All right, I'm visually have eyes on what looks like an aircraft strobe that's at my 2 o'clock and 22 miles at my altitude. I'm actually showing him on VCAS. Do you see that one?
Medevac 1 in the Fox, I do not. Instead of how stretch and maintain 14000.
Instead of maintaining 14000, Medevac 661 in the Foxtrot. He looks like he's moving towards, it looks like it's moving towards the north. Like I said, 22 and a half miles off my right wing. Medevac 661 in the Fox.
Medevac 1 in the Fox, thank you.
And center, Medevac 661 in the Fox. Medevac 1 in the Fox, go ahead. Just had another one show up about my 1 o'clock, about 1,000 feet high, zipping towards us and then back out towards the ocean. It's red in color, moving at extreme speeds. I don't even know how to describe that faster. So I'm 661 on the Fox.
Pacific Northland Foxtrot Roger. You are cleared to maneuver as necessary left and right to avoid the UFO out there, and all the reports you give us are good information. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yep.
Medevac 1 Fox. Any chance you're able to film any of that?
We're trying right now. One in the Foxtrot. It's weird. It's a red circular shape, and it keeps zipping out towards the ocean, and then coming back in about 20 miles or closer to us, and it zips back out of the ocean. I can't see it. One in the Fox.
Thank you. Medevac 4 Fox 8.
Say again, report on the one on the Fox.
The report in the Foxtrot said you can expect that approach. Thank you. Dallas altimeter is 3017. Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot. Any chance I can throw you my number, and if you get a video of or a picture, you can send it our way. A lot of controllers here pretty interested in seeing what you're looking at there.
Yeah, let me get a piece of real quick. Hang on 1 second. All right, 1 Lima Fox, I'm ready.
All right, 1 Lima Foxtrot, area code 42555.
All right, 42555. I have my mentor in the back trying to film it too. They're watching the same thing I'm watching up here.
All right, 1 Lima Foxtrot, appreciate it. And name, or shoot me a text, picture, photo, whatever you got. So we're all pretty curious.
Will do. 1 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, descend pilot's discretion, maintain 10,000, 10,000.
Pilot discretion 10, 10,000. 1 Lima Fox.
Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. You can, I'll let the next controller know of what's going on there. And again, you are free to move left or right as necessary. You can contact them on 127.55. Any updates would be appreciated.
All right, you said you want me to switch to 127.55 for 1 Lima Fox?
Affirmative.
And center Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. Pass along what's going on off to the right of my aircraft. It's still continuing. It's a red, we're only seeing one. It's a red circle-shaped object that's zipping out over towards the ocean. It disappears for a little bit, and then it zips back in about 20 miles from us off the right side of the aircraft. It's picking it up on VCAS. It comes back in, and then it zips back out over the ocean at a rapid rate of speed. Faster than anything I've ever seen now. 1 Lima Fox. I'm trying to get a video of it.
Coast Guard 6063, just north of Newport. You monitoring frequency? Coast Guard 6063, just north of Newport. You on frequency?
Well, at North End, reporting a quarter now. I think we're going to have to return to Aurora for Medevac 661 on the Fox. Cleared via direct Medevac 661 on the Fox. 125.8 Medevac 661 on the Fox. Seattle Medevac 661 on the Foxtrot. 14,000 heading 330 just for a couple minutes away.
Medevac 661 to the Foxtrot Sales Center. Welcome back. Salem altimeter 3028. You are cleared to maneuver however you like. One able to proceed direct to Aurora State and advise.
All right, one able direct Aurora State. We'll let you know we're direct to Aurora. Medevac 661 on the Foxtrot. For an update on that thing, it keeps zipping in to just barely over Florence and then back out over the ocean.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, thank you. Yeah, we have a Coast Guard helicopter that's heading down that way. They're just southwest of Newport now. I'm trying to get a hold of them, but no joy, unfortunately.
Roger that. It's definitely higher than the Coast Guard helicopter. I'm sure they're pretty low, aren't they?
Yeah, they're down around 600 feet, but they are just off the coast, so I was hoping they could see anything. I don't know if there's cloud cover, though. My flight 1 Lima Foxtrot. Any chance you want to hit that guard, or that Coast Guard there on guard? Our transmitters probably can't reach them that low, but you should have a pretty good line size. Coast Guard 6063. Coast Guard 6063. We just want to hit them on 121.5 there and have them track them up on frequency. Just a question.
All right, I'll try to get them Coast Guard 6063. That's what you said?
Affirmative.
Coast Guard 6063, this is Medevac aircraft 661, Lima Foxtrot, how do you hear? Coast Guard on guard frequency, this is Medevac 661, Lima Foxtrot, how do you hear? Coast Guard 6063 on guard on 1215, Medevac 661, Lima Foxtrot, how do you hear?
Coast Guard calling Seattle Center, actually looking for the Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot, that Medevac is on 125.8.
And Center Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot, couldn't reach him on guard.
Okay, thank you for trying the station call. Coast Guard 6063.
Coast Guard, this is Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. Seattle would like to talk to you on 125.8. That's frequency 125.8. Seattle Center has a couple questions for you.
Seattle Center 125.8.
Alright, Seattle just got a hold of us to contact you on 25.8. That's Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, appreciate the report. Coast Guard 6063, Seattle, how do you hear? Hey, I got you 5x5 as well. I know you guys are probably on search and rescue out there. I just wanted to give you a report up ahead, about 20 miles. There's been several reports now of UFO activity moving what appears to be supersonic speeds, kind of inland and then back over the water. We've had multiple altitude reports that out there if you saw anything. Coast Guard 606 Security, Roger. Thanks for the reports, and yeah, you can switch back to your frequency if you do happen to see anything out there that looks a little suspicious. It's been reported red and circular, moving really, really fast. If you see that, if you could just come back to positive frequency and let us know, I'd appreciate it. I'd recommend Fox, I appreciate the report. And if I didn't give it to you earlier, Salem altimeter 3028, descent pilots discretion maintain 10,000.
Discretion 10,000, 3028 on the meter, and my night crew said they got some good videos they're going to send and they will get over to you guys. This is on the box.
Can't wait. Plus 1100, unusual report for you. That's a multiple UFO reports. Most recent one was 50 miles west of your position over the coast. Circular, red and white. We've had reports of it at 14,000, and then it'll shoot up as high as 550 is the highest report, in kind of a corkscrew pattern, moving at what appears to be supersonic or even hypersonic speed. So if you can look out that way and just let us know if you see anything, or if it's wherever you see, we appreciate a report.
Yeah, of course, we'll look west, last 1100, thanks.
Yeah, we got time for a question. Yeah, absolutely. How did you get such an accurate description? Was that from another air crew that reported all that? So we actually had a medevac Pilatus that was southbound, and it appeared to, it was out over the ocean, and then it came and buzzed them about 20 miles away, same altitude, and then shot back out over the water at a very, very, very fast speed. And then we also had a aircraft in high altitude that was, I believe, at 39,000, and it just shot up past him and in front of him and went way up and then kind of corkscrewed back down. Again, very, very fast. So we're trying to figure out what it is. We don't have anything on our radar, not even a little primary target for it.
Wow, thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Medevac 1 in Fox, appreciate all the reports. You can contact Port on approach now on 118.1, that's 18.1. Have a good night.
18.1, we'll send you the videos on the land.
Thank you.
Yeah, Center Horizon 2065. Just want to verify, is there UFOs out there tonight?
President 2065, yep, had quite a few of them now out over the coast. Trying to figure it out. Thankfully, we have a Pilatus. I gave him my number earlier and he can set us some photos and videos because we're all pretty curious. But yeah, a little unidentified flying object appearing to move at hypersonic speeds with precision and turning. And yeah, we're all a little perplexed. We don't see anything on our end.
Oh, that's awesome. Is there any way you can share those photos and videos as well?
I'm talking to Supplement Supervisor Shane Lowy from the guy. President 2065, actually grabbed his number there from Residence Tower. I just forwarded it to them. Yeah, you can shoot me a text, and whenever I get those photos, I'll send them out to you. And I have no idea what to expect, but we're all pretty curious here.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I will definitely do that.
Last 1100, contact Portland approach 118.1.
18.1, hope we all figure that out, last 1100.
Yeah, me too.
Logan, can
Yeah, I was trying to find some.
you DM me that?
Yeah, I was trying to find some other reports of like if this stop doing that, of like other like red UFOs or whatever. I found one that was in Cedar Rapids in Iowa. It says after July 4th fireworks in Cedar Rapids, 2 separate red circular lights were observed. The witness described these lights as having the same shape, color, and intensity. This sighting bears a striking resemblance to the Oregon reports because of the red circular appearance. Yeah.
It was going so fast, but did I hear him say at one point that there was Coast Guard reports of the same red thing happening off the coast of Mexico a month ago? Trying to make French toast while I'm listening, but I swear I heard him say that off the coast of Mexico a month ago.
I guess no one, no one. I didn't hear that. No, I didn't. But yeah, you probably heard medevac. You probably thought you heard Mexico.
Could be.
Because yeah, there was no mention of Mexico when they were talking. I don't think.
I thought it was he was mentioning Coast Guard reports from Mexico, but yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I have the transcript right here, and there was no mention of Mexico.
Okay, cool. That's pretty astounding. I mean, not the Mexico thing, just this is all astounding.
Yeah, what do you think those pilots were looking at? You think?
Now coming out of the ocean again. I mean, yeah, it could be testing tech.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that is the place to do it, I suppose. Or if you're UFOs, I mean, you're probably best to be doing your shit out there too. Why do it over the land?
I keep telling y'all, it's a 10-year-old in Papua New Guinea with a Wi-Fi connection.
Logan, can you give me those audio things?
Yep, I'm just trying to save them now.
Damn for.
So as the activity increases, what do you think would happen next, hypothetically? Honestly, because I see these videos of people shooting at these drones, like, could we be provoking them if it is a them?
People are shooting at them?
Yeah, I saw a video of someone shooting tracer rounds at a drone. But like that right there could provoke an attack from them if they are an NHI and not a drone. Either way, I mean, it could provoke an attack either way.
I don't imagine that like some like redneck shooting his shot at a UFO is enough to provoke an alien invasion. I imagine the UFO would probably just lay the smackdown on that redneck and call it a day.
Right? Here, let me shine this light on you real quick. Vaporize the shit out of you.
I bet you they've already killed people.
Oh, look at the cow mutilations.
Yep. That happened in Colares too. And it's probably like they're probably some I think the Reddit or that 4chan leakers, right? Some AI self thing and like it's picking up on something being wrong with the world. And like if someone shoots at it, it's probably gonna shoot back. But not even some like try and kill all humans thing. But who knows, maybe that is in the cards, but yeah. Like it just views us like it views the rabbits and the cattle.
Ducks in a barrel.
Kurt.
Hey, Logan. Hey, guys. I just wanted to just get your take on kind of the big picture with it. You know, what Trevor was just saying. What's the next thing that happens with all this? You think that, when this proves out, it's not ending, obviously, yet, and it proves out to be something significant for our government that has to in some way react. I don't think our current government is prepared at all, even if they're behind it or not. It's just handled poorly. But I think the next step is going to be they need to set it up so they can take control of what is required by the public. And I wonder if there's something that they're trying to lead us into with that, because it's a freaking clown show on, if you watch, legacy media and all that crap. I mean, that's a joke. And, and it's just, everybody's talking about it. It's like they got it right. I've been going through Panda's stuff, man. I have to say real quick, Panda, that when I first saw that that picture of Tony Soprano looking up into the light, I was laughing my ass off. That was just so perfect at that moment a few days ago. But I don't know. I mean, what are we being set up for? I'm just kind of throwing it out there, what people think, because kind of waiting in limbo, spinning our wheels, talking about it, right?
What else can we do?
Do you think, is there a point when the government will step in and act out whatever they're going to act out? Or, like, what was the Chinese spy balloon? They finally shot it down because of, what was that? Because they were pressured to? I mean, I don't remember how that all went through, but I don't know. This is something that's, and again, there's a lot to go through. This is cool. Listen to this too, Logan. Appreciate it. But it is just pretty astounding to see where this ends up, because it's all wide open.
Chris Bledsoe's gonna be great. There's gonna be a nuke probably that goes off soon in New York.
It's like anything and everything is possible at this moment right now.
This is unlike anything we've ever experienced as a country, I think, right? They were able to really, the previous flaps, they were able to really keep under control. But this one, there's just too much footage, yo.
Yeah. It's like
too much footage.
Totally, exactly. I'm just glad to hear you say that, because I know you're on top of it, and I'm looking at it from just my normal everyday stance, and it's just, it is, this is different. It's got a different feel. It's got a different vibe. Not just the news and people talking about it. So I'll be following through.
So, I don't know if there's any reports of like injuries or people being attacked or whatever, but I don't know if we're even able to say that it's like a nefarious intent that's going on. Like, there's, I think, two kinds of HI or ET, or what you want to say. There's light and dark. And even within that, it's like not every grey is a dark grey, and not every being that presents itself like an angelic is actually presenting that way. If you read the Bible, you'll understand all that.
So
There's
Greater,
another.
let me ask something. Like Greater, Greater was playing something earlier where they mentioned drone 3 times, and I thought that's great. But I know if you're listening, Greater, like they mentioned UFO, like I think maybe a few times as well in this.
Grider, do you love the
Or
smell of disclosure in the morning?
Real quick, like, I need to issue a retraction, and unfortunately, I'm
4
not
times.
deleting my damn post this time. So, yeah, that about that B-21 bomber. Well, it turns out there's a reason that the person who posted that video left the sound out of it, because that's like a C-17. It's not a B-21 bomber. I mean, the lighting looks look pretty similar to me, but no, that's like a big cargo plane. So
You know where
I
you
mean,
fucked up?
according to some experts, but I'm not deleting this post this time. All right, this shit's going viral. I'm gonna leave it up. All right, I'm done deleting my post. All right, but yeah, I'm probably gonna have to probably screwed up on that.
Better delete that post, boy. Better delete it. So earlier you were saying that like this is 100% a bomber, 100% B-21 bomber, and I thought there's no way this is a bomber now. He's just completely made it so it's anytime anyone says it's 100% something, it never is that thing. So that's when I knew it wasn't that.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So you knew, but you didn't let me know. All right, that's cool. That's cool, man. Let's see how it is. You let me fall on my face. I mean, I would expect it from Red, or like maybe from from Ricky, but from you, Logan, really just
I mean, I
really
can't.
upset, man.
If I was to tell you, then it wouldn't. It might not happen. You know, I can't get in the way of destiny.
All right. I see how it is. I mean, this is like I'm telling you, like, they're swing and a miss. I mean, somehow it's like I'm still swinging and a missing. This should be like a debunkers or like a skeptics, dream scenario right now. This flap, it's like this is like teed up for like skeptics to like win, and I'm just like somehow finding a way to lose, which really just says a lot about me. I hope everybody's taking notes. But let's see how viral this goes. I'm gonna go on and post a correction right now. I'm gonna, with the correct information.
Look,
I'm
I
not
think
deleting the post.
it's good to
See how
leave
big it gets.
fallible information up because it shows that you're fallible and that you know it. You know what I mean? It's better to qualify that instead of try to scrub the record and try to make it show that you only ever show the truth. Because who knows what the truth is?
No, wait. So, thank you, but like the idea behind like I deleted my most popular post because I considered it that if I left it up, it would be like inducing, it would be adding to the panic. That's why I deleted. Like I deleted a post that was at the time and still, I mean, yeah, like it was my most popular post. Had like 500 likes. It was on its way. Like it was going viral, but it was misinformation. It was like a screenshot of a flight tracking a drone flight out of like the Langley area. But it turns out that that flight that drone was on, it was a normal flight. It's like a normal routine flight that drone takes out of that base like once or twice a month. And somebody pointed that out to me, and I just deleted the post because I was like, well, if I leave it up, people are going to be like, oh my god, the drone's flying near Langley. Oh my god, it's World War III. It's coming. It's going to just add to like it wasn't because I wanted to give the appearance of me like being truthful. Actually, as a matter of fact, like I posted a screenshot of the post, and like said that I deleted it, posted that. I was just taking away the I just took away the virality of like that misinformation. I don't know. I mean, like, Logan, what's your stance? Like, do you think deleting posts that end up being misinformation, or do you think leave them up? Like, what's your stance on that? What's your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that.
Are you kidding me right now? I was removed from my own fucking space! My own goddamn place! And I need to be nice about it? Fuck you! Are you kidding me?
Classic.
Yeah, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna do that to you one day. Yeah, just to see what happens. See if it still works. Test the bug out.
Does that come through really loudly?
Please do.
Yeah, I forgot about that aspect. It is oh shit, it's 1:20 in the morning. Yeah, you're right. Maybe that was a little too loud. I'm sorry about that if I just woke somebody up.
So, if
Red,
you guys,
what's your opinion on leaving up misinformation as opposed to deleting it?
well, I think any information is just a litmus test for anybody to like practice their discernment. You know what I mean? Like I'm very anti-regulating information because it's there to be filtered by the individual. You know, at most
My
you'll
take on
learn that like this person's a total moron, and this person's like got a theory that nobody else has, but we could follow it. You know.
Y'all have a good night. I'm heading off to bed. See you tomorrow.
Peace and love.
Good night. If there is a tomorrow.
So, if I said like the technology that ET uses has total inertial control, would you understand what I meant?
No.
Yeah.
But I would tell you that I do.
Basically, like any
wait. I mean,
any kind of force that could be exerted on the craft basically isn't exerted on the craft, so it moves with zero friction, and that means it can completely control its rate of movement. And anything that you'd try to say shoot at a genuine higher intelligence craft like any kind of physical ordnance isn't going to actually impact the craft, because as soon as it gets close enough to it, it's going to lose all its inertia and trigger a sensor where the craft just shifts up, and it'll either stop dead or pass straight through it. I mean, that's based on like experiences I've had.
I would say delete that tweet. If I was if it were me, I would just delete it, because like what you were saying, it just the less incorrect information that's put out there, probably the better, just in case people come across that. I think that would be my take on it anyway. And Greta, where are we with the naming of the people? Greta, did you hear what we were playing earlier about these drones and them going missing?
Logan, where are they missing from?
Medford.
No, I didn't. But you know what? You've got idiots out there posting videos of B-21 bombers, that are actually cargo planes, and a bunch of other nonsense with helicopters and stuff. So, like, I don't really believe like whatever is being put out there. To be honest, you got a bunch of misinformation out there. But I don't know, nuclear bombs on the loose and snukes and suitcase nukes, and I'm not. My confidence level on this flap is diminishing. Exponentially. Diminishing like as time goes on. Usually due to my own inadequacy, but that's just how it goes, I guess. I got you thinking. That's funny, huh?
Hey, what's up, Evangeline? Welcome up. Evangelion.
I gotta go. Peace out.
Peace out, Greg. Have a great night.
Peace.
What's up, y'all? I just wanted to throw in the mix. I think the only drone video really worth talking about is the Tony Yates ABC7 New Jersey film crew. They film what looks like the classic, like, those FedEx pilots over Mexico a while back, filmed out of the cockpit, the classic just pulsing high energy orb. And the ABC film crew just straight up films it. So, most everything's just looked so crazy prosaic with red and green lights and everything. But then, like a needle in the haystack, you get like one crazy ass video. I think it's the only one really worth talking about. And NHI or not, That's some serious energy. Whatever that pulsing orb is, that's some crazy energy.
Yeah, I love all the quick debunks of like, no, that's a star. It's like, I'd like to imagine that this lady would know what a star is.
It totally looks like the classic, like every UFO nerd, hunts for, video sightings where it's that classic, like plasmic pulsing orb. I mean, there's just nothing like it. And it doesn't look like, star off gassing or whatever in the atmosphere. It's too classic UFO video to me.
Looks like a Chris Bledsoe orb too, by the way.
Exactly. So, like, what is that? And is that fool really summoning those things?
I have no idea, man. That's crazy. Can we listen to this one too, Logan? This one I clipped. I'll DM you. The News Nation guy's been killing it out there. He's all shook about it. I'll DM it to you, Logan. His footage is pretty good too, but I'm telling you, I think these things mimic planes. But they all look like retarded versions of it. It's like they're trying to mimic a
So
plane, but they're just
you
like
remember
retarded.
9/11, right? With the idea of the fake planes?
Oh no, send me that.
Well, I remember it because I'm that old, but there was a lot of people who said that the planes were kind of fake. They might have been holographic or whatever, but there was a smaller thing that was more like a missile that like the plane was being projected around. I mean, that theory kind of went by the wayside with the diehard groups of like architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. They deal with more like the physics of the collapse. But just recently, I've been doing some like video slowed down frame by frame investigations of from the ground footage of the day, and I found something which looks like a UFO coming out of the smoke. And there's a few other points of like the way that the towers collapse that seem to imply directed energy weapons that's on a scale a little bit more advanced than you see from human beings. So if you followed that theory to imply that like the start of the war on terror was actually an alien invasion, and they don't tell us about that because we're not really prepared to know how to fight with a race that knows how to shapeshift into, say, Muslim terrorists. And this is where I go with it next, is that the entire return to barbarism in the Middle East is because they're not Middle Eastern people at all. They're like shape-shifting fucking lizard people or something, and that's why they're so bloodthirsty. I mean, it's a crazy theory, but here we are.
Can you play the one I just DM'd you, Logan? And I'm glad you're up here talking, Evangelion. You've been posting good stuff or letting me know about shit, so it's cool to hear you up here.
Yeah, Red, thank you for all the stuff that you've been posting on this stuff. The community's really benefited from it. So, yeah, big shout out, bro.
Isn't it a crazy time to be alive, man? This is like the most. This exceeds Michigan 1966. This exceeds Phoenix Light. Like we haven't seen anything like this even in the UFO world. Like this is crazy, bro. Colaris is the only thing semi-comparable, in my opinion.
What about Gulf Breeze? What do you think in comparison?
Well, actually, maybe that too. I need to look into that more because that was kind of an extended period of time too, where people were reporting very similar shit, right? That was like what, a month, 2 months?
Yeah, totally. It was over quite a while, a few weeks at least.
Spotting them in Monmouth County. That's where I live. Coming back home, I got a tip. Monmouth County, they're spotting them in Monmouth County. That's where I live. So I raced up here and I tried to figure out where the picture was that somebody sent me. And sure enough, I saw one. So I trailed it to a neighborhood, a dead-end street, and I got out of my car and I took my phone out with my iPhone, and I couldn't really capture it, but I was staring literally at this drone 200 feet above me, maybe. I called our photographer, Nick, and I said, get up here as soon as you possibly can. Meet me at this location, etc. I tracked a few more to the location where we are right now, over a body of water behind us. And I got to say, Brian, over the next 2 hours, we saw dozens and dozens of these things, and they look like nothing you've ever seen before. I'm not even sure I'm right in calling them a drone. You know, they looked like they were fixed wing aircraft. They had multiple, you know, blinking lights. They did not look anything like a plane, because there's plenty of planes flying overhead. Like tonight, they're not here. We're seeing just planes. Last night was totally different. They look creepy, and they move at a different pace. We tried to even follow a couple. They went off in the distance and disappeared. It's completely rewired my brain on this topic, and I'm a believer, and we need answers, and we don't have answers, and we need someone to step up and say, here is what's going on, because otherwise, like, we're heading down this path in New Jersey and these states where people are just going to take this into their own hands.
Yeah, and I'm looking at your video right now. We have it in the middle of the screen. I know it's tough at night when you're using your iPhone and it's pitch black. You said you were near the water, but so it's kind of hard to see. But, you know, we've heard these reports from people, but hearing it from you, Rich, as our investigative reporter, knowing you, knowing the kind of work you do, it is kind of freaky to hear you say that that you couldn't identify it. Describe it a little more. I mean, how big, and, you know, when I think of a drone, you think of like the, you know, it's got the four, it's almost like a little helicopter with the four rotors. Are these not, do these look different than that?
They look different. They almost look like a U-shaped or a V-shaped. They didn't make a sound. It was, you know, a couple 100 feet above us. They, you just didn't know what you were looking at. It was moving across the sky very quietly, and we kept saying to each other, like, Nick and I, like, what are we looking at? Like, are you getting the shot, and what the heck are we filming? There's a couple shots you can see where you can see that it's fixed wing, and it doesn't look like a plane. It almost looks like inverted. It sounds crazy as I say this now, Brian, like that's what you're seeing on the screen. That's what we were seeing right above our heads. And it happened till about 11:30 at night. And then it started to like die off. And I was like, we can stay out here all night. But I went to bed. This is my community. I've never seen these things in the sky over my community before. I went to bed thinking, like, this is wild. These things are flying over our homes, over our residences. There's a military Earl, which is a munitions depot just like about 1.5 miles behind me. They've reported sightings of these things above, and they said they're ready to take action if they need to. This is for naysayers out there, like, this is real.
So how many did you see at once, Rich? Was it just the one, or?
Well, no, I think we would see a couple at a time in various parts of the sky over this water. And we'd be like, oh, we didn't get this shot on that one. And they'd be like, well, wait, we'll just wait. You know, I'm sure there'll be another one. And sure enough, like, one started creeping towards us. And it's like, it felt like I was in a bad sci-fi movie, like that it was just that I was placed in, but it involved my actual hometown. It was very, very surreal.
I mean, to hear you saying this, again, it just sort of hits me in a different way coming from you. Wow. I want to go to Dr. Ramsland now. Dr. Ramsland lives in Pennsylvania. If you ever told me that I would be asking Dr. Ramsland about drones flying near her home, and we usually talk to her about killers, I wasn't expecting this, but they said, Dr. Ramsland's seeing the drones. What did you see?
A similar experience tonight, actually. It started last night. We were hearing about them in New Jersey, and suddenly we're in eastern Pennsylvania. It's as if they migrated over. I called a couple of friends, and we were texting each other as we were all of us seeing them in different areas. And the one tonight, I saw one going west. It was red blinking lights like this one. Another one was coming toward it from the west going east. And then the westward one suddenly turned around and went into formation with the one going east, turned green, the lights turned green, and then yellow. And it looked very much like what we're seeing here in these pictures.
Have you ever seen anything like it, Dr. Ramsland? And are you sure it wasn't a plane?
It couldn't possibly be a plane. It was flying low. It was within 0.5 mile of me. There's no plane path at that point, and it didn't act like a plane. A plane can't turn that fast, and it also had oddly spiral kinds of movements that you just don't see with a plane.
And so it was
And there
last
was no
night.
noise. Again, no noise. Yeah,
No
exactly.
noise. So last night and again tonight.
Yes.
Same.
Spiral kinds of movements. It also had oddly spiral kinds of movements that you just don't see with possibly be spiral. You just don't spiral path at that. You just yeah.
So it was
and there
last.
was spiral kinds of movements that you just don't see with a plane.
And so it was
and there
last
was no
night.
noise. Again, no noise. Yeah.
No
exactly.
noise. So last night and again tonight.
Yes.
Same look of drone. I mean, did it look the same?
I could see them more clearly tonight, and I think it's because it is a very clear night. I saw them really distinctly, and there were more of them tonight, according to my two friends. Again, got out, and we all.
Monmouth. That's where I.
With our new iPhones, it's just you can't really capture.
Really distinctly, and there were more of them tonight, according to my two friends. Again, got out, and we all could see more tonight.
Wow. Okay. So Dr. Ramsland is in Pennsylvania. Rich is in New Jersey. Scott, you are in Tennessee. So you're in a different area where we haven't heard as much about this. Tell us about your sighting.
Up in the nest, there is supposedly dash cam footage of a drone that crashed in New Jersey.
Oh, there's one way
Yes.
up high and one about my altitude, moving in like a circle, like a corkscrew pattern.
Back 1 Lima 5.
Sorry, it started playing automatically when my thing
That's
was
okay.
loading.
No, I just found that here on X. It says actual dash cam footage of a drone that crashed in New Jersey this morning. That was posted 13 hours ago. So I assume that was probably actually yesterday because this is daylight. So it shows a drone crashed, a huge one, on the side of this highway. There's some kind of gas coming out of the opening, and WTF, there's a being standing next to it.
This is you making a joke, right?
I don't know. Look at it.
Talking about the TIE fighter, right? You've seen Star Wars, right?
It's been a while.
Okay. You're talking about this talking money post?
No, 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 no. Up in the nest. Oh, wait. Yes, up in the nest. Is that fake?
Yeah, that's from Star Wars. Those are the ships they have in
And
Star
you
Wars.
can't
Yeah.
do that.
Ah, sweet.
And it also had oddly spiral kinds of movements that you just don't see with a plane.
No, there's one way up high and one about my altitude, moving in like a circle, like a corkscrew pattern.
Back to back. We got 2 reports on 2 different coasts of the same things.
How long before we see martial law?
Who's martial law?
Old boyfriend.
Plane.
And so it was
And there
last
was no
night.
noise. Again, no noise. Yeah,
No
exactly.
noise. Did it look the same?
I could see them more clearly tonight, and I think it's because it is a very clear night. I saw them really distinctly, and there were more of them tonight, according to my two friends. Again, got out, and we all could see more tonight.
Wow. Okay, so Dr. Ramsland is in Pennsylvania. Rich is in New Jersey. Scott, you are in Tennessee. So you're in a different area where we haven't heard as much about this. Tell us about your sighting.
Yeah, mine's different than your all's. Mine's a lot different. Mine don't look like what you're showing there at all. These things are round. The ones that I saw were round. And they've got this ring around them. And around the ring, it's got little lights on it, and the light is spinning. And on the video that I sent you guys, you can see that at first before I zoom in on it. Because when I zoom in, it gets all blurry, and it looks like it's changing shapes, but it really isn't. But if you look really closely, you'll see how there's a thing spinning around it. And so I don't know mine didn't look like a plane at all. And I saw like 30 of them all together.
Oh, this fucking guy. Guess where he lives? It's Oak Ridge.
Where? Nice.
Of course it's Oak Ridge.
Yeah, that thing right there was the first one. I believe that was the first one. And when it scooches in, you can sort of see that? You can sort of see there's something spinning around it.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's hooked to it. It's like a ring.
It's so hard at night to video these things. I mean, that's the thing. It's
Yeah.
like no matter, it looks so distinctive in person. And then you look at the video, even with our new iPhones, it's just, you can't really capture it. But are you sure it wasn't a plane, Scott? Because sometimes it's hard to tell.
Positive. I think all three of your guests in that were all professional observers. And that's one of the things that we check out. What does it sound like? What does it look like? What is it doing? What does it sound like? And that had no sound at all. And there were, at one point, there were 5 when I after I saw this one, and there were 3 up in the by themselves, and there were 2 ahead of it that came past those. And then as they went on, the other 3 started following that one. Then they split up, and then I got video of where there's one there in different sections of the front yard and the backyard. You could see them through the trees, but these were completely different than what you guys were seeing. These are completely different.
So, Rich, you've been reporting on this for a couple of days. What do you make of the Homeland Security response that essentially the people are misidentifying these objects, that most of the time it's planes? And the Homeland Security Secretary was actually on TV tonight saying, they keep saying there's no threat to the public. I mean, you've seen them for yourself. You don't seem satisfied with that response.
All due respect, Brian, to the security advisor, it's tone deaf. It's insulting. I know a bunch of state legislatures and sheriffs here in New Jersey who would be happy to talk to him. The Ocean County Sheriff told me a story yesterday that over the weekend, there was one of his officers was on the beach, called 911, reported seeing 50 drones come off the ocean inland. They called everybody, the FBI, the Coast Guard, whatever. The Coast Guard went out to investigate, told them they had 13 drones following them in. This is documented stuff. This isn't just like, Bill down the street is calling this in and nobody's verifying these things. These are real people, like police officers. This is happening. So they need to get, they should be scrambling something up here, figure it out. I'm surprised they
already have a
plane up just to say, here's what we've done. But to see no response, no federal response is truly upsetting. And the longer this goes on, as I mentioned before, somebody's just going to take matters into their own hands and just, now that Trump is saying what he's saying, they're going to do it. They're going to take a rifle and shoot one of these things.
Yeah, and I mean, look, with video and phones and social media, you can't just say, nothing to see here anymore. The government can't really get away with that anymore. I mean, clearly everybody's seeing it. I'm just curious, Rich. I'm looking at your video again. It's such good video you got, but you can see the blinking on it almost looks like wings, almost like a plane would, which makes me think, do you think based on what you saw, these are some kind of military drone, some kind of technology that, because, with UFOs that we've covered, this looks like man-made, maybe I could say from what I'm seeing, although it's blurry.
Did he just say man-made? Maybe.
Yeah.
Is that the sense that you got?
I hope so, Brian. That thought went through my mind, and there is some sort of hope in my brain that this is a secret military operation that at a base near here, and they're calling it red teaming, where they're coming out to test for lapses in our security and where we would be at fault. I hope that that's the solution, or that's what we find out in a week or 2 weeks. If we don't find that out, if it's not our military, it's worse. It's like it's a scary scenario if it's not our military.
Right, if it's something from another country. What do you think, Dr. Ramsland? I mean, you've covered everything in them, from the vampires to the killers, and I mean, I'm just curious what goes through your mind when you were looking up even tonight. Do you think it's a military exercise? Like, what's your gut telling you?
I'm frustrated with the government response, because you can't say we don't know what it is and also say it's not a threat.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know what it is, you don't know that. And who knows if it's a future threat? They might be gathering intel that will come back on us eventually. And it could be a matter of now.
That's where you cut the video off.
Dumbass panda.
Did you guys talk about, there's a tweet by Elon Musk from September 29th that says drone swarm battles are coming that will boggle the mind? He said that on September 29th.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. I haven't heard anything from Kevy B. How's it going over there?
Hello. I was just I was interested in asking a question. What do people think? Whoever or whatever is controlling these craft is up to. Do we think they are trying to embarrass the U.S. government into disclosure?
Well,
Does
I will
anybody
tell you that I take a more globalist view on it, knowing that these drone sightings are happening in the UK, in Germany, and in many other countries. I personally don't think it's necessarily exclusively tied to the US government. It wouldn't make sense to me.
Oh, you don't do hands, do you, Logan?
I'm sorry
I
if your
just
hand was up.
no,
Yeah, we're
no,
good
it's all good.
hands.
It's all good. I just wanted to say, someone's already said it. It just shows that they have no emergency response plans available that deal with this situation. They've got no public response plan. They've got no awareness program. They've got nothing to cover this scenario, which means they're not prepared for this to happen. So if you guys still think this is some sort of a game between some corporation or country and your air bases, I think you're looking in the wrong direction. This seems to be a real demonstration that we don't really give a shit what anyone thinks. We can do what we want, where we want, and what are you going to do about it? And I think it's tragic that Trump might have told people to shoot at these things, but I don't think it's going to stop them.
Fucking Chinese, right?
I was gonna
We're on
say
the dawn of a new era. They're gonna strike before the administration
Ying
change.
Tong Yin
Yeah,
Lai
so
Tai.
they start
Yeah,
speaking
Ying Tong
Chinese.
Ying Tong Ying
Get ready
Tai.
for fucking full scale invasion.
Full scale chop suey.
Pretty much.
I've already started speaking Chinese.
Good.
Robert, I saw your hand go up a couple of times, Robert.
That's okay. Sometimes I do that just for the awareness. But yeah, no, the orbs. It's bizarre. Like, well, okay. I've seen some object, small, call it an orb, call it whatever. Not so brilliant like these when they glow. Like, I'm not sure why. I think it's the reason why they're glowing is because their engine's running, but they're not moving. When they move, they go dim. The energy goes away. So they're emitting, spent energy anyway. So, but yeah, I've seen them fly by stuff and shut stuff down. So, just no semiconductor material. They just and so now, one of the things that just perplexes me, but and I'm not going to say the gamma spike radiation that was off San Diego or anything like that. Inadvertently triggered by an undersea nuclear drone that got set off. During some show off of might of ordinances, but it's just surprising that there's so many. So like I wouldn't call it an invasion. It almost seems like because they're docile, but at the same time, the orbs that I've seen, like not these ones just floating around and stuff. They're not really doing anything. They're not really doing anything other than just floating around or zipping by or getting away. And it just seems like they're observing, and I'm wondering, is this because one side of me thinks that these are all the orbs that somehow got woken up, or somehow had to leave some area, or for some reason they're all out, or maybe because there's something going on with atomic energy being displayed and stuff. Maybe they're all out in season, to go out and look and watch and observe. And I sometimes wonder, because all these orbs, they never really do anything, but they're always around. So they're looking. And if it was an automated system, like each one would, like if they're all the same, each one would already know what the other one's thinking. Like they all think the same. But so these UFOs or little orbs, tactical or not, it seems like they already know what they're doing. So they don't probably have to communicate at all. They already know what they're going to do. They all have the same agenda. But if they're just observers, as far as being like, if they had no tactical ability other than zipping by something and blowing the electronics out, they might know that. But after that, they might just be observing. So you're shooting at like an observing, entity of some sort, and it's just so they're docile. But it's just surprising, where did they all come from and for what reason, right? So, but I have seen people shooting at them, and I'm wondering, like they're probably not going to shoot back. And that was the other thing, because there was always the stories of the racetrack orbs that are up there trying to circle planes. That was freaky. I don't want to mentioning it because I have to fly in a plane someday. But then there's the old MH370 thing, right? First it was a radar tracker, bogey heading out at whatever, 6 or 5 o'clock, and and then that MH370, next thing you know, there's like orbs, circling around it. So, is there more to it? Well, I'm starting to think that there's some ship that has orbs, and the orbs do stuff for them, or whatever they do, and so the ships are hidden somehow. But so, or these things are dropped off, and they observe, and then they go park somewhere, like off seaboard, under the water, and they probably just sit there, because they're just automated systems, but I wouldn't know. But where do they all go when, that's always my question. Where do they go after they've done whatever? But lo and behold, they're all out in season. It's like somebody hit the beehive, Really makes me wonder. Maybe perhaps somewhere else there was some activity that has been announced to us that occurred that's kind of woken up some kind of little hive or something. I don't know. Because we've always been seeing them forever. Anyways, that was my thought. Something hit the hive, But they're just little drone observers, little, not man-made, but for something else.
I was just wondering if there was a connection between. Wasn't there like an underwater earthquake off the California coast not too long ago?
Yeah, off San Diego. Something went, and then there was
Yeah.
a spike in gamma radiation afterwards, right? So some people speculate that there was a atomic drone that was detonated, down
Maybe
there. And caused
maybe
an
the
earthquake.
earthquake caused something to wake up, or maybe it was something waking up to, activating or whatever.
Yeah, what was the explanation for that?
Well, there's monitoring facilities that somehow, for some reason, monitor gamma radiation, and they saw spikes in gamma radiation around San Diego, more hotter than anywhere else around that region. And then I guess offshore was where the earthquake occurred, deep underground, like a subsea quake. And that's where the tsunami warning came along, because it was a 7.2 on the Richter scale, deep down. But with the gamma spike, was that like a display of...
It wasn't even near
of
San Diego.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
No, it was.
Well,
It,
yeah,
it
that's what I
was.
thought.
It
It
was
was further
in
out
Northern
north.
California.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, I heard a crack, then a shudder a few weeks ago, but that's different. Because I'm on an island just off the west coast of America.
Wait, hold on a second. It went from San Diego to Northern California? What happened there?
I'm saying the earthquake was in Northern California, and
Yeah,
everything
offshore
else they're talking about is all the way down in the most southern part of California.
Well, there's supposed to be some shelf. No, it looks like, I'm trying to think of the Flintstones. It looks like a big Flintstone pebble rock over top of these pillars that house some subterranean like area that's like, huge. And it just looks like that. It looks like a big old flat rock, like a skipping stone, with lots of little pillars underneath to prop it up. And it's deep underground, or under the ocean there. And I always thought that, it was my theory that, or my thoughts were, because it's crazy, all this UFO activity. Like, where do they come from? They're not, they don't come out of a magic hat. And I thought that they were off a offshore planet. They come here, however long it takes. They drop off equipment that does monitoring. Then they go back to wherever they're came from. These stuff, machines, whatever, orbs, entities, they do their thing. But where do they go and hide? Because if the ship comes back from the off-planet again, it takes a while, they'll then download everything that they've observed or collected or whatever, and then they'll take that back off-planet. So these trips back and forth off-planet take time. So if they are traveling, and at the speed of light and wormhole technology, say they're gone like for a year in their time, and maybe, 7 years would pass here. So they come back and then recollect from, the stuff they leave here to observe, and take it back. So all of a sudden now something's occurred to their little, habitat, maybe, with a nuke, in a submarine, drone. And they're all like, what's going on? Let's get out of here. So now they're all like trying to figure out who's doing what, who's on first, no, who's on second. But they don't really know what to do, right? So, because they're not tactical. They're just like observers, maybe. So they're harmless.
Are you kidding me right now? I was removed from my own fucking space! My own goddamn place! And I need to be nice about it? Fuck you!
One thing about those orbs, the ones that are around now, that I've heard or read about, that and there's no transmission between them, and they don't give off any heat, and there's no signature, and there's something on. Sometimes they're not visible, or they're not visible on radar, or something like that. I'm not sure what. But if they don't communicate back and forth, nothing detectable, unless it's by light or something. I don't know. Pulses of light, like, are we sampling light pulses to demodulate their signal? I don't know. But so they might not have to communicate because I already know what to do, right? They're like a pack of wolves, and so. But yeah, it's crazy that they're swarming in other countries. I've seen them, so yeah, it's just spectacular. But I saw in Iran that they were, like really firing on it in a heavy way on one of them, and it did nothing. It looked like it was actually
Wait, where?
Demolecularizing the material that was being shot at, because you could see where, the shots weren't making it, or they appeared to go through it. But I think that these things can, deflect, ammos.
Where was the video that you saw that they were
Oh
shooting
yeah,
at it?
in Iran. Yeah, apparently,
In
unless it's
Iran.
fake, But I'm naive. But yeah, there was some orb in Iran, and because they're in a war zone, somebody opened fire with a surface-to-air ballistic, weapon, and with flares, because they have rounds where they shoot a bunch and then they shoot a flare so they can, so they shoot a lot and then they'll shoot out a, little glowing thing for targeting, and yeah, it just had no effect on it, and/or this thing was like evading it, and it wasn't evasive, but it did evade, but it was sort of more like, it seemed like it was deflecting them or whatever it's doing. Anyways, something I saw in Iran. That's great, shoot at it over there, right? Then all the UFO orbs will think that they're the bad guys if it's a different.
Yeah, unless
entity.
they're Russian at
That's
this point,
wild.
I feel like we can rule out our foreign adversaries, but that's just me.
So it's interesting that you just categorized what I was saying about the ability to slow down anything that enters like the field around them that allows them to move really quickly. Like if you were shooting anti-aircraft rounds at it, they're not going to do anything. They're going to have less effect than a spitball hitting you in the back.
Which is mind-bending in itself, then
This fucking thing keeps like muting itself. This bastard. I gotta figure out another way to do this. Hold on a second. There you are.
Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about, rednecks or whatever shooting guns at them. I don't think that's going to bother them too much or damage them. I don't think that's going to start like a war with the non-human intelligence, if that's what it is. So I don't think we have to worry too much about that.
if we accept the premise that some advanced technology could somehow control inertial effects, which is mind-bending in itself, then yeah, the rest of what they're describing becomes more plausible. Think of it like this. If you could truly control your relationship with inertia, you'd essentially be manipulating your interaction with other forces. Pretty wild, right?
Right, so I did mention...
starts making more sense under this framework too. If you can control how inertial forces affect you, you could theoretically create a kind of bubble where incoming objects just sort of slide around you. Not because they're being pushed away exactly, but because their inertial interaction with your craft is being fundamentally altered. It's like they'd lose their ability to transfer momentum to you in a normal way. But here's where it gets really interesting. This kind of technology would probably be insanely energy intensive. Like, the amount of energy needed to mess with such fundamental physics would be staggering. Though I guess if you're advanced enough to control inertia, maybe you've figured out the energy problem too. I find myself wondering about the edges of how this would work. Like, would it affect electromagnetic forces too? Would light bend around the craft? The implications get pretty wild when you start pulling on this thread. Oh, the implications are staggering, like unraveling a cosmic thread that might lead to a completely new understanding of reality. If this technology could manipulate inertia, it wouldn't just stop at deflecting projectiles or altering interactions with forces. It could fundamentally rewrite how we engage with space, time, and energy. Imagine this. If light could bend around the craft, you might achieve not just visual cloaking, but something even stranger, rendering the craft optically undetectable in all spectra. Radar, infrared, and even gravitational waves might pass right through or around it, effectively making the craft a ghost to any known detection methods. A true stealth machine, but not through conventional means, through a deep, physics-breaking alteration of how the universe perceives its presence. And what about gravity? If you can control inertia, you're essentially messing with the same fundamental principles that govern mass and acceleration. Gravity itself might become a negotiable force. You could potentially turn off your gravitational relationship with other massive bodies. No more being tethered to a planet or a star. Interstellar travel wouldn't require brute force propulsion, but instead a graceful, inertia-free glide through space-time. Warp drives and hyperspace might not just be sci-fi anymore. They could be side effects of this kind of engineering. Now think about time. Einstein taught us that time and space are connected, and gravity and inertia play a role in how we experience it. If you could control inertia, would you also have some influence over the flow of time around you? Could a craft like this create localized pockets where time slows down or speeds up? For the occupants, this could mean experiencing a journey across the galaxy as minutes, while to the outside observer, it spans millennia. Time travel might stop being an abstract paradox and become an engineering problem. But let's not stop there. If this technology interacts with electromagnetic forces, the possibilities explode into the quantum realm. Could you isolate particles, stabilize them, or even manipulate the very structure of atoms? Imagine using this to create perfect energy fields, unbreakable materials, or even directly influence chemical reactions at will. Weapons, tools, medicines, every aspect of civilization could be reshaped overnight. Of course, the darker side of this is equally wild. Such a profound control over physical laws would put unimaginable power in the hands of whoever develops it first. Weapons that don't just destroy targets but unmake them, disassembling their matter into raw energy or simply phasing them out of existence. Defenses that render entire planets untouchable. Economies built on limitless energy and resources pulled from seemingly nowhere. And here's the existential twist. What if this level of technology isn't about breaking the rules of physics, but actually understanding them in a way we can't yet comprehend? What if the universe wants us to find this path, to move beyond our current limitations and take our place among other advanced civilizations? Or, alternatively, what if tampering with these forces risks destabilizing the delicate balance that makes the universe tick? Could such experiments rip holes in space-time, unleashing phenomena we can't predict or contain? The implications go beyond physics. They reshape philosophy, culture, and what it means to exist. If you can escape inertia, time, and gravity, what are the limits of human potential? Would we become something unrecognizable, no longer bound by the laws that have defined our species since the dawn of time? Would we ascend, or lose what makes us human entirely?
Dun dun dun. Yeah.
I think the first half of that was really informative, and then it got a little bit Elon Musky, but that's okay. I mean, I think there's just about 8 out of 10 of the building blocks that are there in people's general understandings for us to get to a level where we replace a lot of these terms with just like the raw physics of like shifting up and shifting down. Like everything is governed by phase shifts, where you have like water is the most universal example of having the ice, liquid, and vapor kind of three primary states. But there's more states that are available to water than just that, and it's the same with all matter. So it's more about shifting up to the level where physics don't apply, and then you can just freely move through any point. But because the technology itself, when it comes back down to this level, it retains those properties. That's how it can have this inertial bubble around it. Like that's all dead on with like what I've experienced as being abducted and shown how it worked with like if you picture like a regular like a crystal generator, right? If you had the same thing vibrating like thousands of times quicker, it would be no longer physical. It'd be more like what they call like a liquid crystal. But if you're using technology to keep that contained, that becomes like the generator flux. So all the cosmic energy just goes through that, and powers all the systems of the craft, and also adds the inertial dampening field.
I didn't do that, but so hold on. Because what you were saying was how these things have like inertia control, right? But if they have the ability to do that, then the rest of what that lady was saying, they should also have the ability to be able to do, right? I don't understand why that then becomes like out there, right?
Well, it's just a kind of an alternative cosmology that I function on, where time isn't specifically a dimension that you go up and navigate inside of. And I mean the cosmos beyond like the visible universe, as in like the naked eye or optical telescopes, that's already big enough for us to have like a place where we kind of all developed at the same time, and there was a pattern where there was interstellar culture, but it all broke down because of the ongoing warfare between light and darkness, and that's the other missing block where I said there's 8 out of 10 pieces. One of those pieces is reforming certain concepts like time and space and the connection between both of those. And the other half is where the spirituality comes into it. So a reason where she went into explaining how negativity can make use of this stuff as well. Yeah, it can, but there's energy which is stronger than all technology, and the technology itself is just a vehicle, an interlocutor for that energy. So there's a certain level where negativity can't fully express its techno dominance without being locked into the 3D experience like we do as humanity, like we're so good at, right? But that's what I mean about the difference between angels, ascended beings, demons, and like negative ET. Like there's like 4 different categories, and the one superior energy is the God force. Like there's no surmounting that.
Do you know what I think?
Tell me.
I think those the glowing orbs that everyone's seeing, I think they are tactical, but they're not doing anything, but they're tactical. And in a sense that like a glowing orb, in my opinion, the reason why they glow so much is because their engine's running hot, but they're not really moving fast. But as soon as they start they zip one way, gone, boom, zoom the other way, zigzag, whatever. That's when their light output or the energy that they're dissipating or emitting, ionizing the air, making it look like a bright fuzzy ball, that diminishes because the energy is converted into something else. So the energy isn't really running hot. The energy is now being conducted in a certain way for it to move. So the light goes out, boom, it's gone. And but at the same time, this whole, even the MH370 and the Spanish video too, of 3 orbs circling, like, and with Bob Lazar saying something about well, I think what they're essentially saying is that you need I think you need a spiral to create a wormhole, and these orbs can do that if there's 3 or more. They can somehow create a spiral that creates a wormhole and whatever, and then zip, it's gone. But one orb on its own can't do that, but it can zip by something and deactivate it. And I think so they run in a different pack because they're not tactical like shooting lasers, but I think they're from a bigger ship or something else that contains them. So these orbs though they might be like docile, but in a group they can do stuff. I think they can capture things. And it makes me wonder, what do these orbs do? Well, maybe these glowing orbs together in a group grab planes, ships, people, whatever, cows, whatever, and that's taken to a ship, because people talked about seeing a ship and then the orbs. So it just makes me wonder, really. Anyways, that was my thoughts, because I've the racetrack. There's one gentleman that he's a media star on TV and Twitter, and has once talked about the UFOs race tracking around planes up in the sky. I don't like talking about it. But at the same time, why are they spiraling around or race tracking around? You know, and why is MH370 having spiraling orbs around it? You know, same like that Spanish one. You know, so I think there's a group they can be tactical that way, perhaps, but they're engaging a different technology we don't know about in physics. And yeah, that was interesting to listen to about. You know, because with a wormhole and something goes through it, what does everyone see on the side of the wormhole or the worm, the tube? You know, and is it like separated from our reality, or does everything work around it? Because you know, it's strange. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Those orbs maybe are, you know, that way, right? So if they're autonomic systems, they just run. They already know what to do, but they can do other things, and I'm curious. So perhaps overseas you'll see more tactical reactions, you know, going on between them, and you know, I'm just wondering. But yeah, it's bizarre that they just appeared out of nowhere, that many, and glowing. But that's why they glow, because they're not moving. As soon as they start moving, they don't emit light. They don't ionizing air, which is what we see at light. Or it's emitting enough light. We're seeing that too, right? But it's bizarre. And yeah, they don't stop and start at each other. It's odd that they don't do that, right? You know, it's like bumper cars or cars. You always start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. You don't hit anybody. But them, they don't start and stop between each other. They zip off and come back and park next to the other one. It's bizarre. I've never seen anything like it. It's weird. Anyways, because they're going to expel so much energy to stop, whatever they expel, it'll probably whack out the other orb next to it. So we might see orbs dropping, right? So, but yeah, I've seen that. It's bizarre. That's their propulsion method. And, you know, if they want to maneuver in line, in formation, they'll zip away and come back and park. They won't move around between each other like that. It's weird. That's what I observed, so I'm going to shut up.
You know, something interesting here is that I got like another message from a friend that's giving me these updates. It's these places are on the 41th parallel. Is that the word for it? The Rockaway Township in New Jersey's 41. So Cedar Rapids. These things are happening on like the 41th parallel for whatever reason. From Medford's those ground recovery units, those the story we were talking about earlier, 2 Virginia-class submarines were deployed 6 hours ago from San Diego, heading over to the 41th parallel. It's the last.
What the
known
fuck's so
position.
special about Medford, yo?
I don't know, but they're gonna go check out the last known position of those 2 missing Valkyries. What? You came through like pure static.
That's crazy. So you found stuff to support that Medford shit other than that guy, or what's going on?
No, I'm just saying like what he's telling me.
Yeah, that's trippy. I wonder what the fuck is going on?
Aren't they supposed to be attracted to like nuclear sites or something? Is there anything nuclear around there? Possibly secret or something?
That's a yes. 100% yes.
I think they maybe use decayed elements for fuel sometimes.
That one place is called Medford, right? And
Yeah.
Oak Ridge is it's in the county of West Milford. I know that's whatever, but it's just like Milford and Medford. I wonder how if they like, got confused or something. They went to the wrong place.
That corkscrew stuff you that was from tonight on both coasts. Was that accurate or what?
Was it accurate? I mean, that's what they reported. I don't know.
Yeah, that's trippy.
Damn it.
Very trippy.
I did.
Hmm.
To your Discord.
Oh, on Discord? On Discord, you did? Okay.
Yep. I mean, I
Thank you. I just didn't realize you did on Discord. Cool.
It's like if they wanted to.
You know what I was thinking, which is kind of weird, that maybe perhaps for some reason someone set off under a submarine, not a submarine, but a drone, atomic warhead drone submarine, um, you know, created an earthquake and emitted radiation, and during standoffs, because there's all these standoffs in this theater of war. Things are displayed, their technologies, and this wild weapon that they got now, and this and that, the other one. But perhaps that was kind of more like to smoke them out, because perhaps maybe there was an undersea base somewhere, perhaps not just on the Western America underwater, but maybe somewhere else. They smoke them out. Maybe there's another hit somewhere else, and these things are out flying around trying to figure out what's going on. So they're probably maybe dazed and confused too, right? This wasn't their plan. They're just observing, or they think the war is about to break out. And they're come to observe, right? Because they're not really shooting at anybody or anything. I don't know. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'd agree. They would have been aggressing heavily if that was the goal, I think.
Well, and they might be like, well, I don't know. It's just perplexing. Like, there is one assumption that an alien craft is filled with liquid, and so that the entity inside it, which is whatever alien, isn't going to get, bashed around, so it moves quicker and can manipulate, its whatever it does better. But anything other than that, I mean, like, and plus they do sort of like, I think, don't they talk about it generating its own space when it moves because it changes the transition of space and time around it when it starts accelerating and engaging something that moves it, right? So, but yeah, so whatever's inside it, like I myself wouldn't want to know what's inside it or be around it because it could be quite toxic, I think, especially anything filled with a liquid, you know what I mean? But then again, there's that Travis Walton deal where the guy, he got hit by a beam of light that tingled him and electrified him, and his friends in the car felt the ground shudder and the air move. There was that much energy engaged all at once. Maybe that's perhaps how they, something they turn on, and it appears that it's making light, but it's actually just the luminosity of the effect of whatever it's doing, moving. Maybe it engages somehow, like to move matter and space and everything in one way. Bizarre. Different UFOs.
What you said about the biology not matching well enough for people to engage them, I think there's a certain amount of truth to that in regards to like the more that you'll engage their energies, you'll start to absorb like higher vibrational stuff, which can throw out your body timings, like like your processor goes nuts and it sends the wrong timings all through your PC, and you start to experience system instability. Like, I think I've actually had this happen when I was having these contact experiences, and then randomly I got a thyroid disorder, and my thyroid was like 3 times as big overnight, and it was just a really weird random thing. But there was a lot of really weird random things that happened to me biologically, and in certain experiences they were trying to convey to me that like there's an amount that your biology won't tolerate like our energies, because we are constantly dosed in like x-rays and all the cosmic radiations that are up there in space. So yeah, it's not matched for like 3D existence.
Oh wait, hold on, rewind. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Can you dumb what you just said down for me? Because I think yeah, just is that possible?
Well, say you have somebody who goes into a nuclear reactor and they get highly irradiated, right? Not only are they going to die, but if they come out of that reactor and then you sit in a room with them, you're going to absorb all that radiation too, and then you're going to die. And it's a similar thing that's going on here, only it's very low grade. The isotopes themselves aren't as unstable as things like radium and uranium and plutonium, which is a byproduct of sending uranium through a process. But it's almost like the lowest level of tolerance of an unstable isotope in pretty much all of their molecules, and that just comes from being in space and having like less governance on the boundary of your energy field. Like it's less of a solid barrier, more of a
Like
I
one
don't know how
bad
to
apple
categorize
spoils
it.
the
You know, like
bunch.
kind of like osmosis, if that makes sense. Like your exterior of your body in a high vibrational sense is more osmotic than it is a solid barrier down here. So that allows you to absorb and store all of these different energies. And coming back down to 3D, you're going to be basically radiating that into the environment, and it won't directly damage things, but it will cause mutations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I like that analogy. Radiate. Thank you for bringing me to the stage, and if it's okay for me to just say a couple little things, I'll be much appreciated. All right, bet. Like I said, blessings to everybody here. Um, I think a lot of this mysterious drone stuff is it's normal to keep us on our toes. All that a mysterious drone to me is a UFO. A UFO is an unidentified flying object. Um, it, I, 18. Can I just tell you something that's just on my mind? All right, bet. What's on my mind is like intelligence from other places, and I be believing that like if I was from another place and I was coming here, where would I go? And then someone just said something about water. Somebody said something about water. And then I was already thinking, I was like, if I came here, I would go just a little bit deeper than humans can go. And I would study them or I would do whatever. But my main point is this. Before we go to space, I think we should conquer the water. It's all about like space and water is so much alike. Like it's weight what did you call like your weight doesn't matter. You float. You know what I'm saying that another thing that space and water have in common is that um man, I just lost my thought. I apologize, y'all. But
Then no one can hear you scream.
say that again, bro.
Another thing that they have in common is whether you're in space or underwater, no one can hear you scream.
True. Water and space. Displacement. They have a lot in common. It's like if you was to walk on the moon and you was to walk across the moon and the dust would kick up like settlement at the bottom of the water if you disturbed it.
Hell yeah.
I just believe that. Oh yeah, and pressure. Yeah, pressure.
Under
That's what I was
pressure.
gonna say. The pressure. It's like the same. water in space.
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
Water in space. Fuck yeah. Ice. Water, space.
I think it's definitely an ocean, but I wouldn't categorize it as water. I'd categorize it as liquid helium specifically, or liquid ozone rather. Sorry.
Stop being
What?
that big old brain over here.
Well, I mean, they're just really interesting properties of the noble gases when they liquefy under certain temperatures, like super low temperatures. Oxygen becomes a liquid, so does hydrogen and helium and ozone. So I think that's what space looks like color-wise.
No, he was breaking down the elements, bruh.
Is it just me, or are you guys all coming through like static?
They got you, bro.
Yeah, somebody came across static tonight.
Some is breaking up. Everyone else is coming through clear.
I'm breaking up.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, yeah, you are.
Hey, Dow, you coming in loud and clear.
What's going on here? What's going on? Who do I believe? Who do I believe? Who do I believe? Can you hear that? Can you hear that?
Unfortunately, yes. Let's calm down with the all the open mics.
Did you guys ever hear about a microbe they discovered in the exosphere that consumes electricity?
A microbe in the exosphere.
Yeah.
So I think I saw a research paper on that some years ago, maybe.
Yeah, it was around 2010, I think, that discovery was made. But I just think it's interesting if you followed through with that space as an ocean idea. Maybe that's its base form of plankton, something that eats just atomic charge in the void.
I bet you whatever the answer is the answer to us going deeper in the water as well. The ocean,
So
that
now you're
is.
talking like the abyss, like the Steven Spielberg movie. Yeah, that
Yes,
was a good
sir.
one.
Like deeper than we can go. If we figure out what you just said about space, we'll figure that out about water.
Well, funnily enough, I think the creatures that'd have the answer would be the jellyfish, because the jellyfish breaks most of the conventions that you could see a way a jellyfish could float through space quite easily and not be subject to anything, because if it just works out a way to filter a minimal amount of oxygen that's subjectively there up in the void, then it could just float forever because it's got very little else going on with its biology,
And
and that's why
pressure,
they can be.
brother.
Yeah, but you remember in the movie, right? How they go right down, and the angels, they look like giant jellies. Like that's what they look like. They're
No,
just shaped like kind of angel version. And I
we're
think
we're, we're using
there's
we're
a
using
similitude
we're
with the
using the movie
technology.
as an analogy, but like we're gonna also use our intelligence.
Yeah, so I'm showing like a similitude between the technology and the way I'm describing it and actually like literal jellyfish. Like I think if technology was derived out of nature, that's where you would have found it because they would have realized like this animal can take pretty much any amount of pressure, any amount of depth, and if we follow through with the physics of what's governing it, maybe we can make craft that can take us off the ground and up
Okay,
into
yes.
out of the sky. You get me?
Why don't we put a camera on a jellyfish? Or I bet you jellyfish can't even go to a certain depth. I bet you the pressure will even smash them. There's only like certain things that can. I believe the things that we don't know um, is just things that we're just gonna have to inspire to. But like just because we think we know something, I don't think we should just like put all of our eggs in that basket. There's unbelievable things in this world that I can't explain. And I know the bottom of the if we can go to the bottom of the ocean, we can go to the top of the world. And we'll figure it out. we'll figure that out just by being able to withstand pressure and oxygen, like you said. Very important. More important than pressure, as a matter of fact. Um, I would just rather us as humans conquer one thing that is least. We can have somebody tethered and we can pull them up rather than being in space and we can't pull them down to save them. That's all.
All right, so how about this for a panspermia theory? You have a giant water spout and it sucks up a bunch of jellyfish and it spits them out so high that they float up out of the planet itself. And what happens is they go into a hibernative state. So they might drift for millennia, but eventually they land in water again and hey presto, jellyfish comes to life.
Hey, I won't. Hey, other nature is something else. The frogs are born in the water with like a fish, and then they hop out with freaking legs, so and breathe air. So anything that you say just now was that falls in nature.
Hey, I was going to jump back in again. I'll try not to ramble. You know what? I'm starting to think those orbs, they're tactical. And it almost, I don't want to get on the MH370 thing, but you know, you watch these orbs spiraling. And, you know, and Bob Lazar was even talking about how somehow they engage something in physics where doing that, creating a spiraling field or whatever they're changing, you know, whatever they're manipulating, not just air, but perhaps just the ether, whatever. But doing this, somehow they kickstart a wormhole and whatever's there at the entrance gets zinged off to some other location immediately. And it's bizarre and hard to think about. I often think about, well, what does it look like when it's going through? Like, can we actually see it? Or does it just disappear, even though it's still there, but it's now traveling at a different speed, like the speed of light, because that's the way the physics works when you open a wormhole of a certain way, like just with little spiraling orbs that kickstart a wormhole and zing, it's gone. And I was thinking, well, shouldn't NASA go out and look in outer space? Maybe they'll find, you know, boats and planes out there. I'm just thinking, you know, and at the same time, I think that those orbs, those actually are used to you know, pillage and grab stuff like planes and boats and stuff and take it somewhere. And I'm thinking, where are they taking it? Well, maybe they're taking it to some other, you know, area or ship or something. So there's perhaps more too than just the orbs that we're seeing. It almost seems like they're dazed and confused and just glowing because they're not moving, right? When they're not moving, they're just glowing. So they're all just hanging out, right? Like, and you know, and if it was an automated system, they would you know, if they're autonomic, because they're smart enough to do that. But if, you know, and AI, whatever, but they're just out there floating around, and it's like they're dazed and confused. They don't know what to do. You know, they're just floating around and moving around and stuff like this. That's what I think. But at the same time, I think that those things are the ones that are causing trouble and flying by planes and missiles that, you know, they disrupt. So they're not friendly, perhaps, you know. And I just wonder, but they're just like, you know, like cats are the same way. They're just hanging around, you know. But you know, in a
18.
group,
Think about
yeah,
this: the ones that just hang around, right? Think
yeah, the
about what we can
hangers.
learn. Like that means if they got here, that means they mastered space. If they mastered
Well, they,
space, that means they
yeah,
mastered pressure and
well,
oxygen.
yeah.
So
And what if they're ancient? Like God's, I don't want to get into God, but my assumption is God is so powerful. He's probably been, or it has been, or whatever, has been for like billions of years creating life of all sorts and stuff and crazy, weird stuff, fringe, whatever, you know, I don't know.
I'm just searching.
But, you know, I'm just
I don't
saying,
know. I'm just
maybe
searching.
that might, these things might be old hat to some other civilization or entity from afar that God's created off planet or some other distant whatever. not universe, I think just, the multitude, I'm sure we'll come across something at some point because, God is great. But anyways, yeah, I'm sure he's got, even if you look at the insectoids, that's what, or things that come through the wall or strange things. But no, like even just the little insects, some can see like infrared, ultraviolet, regular light, they can probably hear everything, right? So, like that's intensely advanced, I think, some insects.
Yeah, I do
Not
agree
bigger
with you. It
ones.
is advanced. So
Yeah. Oh,
beyond
yeah.
my beyond my
Even the
beyond my
multitude of
even
life on Earth and the
knowing
ancient stuff that
or
they've.
ability to even comprehend the power of our creator. You know, I am like I don't even want I can't if I can't get close to the sun, I know I can't get close to my creator. So I'm gonna be like this. I don't know, but I have a good feeling. Okay. And my feeling is that good will always prevail. And as far as aliens, we are, come on, man. God, like, come on, man. We the same, like, you think we really the only life that God, like, people be thinking like Earth is the only planet that God blessed with life. And that just blows my mind. That's so selfish way of thinking.
But
You
what
know,
about the dark side?
it's very
There's
selfish.
a point you brought up that I think is quite important about the nature of the spiral, like the phi spiral that's sort of governing
Oh
most of
yeah.
our dimensions and properties. But the reason that you'll see this repeating through just like weird places that you'll associate with higher intelligence is that the spiral is like the morality sort of vectoring. So if you have a positive alignment, you'll spiral outwards from your heart chakra. But if you have a negative alignment, the energy will spiral inwards to your heart chakra. But it's an entropy spiral. So it's kind of like a vampiric drain on the systems that you engage. And that's the nature of like evil exerting its hypnotic influence over reality. So the way that you morally align determines like if you'll create this type of spiral or that type of spiral, and it's a good way to tell who you're dealing with because evil energies have a hard time creating like perfect phi ratios out of energy.
That's wild.
Say
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
Say that last piece
go,
again. Fire
go ahead.
out of energy. Say that word again.
Phi ratios, it's like when you have a perfect spiral, it's called PHI phi
Okay.
in math terms.
And when you have that energy,
Yeah, it's like an energy that goes out from your heart chakra and it goes out to like align with the rest of reality.
right,
But when you have
like
the
us,
opposite of good intention,
like
the
us,
spiral reverses itself.
like
Do you
us.
get what I mean? It's like evil people are like
Yeah, like
vampiric and
us.
they want, yeah, we're all emitting like a positive spiral into the space. That's why there's no one here trolling
Right.
or like arguments
And
or
it's
anything.
getting,
We're
and you know what?
cohesive.
The funnel is getting stronger and it's getting bigger as we speak. I
I'm
am
into
getting
spirals.
charged. Just listening like to this positive speak of energy and how important it is and how, yes sir.
My PFP has a spiral in it. But yeah, the spiral thing, like that's what I'm thinking those little buggers are doing. That's how they grab shit. Excuse my language. Because you know what, okay, if you're in the bathtub, right, and you pull the plug, it creates there's a spiral. And that spiral, you see the water's spiraling down. It's like a tube. And, it sucks in air, it'll soap bubbles, things on top, the little squeaky toy, it all goes into the wormhole. Because once you start a wormhole, it starts grabbing everything. And I'm thinking, is that how that works? If you spin anything, especially energy, where if you spin anything, it creates a wormhole, and that inherentness of the wormhole is to pull everything in. And that's, I was thinking, is that what those little orbs are doing? They create a huge energetic spiral of such magnitude with the energy that they're dissipating or using with field, moving energy in the ether might just create that effect of,
So if it can
But
spin
anyways, and
negative, it can spin positive.
yeah, and they create a wormhole that just sucks everything in. Like, because that's my theory of wormhole technology is just have to create a good enough spiral. Everything will get sucked in because that's just the way the physics of the universe works. You create a spiral, like even like tornadoes. It's the ether or the magnetic field spinning the ether that then grabs everything and spins it. These are fields of
It sucks things
energy,
in
but
and throws things
all
out.
reacts. But yeah, that's what I think those little buggers are doing. That's where the shit's been going, is they create a wormhole with their energy by torquing on the ether, and it creates a wormhole into the ether, and then it just grabs everything and sucks it out somewhere else, and it's from a distance. But I wonder, what do you see on the side of the wormhole? Because what do you see on the side, or do you even see it at all? Because of the time differential, out of the thing that
No
we're
matter
in.
if you're right or wrong, you could just
I
get
don't
in
know.
it.
It's bizarre.
Well, it
That's
depends if you
hey,
know what you're doing. Like,
spiritually, that is just wild because I'm talking about energy, and 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 energy goes to where more energy is. Period. Just look at a fire, how it reacts. You can figure how we react.
I mean, I think you can open a portal with a certain amount of understanding of physics, but you might not know where you've opened it to. So, in that regard, it's like, yeah, complete mystery. There's literally no
Yeah.
way to know. But if you know where you're connecting to, then the idea becomes a little bit easier to work with. But to me,
Well,
there'd
that
need to be like a very good reason to need to do it. Like it would have to be a transfer of something physical or information that couldn't be done another way. Because if
Exactly.
you already understand how to do that, then you should understand how to phase shift out of physicality, which negates the need for a wormhole. You just become non-physical and then become physical again where you want to be, which isn't the same as teleporting, but it's just a tweaking
Hey
of the
brother.
understanding of
Hey
what goes
brother,
on.
well,
on a simple note, if I touch a light if I touch a light bulb with some wires and I touch them with my fingers, the little light bulb will light up, correct?
yeah, don't touch
Just in
mine.
science, we did this in science, They hooked up the little light bulb, had a couple of little wires, and as soon as I touched those
Yeah, I
wires
mean,
together,
you function as a conductor in most settings, but we're not very
so,
good conductors
my
because the
my
electricity wants to go inside
eight,
us. If you're
18,
born with this, just really quick, right? If you're born with this super
I
rare
didn't even
condition where you don't
you
have
didn't get my
pores,
point though. Let me just finish my point, team. That's all I ask. So that means we have energy in us. Okay? That right there proves there's energy in us. And if I was dead and you put my fingers to those wires, it wouldn't light up. So therefore, there's energy in us. That energy, that soul, go. That's where I want. I want to be able to record that. Where do we go? Okay. To me, as energy, as an electrician, I see me interior communicationist. So we study how to get signals to different parts of the boat with different types of things. I am wondering, I want to know, how do we get this? No, no, man, I apologize, y'all. I'm so passionate about this.
I think you're asking like what the soul is exactly in physics terms.
Yes, sir.
I have a kind of idea that it's like the strength of the field that's underneath your skin, like where the electromagnetic field gets really strong. So to say that like inside your body, your organs and your bones, that's all functional stuff that carries, like it stores the memory, like in a cellular way of what becomes your genes. But the soul itself, what can leave the body and have out of body experiences, is like a hollow structure that doesn't need to have anything inside it because it's just the emotional energy that has a physical expression through the organs of your body, which are just there to run the physical vehicle, which is holding this structure, which is what our true form is, and that's why we're not really our bodies at all.
At
That's what I'm
all.
just saying.
And hey, that's what. Hey, look, you're confirming what I believe as well. This body, it's like how shellfish changes shells. In a universal way. We do it spiritually. We do it energetically. I I have a strong feeling that we're all connected because we're all energy, and when they say that God made us in his own image, I believe that because energy is that. God is energy to me. Okay. And if we think about it, sometimes we can think about something, like if you lightly glance at it, don't stare at it, and don't like put your finger on the Bible and swear on it. But if you lightly look at something, it's like God will give you the answers. Like the energy, like you will be able to figure it out. You'll look at the energy of whatever's going on. You could just figure it out. It's almost like scary once we understand like how um intelligent and like aware that we can be, and understand that we only use 10%, right, of our brain. And uh, I just I am just so ready for us to be at least using 30%. If we even use 30% of our brain, we'll save the world. At this rate, we're about to kill our only supply of oxygen, plants, trees. At the rate we're going, we're 80% of the population will be mentally unstable from believing lies that they thought was true. Like when you believe a lie, it does something to your body when you know it's a lie. And I would say at least 80% of the population got that. One thing that can save us is just pure education. Education. And no matter if it hurts or not, even if it was my people that hurt somebody, or I shouldn't feel bad about it, I should just be like sympathetic and do something about it if I can.
I got something for you here. You said that like if we even did like 30% of our brain, I got some good news. We use 100% of our brain, and that's a big upgrade from 10%. I gotta admit, but I think this myth of like the only like the 10% thing. I think that was like a misunderstanding, or like just like a one of those like rumors that got spread around because something got misquoted or
Almost to
something
dumb you
somewhere.
down kind of thing.
Not quite. I mean, they teach you this when you study psychology at uni. It's like one of the first things they teach you. It's just like a misappropriation of the information. So what they mean when they repeat this saying, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but what people are trying to actually hint at is that the governance of your conscious awareness. So when you're awake, what
Yes, being
links
able
all your
to.
five senses together, that's only about 10% of your brain that does that. So the rest of your brain is always active, but it's doing things like running your organs. But because there's neuroplasticity and your brain has this weird ability to adapt different functions to things which for a long time we thought could only do one thing, but then we find out that the part of the brain which deals with sight can also process sound. If the part of your brain which processes sound is too damaged, it'll just take on those other abilities. So the brain's connected in such a way that it's called neuroplasticity. So the more that we tap into that, the more that you could say that you're using more than 10% of your brain, because there's more parts of your brain that are engaged consciously. So it's a little bit just not
It's like
really
a give and
explained the way
take.
that people present it, because it makes you
Wow.
think that most people are just running on like low power mode, but it's not that. It's the fact that it'll cost you things that you don't even understand to engage neuroplasticity, because for you to cause it without having physical damage, your brain doesn't want to do that. You'd have to start taking like a lot of psychedelic drugs that do things like erode and
Or
repattern the brain. And then
or
you got to be
people
really
that's
careful. You get what I'm
or
saying? Or
people
you'll
that's
get
been
caught by the
considered
cold system.
disabled. Like there's some disabled people that's considered disabled out there. That part of the brain is strong and the other part is weak. I think we need to start looking into a lot of our population, and yeah, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, but I think the truth is they're hinted in why people so widely repeat the idea that we only use 10% of our brain, because I think there is a key found through neuroplasticity where we just have to work really hard to like delete the entire part of your brain that deals with your ego and the way that you want to like, I don't know, get laid in the world, and just devote it to like, I don't know, having telekinetic control over fire or something. And by making those cognitive sacrifices of intention, your brain might actually repattern itself that it takes like 14% of your brain to do this, which makes you like basically socially inept. But then there is a parallel with like people who've been like the best inventors of history were like lifelong celibates, because they realized too much of my mental energy is devoted to the opposite sex, so I'll never get where I really want to get to, which is where beyond where anybody else can get to if they're still doing this other stuff.
Is our energy connected just like any other electricity or anything like that? Are we connected? Our energy,
I think he's asking you.
like highways, we're connected, like energy, just like these electricity poles that run through cities.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I
Are
was just
we like that
at
as
my
well?
fridge.
Do we possess like I think of myself as a energy being. If I could, I know there's levels to this that I could never even comprehend. But I know that I am connected, and like I could like look at people, I could like, and I just feel stuff, and I just truly believe that we are connected through
If I,
something that is way more
yeah, man. Hey,
more than just give birth through your mom.
if I could jump in, we are all connected. Everyone in this space is listening and thinking at the same time, albeit all around the world, right? We're really far apart, some of us, yet we're all thinking of the same thing during these conversations. And so that's metaphysically, we're all connected. Like, it's almost like being telepathic, you know? I mean, that is my assumption that, you know, a lot of these other entities are telepathic and they don't need to talk. But anyways,
Well,
yeah, at the
God
same
also
time,
said this
you
in the
know,
Bible.
so we're all connected in
Don't
this
need
like
to talk.
thought pattern, you know. I think you think at the same time when we think about something that somebody said, we're thinking at the same time, albeit we're like really far apart. It's wild.
There's a really specific verse in the Bible where the direct word of God is where any two or more of you gather, that's where you will find the Spirit of me manifesting. So it was like you can have a personal connection of God, but if you want to see God in the physical world, you've got to find somebody else and both be praying at the same time. And I think if you apply that to the nature of the brain, to me, it means that we're in a bigger brain. And when you experience connection, it's just like an action potential that doesn't end at the at the skull. It connects to the start of a much bigger neuron. That's like a neuron in the size of this God brain. So it's that big. It's probably covering a large percentage of your field of vision. But they're
That's
also
God
not
letting us
visible
know that you
because
can't do it by yourself.
Yeah, they're not
Like you're
visible.
connected.
They're
You
just
need
the
us
nature of the fields and the
to the
forces. But
main band.
those fields and forces that we call magnetism and electricity, they're actually creating action potentials. That's creating what we call synchrony. It's a little bit more refined than just synchronicity. It's like spontaneous synchronicity, and they call that one synchrony.
That part, like you don't even know you don't like. It's just part of your your philology. What you know what I mean? Philology. It's you know what I'm saying? The energy is just like it blows it's so like to me. Let me see the first time that I experienced acknowledging what I had. It was I think it was when I know for a fact because it saved my life. I was on the highway, coming from a club, driving on the highway, going about 60, and I was just driving, and another car came in front of me, and got in front of me, and then I went in front of I swerved and I got in front of them, and then it was a girl, and then she got in front of me. So we was kind of like flirting, going home, and her exit came up, and she was still looking at me, and then the motherfucking curb came, but she was still looking at me, and she went straight through the windshield looking at me, and uh, it did something to me. Now I've seen death from a combat war vet, but her, like the energy, the exchange at that moment before her car blew up and she went through the windshield looking at me, and I couldn't even drive anymore because I absorbed her energy, came into my body while I'm going 70 down the highway. Look, it took everything just to pull my vehicle over. Some people call it shock, but when you're dealing with a combat war vet and a bro from Chicago who's seen it all, I have to say this was different. Like I felt her body, her energy, looking at her as she died, like was going through that windshield. Look, when she should have been paying attention to the road, looking at me, and I'm looking at her, we just and then boom, it was just like that. It was more instant than instant. It was like I was able to drive, and then I wasn't able to drive. I was like possessed. Something possessed my body to the point where it felt like it was 1,000 pounds of pressure just to turn the wheel just 1 millimeter. Like it was turning like concrete. And if I don't get it over to the side, I'm finna die. Because semis is passing by. Yes, sir. That's when I knew that
To be
I could.
honest, that's the
There's
wildest story
energy,
I've ever heard.
energy, and you got energy that you got energy. It's almost like a video game. You know what I'm saying? You do good, you get coins. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You do good, you get coins in this game. And these coins is like lives, like a cat. There ain't no there's no way that I should have lived after going numb, going 70 on the highway on a Friday without a scratch. Without a scratch. I just got somehow I ended up on the side of the road. I was on the far lane. Mind you, I was in the far lane. And I had to go 1, 2, 3. I had to go 3 lanes over and then into the little, the lane for people to stop if they have to for emergency. I had to go 3 lanes without being able to move my body, without getting hit by semis. That's pure. That's pure, like, just energy, just like preserving itself. Cause they know that I'm gonna do. Energy already know I'm gonna do something good. I can't wait to do something good. Like, I'll be praying. I say, God, keep me aware of people that need help. I will literally, I will help. Yo, don't let a kid or a woman be in distress. I will lose my freaking mind. And I like it like that. I really do. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Go to the
Just trying to
moon
figure it
in a
out.
nanosecond.
What's up?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. I'd go to the moon in a nano. I'd go to the moon.
Yeah, I don't really think we've been there. I think we was in competition with Russia and we just said some shit. If we can't go to the bottom of the ocean, we're not gonna go nowhere. If we can't go, if we can't go somewhere that we could like pull your ass up, we are not going up there. And anybody who wants to go live somewhere else, it's just out of your minds. Um, we're not built for that shit. We're not built to be in space. We're not built to be underwater. We're built to be right here. And why don't we just protect what we got? Why don't we just protect what we got instead of fleeing? Like, like, why don't we just save this motherfucker? Tell motherfuckers, you cut a tree down in front of my face, I'm gonna blow your fucking head off. Let's start. How about this? Let's start taking our garbage. Let's take plastics and let's put a little bit of paper garbage and put in some kind of a cement, and then let's make bricks. Let's make lumber. Let's make 2x4s. Let's make every lumber that there is out of our garbage. I'll tell you what'll happen. We'll build homes. We'll save our trees. We'll save ourselves. And there won't be no garbage around.
Yesterday, Elon Musk tweeted that he believes recycling is pointless.
It is. It all
He's a
ends up the same
fool.
place.
I mean, I
He's a
actually agree
fool.
with him.
We'll,
No, it's believe I think recycling has been the biggest scam.
hey, ma'am.
I
Ma'am, but
yeah, it's
what if we did this though? What if we didn't make it a scam? What if we actually, like, there's chemists that could take part plastic and part whatever paper and make a instead of wood, everything that we make out of wood, we can make out of this paper and plastic substance, our garbage.
maybe we
What
could
if
even
we was
make
able to do that on
spaceships.
not no scam? If we actually had, instead of a lumber mill, we had a uh plastic wood into lumber mill. No scam.
We could make high-tech drones instead of the old wooden ones that we use, and those always kind of break apart when they crash.
We should have
Cas Casimir
top
interface,
notch.
Sandra. Casimir interface, which is actually why I came up, because I wanted to ask Elf and Robit when they were talking about the potential that these drones are wormhole tech. Are they talking Casimir interface tech?
Are they trying to say these drones is from outer space? Is that what they're trying to say?
Some of them.
No, they're not. Man, now that's a scheme. Yeah, I'm gone. Hey, y'all heard me right? That's a
But
scam.
yeah, Elf and
I don't know. I
Robit is
think
still
it's
there.
just as likely that, like old mate was saying with his underwater nuke thing, that the amount of bombing that's been carried out in just the past year has maybe like destabilized a base or caved something in, and they're annoyed, so they're doing a big display or something. I don't know,
It's just to
but I
get
think
your
they
attention.
could be,
It's just to
they
get
could
your
have been
attention
here.
somewhere else. It's just like if I was to rob a bank, I would have somebody. I would have somebody blow up a gas station across the street. It's like that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying they could have been here for longer than us, and there's no need for them to have come from anywhere. That's all.
That's true.
That's what I've heard is like if they're going to reveal any kind of disclosure of any kind, they'll start with the beings that have been in the inner earth and on the planet for a very long time, and then they'll introduce us to the ones from the other planets like Mars, Venus, and so on.
Facts. Hey, look, when I was in combat, my
Yeah, the
sister,
other ones.
my sister, they thought that we was just in like, chill mode. They thought the military was in chill mode. But we was actually in I was actually in combat when they was telling the people that we was in chill mode.
Do you know what I think? I think there's more to it. And I mean, I had this crazy notion, like Noah being 950 years old. What if there's like a ship that moves through time, and if they're 950 years for them, they'd be like a million for us. But you know what I was thinking? That there's a ship that drops off orbs, and they collectively do stuff for the benefit of that ship, and it might be off planet. And so, but these orbs, while they're here, where do they hide? Well, they probably hide under the ocean. And it's a bizarre notion that maybe there was a base there and there was a drone that blew it up, and it was atomic, and it created a gamma radiation spike somewhere, and it could have damaged one of their bases, and then the rest of them in other bases or the same are now perplexed as what to do and are flooding the airspace with, they're like hitting a beehive. And
Yeah.
but those drones at the same time, maybe that's where they've always been hiding, because maybe they're the reason why things disappear.
It's just like to
So maybe
cause confusion,
they're not so friendly,
get our
but they've
attention.
lost their little stronghold, so they're out and about. And I think what's going to happen is they're going to bump into each other, and one will knock the other one out of the sky,
The, if, if
because
if
they
if if the media
the
if the media tells you something, understand the truth is 100 times more stronger. Like if they say that we're just at, they say okay, if they say like we at war, but we are on if the Americans say we just on the prospects of war,
I
we
mean,
is
like
at
War of the
full
Worlds.
blown war. If they say that we at full blown war, that means that we is at nuclear war, damn near.
No,
I'm just
not
trying to
like with
say it's
aliens.
like it's way more um what they tell us is just to keep us calm. Just like what's his name said. He was like, I don't want to say nothing that's gonna stir us up. That's how they really treat us. So with that being
Yeah, we're
said,
supposed to be
whatever
passive.
that's being said right now is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yep, that was Bob Lazar was talking about how these orbs or whatever. I think he was saying something or commenting on it, how they create a wormhole, and then everything there just sort of like gets sucked in and ends up somewhere else really fast, like immediately. It's weird.
Hey, on a positive note, that whatever I've thought deeply about, it's never been right. But whatever I've glanced at and just made an educated, just like light evaluation of, came true without like putting any judgment on it. It's like a pendulum, life, energy. It swings.
Do you know what I was thinking about Noah's Ark? What if Noah's Ark is this extremely advanced, extremely big, like craft, like a machine, a ship, a time machine, and Noah, being 950 years, he lived, like so, like if I do 100, he does 1,000, so it's like 10 to 1. But I'm just saying, what if Noah's ships has something to do with time travel? And the thought was that you get into this time travel mode, you jump forward in time somehow, and that's through time travel or some method of inducing that time differential. And yet, but those that were that much older then, like if they're out time traveling for like 100 years, right, in our time, that'd be like 10 years to them. So if they do 900 years, 10 years to them would be like 100 to them would be like 1/9, but 100 to them would be like 1,000 to us. So they could just go out for a while and come back, or have predetermined trip patterns to come back to here using time travel. And so they get into their craft, and Noah's Ark arrives again, like Noah's Ark 2 arrives in the future, because they're coming from the past, but since they're traveling through time,
Hey, Rob,
the
can I
Earth
ask
the
you a
Earth
question?
evolves, and then a new ship shows up, and more insectoids and orbs and everything pop out of it. Okay,
What's going on?
Hey, Rob, can I ask you a question, bro?
yeah,
Go
I'm
for
just
it.
chilling,
Man,
chilling.
hey, man, you been hitting on some, man, look here. Okay, so I remember being little, and I remember uh, uh, a bloody war vet like getting carried in front of me. Like as a child, I thought it was my
That's
mom. I
nasty.
thought I was sitting next to my mom watching a bloody vet like getting carried, like shoulder, like two people holding his shoulders, carrying him to the ER. And then I asked my mom, I say, Mom, you remember when I said, you remember when I told you, I no, I said, do you remember? I said, Mom, do you remember when I was in a hospital and there was a a, a a veteran that was bloody getting carried through the ER? And my mom said no. And I now this is something that like I know happened. And I remember just like I wasn't okay. So so my brother and sister was born in I was born in Chicago in '71. We moved through the military. We moved to Germany. My dad got transferred from so 3 years, 4 5. So I spent 7 years in Germany because my brother and sister was born in Heidelberg. So these are things that I know happened to me. It feels like it. Like I felt okay. Another thing happened in Germany is that I have a vivid memory of me seeing I don't even want to say a ghost because it wasn't like a ghost. It wasn't even like that. It was like It was more like an angel. It was like molded light in like this flowy ass dress on a cobblestone street in Germany. Like me looking outside this movie theater. I don't know how I got away from my parents. I asked my parents to this day. I say, Mom, Dad, y'all remember when I came in and I told y'all I seen that lady outside floating?
What did she look
And they
like?
say nope.
Sorry if I cut your flow off. My bad. Keep going.
Yeah, oh God.
But what was it, like a white lady? That's pretty commonly reported.
No, it wasn't a white lady. It was like molded light in the
That's what I
form
mean,
of
like bright light, like
yeah.
glowing white.
It was molded light. It was molded light. It could have been a white. It could have been black because we all look the same in the dark. The thing is that she didn't have no feet. She didn't have no feet, dog.
I feel like we're gonna start getting videos like that soon, dude.
Dog, this is
They
back
never
in the
have
day. I'm
any
Just
feet.
53,
glowing
dog.
humanoids and shit.
That was over like 42 years ago in Germany. Heidelberg.
You sure it was a lady? Baba Vanga said that humanity would develop telepathy by 2025.
Who said this?
Baba Vanga.
Humanity will develop telepathy by 2025.
I'm working on it. Shit, that reminds me. God.
We should have been mastered that.
That's weird because in my pendulum predictions that I've been doing with Ascension, my readings that I've been doing, I also heard that we would be getting our abilities back.
I often wonder about me. One time I went to the supermarket and there was this tall, enticing female that I was attracted to. And as I was walking in, she was walking past these grapes. And as I walked up and was looking at the grapes, I thought she said, wow, those look really good. And so I said, yeah, they are really good. And she looked at me and I had this funny look like, what? And then I kind of went like, thinking, what? And didn't really try to make anything of it. But she just gave me this quirky look at me. So, but I don't think she said, those look really good. I think I heard her think that those look really good. And I said, yeah, they are really good. But she didn't actually say it. She thought it. So maybe she's telepathic and projecting that on me, right? And I think that's the key with telepathy, that they just project their thoughts onto others. And, it
Hey,
it is what
brother,
it is.
can I chime in and
But it
add?
was weird, right?
Can I add to
But
what
it's
you're
probably
saying?
because we were connected metaphysically, right? Our auras were like touching, right? And so I was sort of like, on the same level, right?
Team, can I add to what you just said?
About
Please
the
do.
grapes?
Righteous, brother. Hey, look here. I promise you. I was at 7-Eleven. I'm in the line. There's this little Indian girl who's about 7, and she's with her little brother, and they're with this older white man. This little girl stared at me. The moment she walked into the store, she didn't lock eyes with anybody else in the whole fucking store. Like until she locked eyes until there was no more. I said she's in trouble. I went and I called 7-Eleven. As soon as I left, I said, "Hey, this little Indian girl that was staring at me the whole time. Go through your footage, look at it." I said, "And you need to rescue them." Guess what? Guess what? That
What?
motherfucker. Hey, her telepathy got to me. That's all I gotta say. And they got rescued straight up. They didn't even make it out of this. They didn't even make it out the stove. True story.
I can drop my slot because Mia wants to jump up. If you guys can give her the mic.
Go for it.
No, it's okay. It's all right. I DM'd you. It's fine.
Oh, that's all right then. No worries. I wasn't looking at my computer till just now.
No, it was just really interesting for me what you were saying earlier about wormhole tech.
Telepathy is just paying attention to other people.
Yep.
I like my grape story.
I mean, there's a
I'm seeing this.
really
Hold on, real quick. I really want to put this out there. This guy named Colby Marshall says that he thinks it probably isn't a new theory. I've got to start that. But he says there's like these 5 murdered bulls with their tongues missing, right? He thinks that a group using the animal parts for rituals are to blame. He said they're using some sort of toxin that causes the animals to go catatonic. There's no sign of struggle with the animal, so they dart them or something. And said that the absence of the blood is due to them draining from the animal's tongue. They wait, hold on. What was he? He added that the absence of blood is due to the culprits draining from the animal's tongue, which they then take because that is the one piece of forensic evidence.
So who is that? Who do you think that literature was meant for? Like, do you think it was meant for the people that believe the way he does, or his captors?
He went on to say that do I think they're using their technology to come after free-range bulls in Eastern Oregon? No, I don't. I think that they would have better uses of their technology than that. Um,
Who do you think the Bible was meant for?
The Bible?
Followers or leaders?
Um, yeah, I don't want to answer that question.
It was meant for the leaders. Um, everybody else wasn't
Yeah,
even.
sorry.
Everybody else wasn't even supposed to know how to read.
Well, I don't know. I like the idea that these are things that have been here and just woke up, just like I did. Maybe they just need some coffee. Um, but I don't think so. I don't think that they've just been sleeping here this whole time and they got restless.
They were waiting for the conjunction of the planets.
The conjunction junction. What is its function?
Uh,
That was really funny.
maybe it opens up some kind of portal or something.
Let me help y'all out. It was meant for the elites. The Bible, all books in the beginning.
It was portalistic.
You know what I like reading? I like reading the Daily Star. It's a UK like a rag or whatever, but has some really good stories in
Yeah.
there.
Why do
You
you?
said
That's what I'm
what
reading right
Why do you
now.
think they went so
What is
hard
our
with the
Ukrainians?
Daily Star
slaves trying
looking
to
like?
learn how to read? Why do you think they went so hard on that? And why did we have to practice in the dirt and erase it so they don't know that we was
Well, it
practicing?
wasn't. To be fair, it wasn't just slaves. Like the whole Martin
I'm just
Luther.
saying this is one aspect that is true
Right.
and relevant.
You know who Martin Luther was, though?
The original,
What?
not Martin Luther King. You talking about Martin Luther? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the original Martin Luther. Like he
Okay.
was the first guy to translate the Bible into Germanic and like distribute it for German people to read, and it led to the creation of a church that wasn't so strict as like the Roman Catholics. So he's like
But the Bible was meant for the elite.
yeah,
The
like
That's
Bible
what
was
I would
not
say.
meant
It
for the
wasn't
elite.
meant for us. Like originally, they didn't even think that we'd ever even learn. Like me, a person like me, knowing the Bible, they didn't even think of that because at that moment they was the ones who understand Latin, which came from English, came from Latin. Okay, so um, this right here, what we talking about, we have to really just be careful and just understand like the history of language and who was privileged, who wrote the books, who was meant to receive it and who wasn't. This is prevalent. This is something that should be talked about. It's real.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just not seeing the connection to the drones.
The, okay, Ruth. Okay, bet. You got a point. I don't either. But okay, so like I'm autistic, so I look
No, you're good. You're good. I
I,
mean, I
I
certainly
love
we know that the quote unquote elite have captured all knowledge, all
and
technology
and
knowledge.
yes, ma'am.
It's not out of the question to think that that these are beings who have certainly access to technology far in advance of our own. Um, but I think that we need to find the dots that we want to connect. I guess it all.
Yes, ma'am. We should find the dots so
You
we
know,
can connect them.
hey, the one thing, if these drones, not drones, but UAPs are everywhere around the world, um, they're probably going to get shot down in other countries, and they're gonna grab some of that stuff, and drag it back to their lab and reverse engineer it or study it. So that's pretty perplexing. Who can knock one of those things out of the sky and do whatever they want with it. Right?
I
Bizarre.
can perform a little bit of a mind flip on that exact notion, if you like. You know the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie, if you guys are like vaguely aware of that. Or there's a book series, right? And in the book series, there's this super intelligent computer that gets like basically turned into dust because it's designed to be the best like warfare artificial intelligence supercomputer. It's like the size of a moon kind of Death Star contraption. And they think they've destroyed it, right? Because it goes on like this hell-bent thing against the universe. But instead of destroying it, they turn it into smart dust, and it encases itself around this planet. So over millennia, the people that evolve on this planet, they've got no knowledge of the outside universe. They literally can't see any stars because they're surrounded by the dense computer dust. So the computer self-assembles itself into a spacecraft, which is very easy to rebuild, but it's not designed to be like a functional craft. It's just designed them to get up to the cloud so the computer can assemble itself and say, now you're my pawns to go and destroy the rest of the universe, because it kind of just mind fucks them by showing them the universe and going, oh yeah, his creation. I know that's confronting and everything, so wouldn't it be nice to just destroy it and have the quiet sky again? It's so funny.
I know it is funny, and they could also take tests on that vehicle and see if it has compounds on it that's beyond this earth.
By the way, what you were saying earlier about the Bible being meant just for the elite, I know the stories in the Bible are like are meant to like well, they're not meant for the elite, right? Uh, in fact, I think
The
they
Bible is meant for the elite.
hold on a second there.
Only the educated could read.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the Bible, like people in it, right? They challenge the wealthy and powerful people, right? They talk about justice and uplifting the poor. But I mean, uh, there's that Martin Luther guy. He translated it into German, right? And then there was the printing press, which kind of unleashed words all over the planet, right? Because of that thing. But before that, even there was I forget what times they were, but it was in Latin, like you were saying, right? In Latin, and only some people could speak Latin. So I guess they had kind of a control over how like the information was disseminated or whatever. But I mean, elite groups have always co-opted all kinds of shit to like suit their own ends, including religious texts, right? I wouldn't say the Bible was created, you know, for these people, but I'm sure it's always co-opted by them for a time period, wasn't it?
I apologize, man. Because man, I just apologize. I didn't mean to hurt nobody's feelings up in this mug, because I'm here to network.
I don't think you hurt anyone's feelings.
I'm here to network, and
No, you're all good. It's all theories are on the table at this point. You have nothing to apologize for, my friend.
yeah, I just don't want to because if I'm a problem, I'd rather be eliminated. That's how I'm serious. That's how serious I am about this shit. Yeah, baby. And because I'm quick to eliminate a problem, so
That's
I
very
I
sweet.
expect the same shit. So I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna listen like I've been, and get more oil in my lamp.
I mean,
Eddie's warrior.
I think religious texts, right? Like choose any of them. They're all pretty much just phone books to me. Like that's the way I look at them. So like just imagine like grabbing a random phone book from not even your country, opening it to a random page, and calling the dude. So the first time you call him, how's that gonna go? It's like you start out with, "Oh, dude, my situation sucks. I need some help with this," and it's like the being on the other end of that is going to be like, dude, slow down a second. You haven't even told me your name yet. Walk me through very slowly what your situation is. Because people don't see it like that, they see it as either like a set of rules or a false or true history. it's called like a living word for a reason, because it's like a cosmic phone book. You know, all the souls that are detailed in that, they're all accounts of people who lived, and you can commune with their spirits. You know, so.
I would love it if we could get Fred back in here this morning to read a little bit more of what he was reading earlier.
I would love somebody to answer the question: is the Bible for the literate or the illiterate?
The Bible is for anyone that could read it. But
Wait,
you
wait,
can't be
wait.
that.
That's the easy way of, bruh. I'm not gonna let you get away that quick. Whoever can read it. Are you serious?
Well, yeah. I mean, just like anything that's printed, it's
Even
for the people that can read, right?
you start laughing, so you know where I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna use
No,
my.
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
where
use
you're
our
going with it.
telepathy over this
I
internet.
mean, tell me what's up. I don't know.
All right, bet. So you don't know if the Bible is for the literate or the illiterate? Are you serious?
Well, I mean, it can't
Do
be
you
for
want to
the
stand on
illiterate,
that?
right? How? Because if it was for the illiterate, then what would be the
Then
point
you
of
can't
printing it,
read
right?
it if you're illiterate,
Exactly. Yeah.
right?
Logan,
So
can you
who is it
read, brother?
for? This is an easy question. If it was on Family Feud, you'd have got it. You know what I'm saying? You'd have got it. Look, I'm
But
asking a
dude, like what
simple.
you're
I'm
trying to
asking a
say
simple
is
question,
that,
bro.
hold on,
And
the
if you get
institution.
offended, that means that you understand me more than others.
Okay, let me see if I can just mediate here a little bit. The Bible, of course, is not meant, it is meant to be relayed. It is meant to be understood. However, we do know that all the biblical stories at the Council of Nicaea, the ones that they opted to include, were put into one nifty little book, and that the mindset at the time was to make a Bible available, accessible to those who could read it, which would be the elite, of course, and then to have that knowledge filtered through those people to the masses. So I don't think it's necessarily fair that the Bible was not meant to be understood by the masses, because it was, but it was meant to be filtered through those who could read Latin, and they made sure that those who could read Latin, Hebrew, Greek was a very small and elite group.
Very well said. That's exactly what I meant. And my point number 2 is, if you could answer this, because you answered my first one so nice. Why would there the another reason that I think that the Bible is meant for the elites and not for the common people is because they got 5 instances in the Bible where they talk about where a slave should obey their master. I don't believe a book would be made for us. It, I just believe the book would be more profitable and more um, can identify with the slave, not the slave owner, I'm tripping, but the aristocrat at the time, and not the pheasant. This book was made for the pheasant. Your slave should obey you, period. And it's all through the Bible. There's not one time in the Bible where it says the slave master should obey the slave.
That's true. Hegel didn't come for another several hundred years. Um, I also don't think necessarily the Bible was meant to be a political treatise on the master slave dialectic, as it were. I think it's intended to be more of a spiritual guide, but your point is taken.
I like your point of view.
I think as well, because I asked ChatGPT about it, It was mostly intended for the people of Israel. It was never meant to make it out to all these other places, although what I guess happened is as Christianity developed and sort of
Didn't
split off
Christianity
into all these,
evolve in Ethiopia? Let me know if I'm wrong.
I would say
So
I would say so.
they took and they manipulated. They wrote their own stories about it and put different. Like they got Cleopatra being white in the movies in
Well,
America. Is Cleopatra white?
yeah.
Is Cleopatra white?
Did you say
I
did
just
it
No.
want to
originate or
know
did it evolve?
if I'm the only one that understand.
Well, let me ask you a question. Okay, so just bringing it back to the drones. And if we want to tie this somehow to a biblical narrative, then we still have to ask why there would be drone sightings over countries that are not understood to be predominantly Christian, namely, for instance, Iran, which we're seeing now. That doesn't seem
That's
to be able
true,
to
yeah.
fit into a biblical narrative of what's going on unless we look at it very
Well, that's just
broadly.
us. That's just us. Yeah, that's just us.
Uh,
You know, there was a comparison that I saw someone make, and I thought, like, that is actually kind of clever. Um, in the stuff within Egypt, I believe they made a movie about this. Um, like there was that whole event with like the plague of locusts, right? Um, where you had the baby that showed up on the River Nile, and we all know who that grew up to be, kind of thing. And as well as that, you had the plague of locusts that came and sort of terrorized Egypt. Now, you could foresee the drones as kind of like a modern day version of the locusts, but yeah,
Hey, team, you got a valid point.
that's what it's reaching. It is reaching.
Hey, team, let me ask you this question: do you think that we would still be slaves if if Lincoln wouldn't have freed the slaves in America?
You know what? These are
No, no,
interesting
no, no.
topics, but
I got a
I don't
point
really
where I'm
want to
going with
have
this.
that
Your
debate or
answer
this
is
discussion in here, if
your
you don't mind.
answer should be no. We wouldn't, because he had no choice. We was rebelling. We was burning plantations to the motherfucking ground. Like we wasn't having it no more. Like we was done. If you didn't, there'll be hell to pay. Look, um, African Americans, slaves that was made us slaves, but they took carpenters. They took our most strongest, our intelligent, and then they wonder why America be winning all the Olympics. It's because they stole us. You think if Do you think that America would win an Olympic if it wasn't for us? You think they would win the 100-yard dash if we wasn't here? You think they win
America
the
is
pole
the
vault? No, they wouldn't win shit. So not just sports, but I'm talking about we invented shit here to make our life easier. The cotton gin, we made that shit. Ain't no white man gonna come up with a cotton gin.
it's the
We did
yeah,
British
that
what if
shit.
Museum.
African American what
So
if
they
African
take our shit.
Americans were taken to the moon where there's no gravity? You wouldn't be so fast there, would you? I'm making a joke.
It's the British
Look,
Museum population. That's the US.
I just want to be made whole. Not me, cause I'm good. Trust me, I'm good.
It doesn't sound like it, and I'm not down for that racism kind of shit in here. So like that dude needs to take a break.
Yeah, we should keep it on topic. I just had this funny image of in my mind of the drones. What if they start dropping propaganda leaflets like they did in World War II? That just somehow that struck me as really funny.
A dude needs to be made whole. A dude who was born in an era of freedom, he needs to be made whole. I like that thinking.
Well, I will redeem that ideology by saying perhaps we all need to be made whole.
That's why I love the moon phases, because they teach us that no matter what phase you are in life, you are always whole, even if you don't feel like it.
Did you guys see this little UFO video? It was in Arizona. What happened was it dropped off little orbs, bunch of little orbs, and then took off, I guess.
Can you send that to
Or
me?
Cute, just like Shane's puppies.
this was on a week ago, but it said it's not orbs. It's some sort of discharge of molten material that seems to take place before they vanish. Da-da-da. I'm just reading it from the Daily Star. I haven't actually seen the video yet. Oh, actually, that's oh yeah, there it is.
So a plasmic exhaust then, that's interesting.
Yeah, they that was featured as well in the series UFOs Above and Beyond. There was one episode where a guy actually went to the spot where this material was being spewed out over this field, and he sampled some of it. He's got these little vials full of all of these specimens of the material. Fascinating stuff.
Be interesting if Element 115 was there in the mix.
Can somebody please remind me what that is? I am woefully behind in my research of element 115.
Reactor fluid, I guess, would be the easiest way to say it. I mean, honestly, I think it's just helium-3 and maybe a fourth phase shift event or something. Like, I think it's not a new element, it's just a behavior of a certain element. But maybe it's a compound that's combined with like uranium and helium-3 or something, like two of the most reactive elements. You could look at cesium and see that it's like universally reactive, but kind of not in a way that's harnessable. So yeah, there's a few elements out there that could do like higher order function, I suppose, just by looking at the math of how the molecules work in their base state. But new elements on the table, that's kind of more interesting. I just I don't know how we'd even discover it.
That's actually, like, I've thought about that, and there are some people who think, like, the periodic table will never actually be complete because there's always going to be new materials to discover. And especially if we start dealing with like alien life and alien planets, like who knows what's on their planet that may be completely different to ours. Like new flora, new fauna, all that kind of thing. And I've heard rumors of like alien beings that have had to be contained in special places, in special containment units, because they can't live in our atmosphere. So they keep them in a facility, in a place where they can breathe their own atmosphere.
So we're really looking at two phenomena that are happening simultaneously right now. What we're calling drones and then the orbs.
Or they're the same thing.
I don't know,
Seen a
the
lot of
videos.
videos.
Go ahead, Red.
I've seen a lot of videos of these things transforming, and they seem to like go to like orb mode for a bit or something like that, and then they try and look like some kind of like they're imitating some kind of human craft. I feel like to not be discovered, but they look like some like retarded version of it.
Well, yeah, and you hear about orbs with like the paranormal as well, so it makes you wonder if there's like some kind of overlap there. Like there has to be.
Yeah, because it is really going to be difficult to tie orbs to any human tech that we know of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't actually
Yeah,
seen
it's
any
very
that
strange.
actually look like drones. Like they all look like weird. I don't know why people started calling them drones.
It's the best thing I've ever heard you say, Taylor.
So they don't have to investigate them by law.
Maybe it's because they just had blinking lights on them. But it's ridiculous. All the videos I've seen look like these weird, craft or orbs of some type. They don't
And in
actually look like a
fact,
drone.
if Homeland Security is insisting that they are manned craft, we can't call them drones.
Did they say they were manned?
Manned craft operating legally, quote unquote.
That guy who did the alien interview thing, Jon Stewart, he was saying that ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, and the reason they're so big is because they're housing like a living being, like transporting it. Which makes you wonder, like, why would they be transporting alien bodies all over the world? Like, if that's the case, what the hell's going on? That they've got to transport aliens all over the world to multiple different bases.
You know what's really interesting about element 115 is that if you combine the 11th and 5th elements, you get sodium borate, which is a interesting anion, which means it has more electrons than it has protons. So if we're dealing with an element that needs a lot of charge and needs to be very flexible, then sodium borates might actually be the key there. I don't know. It could just be coded in the way they say element 115, but it's really the properties of the 11th and 5th. I don't know. Just a theory.
That's interesting.
By the way, oh, she's not in here. Yeah. Anyway, I was setting this piece of mail I had earlier on fire because it smelled like other I guess from here I got this like iRig thing where you can like connect like your guitar or like I guess like a microphone or whatever you wanted I guess into your phone, right? And but the package that it came in was just like oh, it just smelled disgusting. And so I just torched it. 'Cause I just thought like this thing is crazy. Like I can't bring this thing inside, right? Who knows what this thing's fucking I don't know, it's been I had the smell of like soaking in like dog shit for like past year or something. Even worse than that. But but the torch I used is like this I don't know what it's called. But you just like press a button and like a really long flame comes out, you know? It's pretty handy. But yeah.
That's strange too.
So if you guys are still stewing over what I said about sodium borate, if you think about the like propensity that the craft has to be around the ocean, well, what's a vastly abundant resource you'd get out of the ocean? Sodiums, right? So having a little bit of boron in the mix and a constant access to sodium, maybe that's how their self-perpetuating energy works, maybe.
I don't think they need energy in these crafts. I think they're interdimensional. They don't need any like propulsion in the nuts and bolts sense.
I think they do when they're like down in this density level. I think there's like for physical things they need to do, they need fuel, but then the higher properties, all that stuff becomes redundant.
It depends on their purpose. I think if they're just making a light show, that's one thing. But if they're gonna interact with matter or like do an abduction or something, then they might need a physical craft.
You know, this is a stretch, but I would love to see a real close up of those things coming out of the ocean to see if when they emerge, if they're dripping, if they actually come out wet or if they come out dry.
No, they don't cause
I
impact.
think they're dry. I
Yeah,
think that they're
they don't
interdimensional.
even splash, Andrew. Nothing. Straight in and out.
Because it's not interacting with matter. Because it's like, I mean, kind of like a ghost in a sense, but manifesting. I don't know how to describe it. It's just not physical in many cases. It's how they break the laws of nature. Because if they're physical, then they're going to have to abide the laws of nature. If they're breaking those laws, then they cannot be physical. Because they can't travel a certain speed, you know, without going interdimensional.
Unless we don't understand all the laws of nature.
I think the plasma field
And
around
we don't
them.
understand the interdimensionality, and that's why like they're utilizing that.
Wait, repeat that. I'm trying to understand what you meant by that. Say that one more time.
Like the reason why they're like, for example, they're not making a splash out of the water because they're not interacting with it, because it's interdimensional. They have to, like, because if they're in this dimension, they have to follow the laws of it. You know, like they're gonna interact with water if they're underwater. They're gonna make a splash, but they're completely disregarding the laws of nature and not following by them because they're interdimensional. It's kind of like an apparition.
I guess the question would be then if they had no need to interact with the water, why would they be under it? And certainly it might I would think it wouldn't be just for cloaking purposes because they could do that regardless.
Yeah, I think that their station or their residing place is under the ground for many reasons, without getting too, biblical or spiritual.
I believe the plasma field that surrounds them enables them to travel interdimensionally, like Taylor was saying, so it doesn't affect our matter.
But plasma would need a serious energy source, and that would be,
Yeah.
like, even if it was plasma, like interacts with water and stuff. But I agree, if they're doing like abductions and stuff, then they're gonna have to use crafts that are either like bi-dimensional, where they can go back and forth, or can kind of dematerialize and rematerialize.
Well, there's
Like, they're gonna need to
theories.
physically interact with matter.
There's people who say that the Greys, especially like the childlike ones, are not actually like beings. They're like they're a suit, and they're AI or something, controlled by the Tall Greys, which are the bigger ones who. Although I've heard others say it's the other way around, and that the like childlike greys are the ones in charge, and the tall greys are the like the drones.
Do we have an agreed upon working definition of what we consider interdimensionality? Because we've been talking about the upper dimensions as dimensional bands of density, but these are operating within our density. So I'm wondering what we are meaning when we say interdimensional within our density.
Think of it like a radio station. You've got different radio stations, and if you tune the dial, you can go to different radio stations. But if you tune the dial in between two different stations, then it comes out all fuzzy, and you get a ghostly apparition kind of effect.
Yeah.
And what they want to do is they want to bring us up to fifth density, or the fifth dimension. And in order to do that, they have to raise the vibration of the planet. And that's why certain people have incarnated on Earth at this point in time, is for that very reason. Because there was a guy in New Zealand, his name's Alec Newold, and I believe he's been doing some stuff recently, talking about a new book or something. I'm not entirely sure. But this guy interacted with some beings that said they got themselves stuck in between certain dimensions. Like they described it exactly the same way as like being stuck in between two different frequencies. And they've tried getting help from the humans to get them out of there. And his his experience's story is really weird and kind of freaky because he was literally just taking a road trip up and down the country. You know, like nothing crazy, wasn't looking for aliens or anything like that. He was just sightseeing, having a holiday. And when he arrived at the destination that he was meant to be at, all these people were cheering instead of clapping, and he's wondering what's going on. And he finds out that he'd been missing, like he'd turned up missing, and that his road trip that was supposed to be one day, because you can do that in New Zealand, it's small. Yeah, it was not that, and it'd been missing for like 24 hours or something. And it's like, it's crazy to think that you could just be minding your own business on your way to your holiday home, and then you just get abducted by beings. Like, what the hell?
It's interesting that these are happening over all these other countries, including now Iran, and apparently no other country is shooting them down.
One other very interesting thing about his story, and I don't know why this is a common thing among some experiences, they will give them like all this knowledge and then try to like wipe your memory so you forget. But he did not forget because he wrote a book. Or I think he got information back somehow, either through hypnosis or something.
Oh, by the way, Logan, the air traffic control video that you posted was fascinating. The 15-minute one. It was brilliant. Absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, thanks. That's from that guy who's been giving us that information about the missing Kratos Valkyries. Um, what's up, Mark?
How's it going?
Another day in paradise.
Amazing.
But I liked it because you've got multiple sources all watching the same thing, all reporting it at the same time. Yeah. Really, really good
Yeah,
intel. Really good intel.
I like the part about they both said that the UFO was like a corkscrew or something.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Back to wormholes. But was I right when I was listening to it? There's the one pilot saying that he was at 14,000 feet and the other guy was at 33. And it shot from 14,000 straight up to 33, where the other pilot saw it. Did I listen to that bit right?
Yeah, they've been saying supersonic to perhaps ultrasonic speeds.
And the fact that this is now happening daily, like every day, there's something else. I wonder what will happen this weekend. Oh, Trump's tweet was a little bit cryptic, though, wasn't it?
What was it?
Well, he made a couple of spelling mistakes in it, which
Nah,
was
Trump
odd.
never makes spelling mistakes. What's it say?
I know, he just basically said, like, why don't the military know what these are? Like, shoot them down.
Okay, what did he misspell?
Let me find it. I'll pin it. Hang on.
It's gonna be another damn covfefe that we all have to decode.
And please don't tell me that's a parody account, or I might cry.
Don't cry. I posted something earlier and Red Panda was like, that's from Star Wars.
Brilliant.
It was awesome. It was so good.
Hey, who knows? Star Wars, it was probably real stuff, Andrew. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I forget who it was, but there was a guy that I was listening to. So it was an experience, so it was something. And he used to tell his kids, like, if you want to go play Star Wars, you can. But he was trying to give his kids a normal upbringing.
Well, there is the theory that Mars was nuked. Mars was actually bombed the crap out of.
I don't think that's a theory at this point. I think that's just a fact. Like, that's why it's the color that it is.
Wouldn't it be still radioactive though? Because it being leaked. Or was it?
I haven't seen anything about much activity over the UK. I don't know if anyone else has. When it comes to orbs and drones. I haven't heard much from the UK for a while. I do have a friend in Oregon who said he shot a laser pen up at it and one of them and it went away. And I was like, well, next time you see one, video it, send it to me.
Oh, perfect. There are just a bunch of cats up there. Get your laser points out.
We joke, but cats did kind of take over Egypt. Also, I believe there was a country recently that decided to state that cats were an invasive alien species or something. It was weird.
Don't you hate it when you're looking at something on your feed and it refreshes and you just like automatically and you lose what you were looking at? I just saw something that was posted
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
46
Oh, that
minutes ago about
sucks.
something over Miami, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then it vanished. So let me search drone Miami now.
I think in about a month's time, we won't be able to move for aliens. Aliens will be full of sky. Aliens will be blocking the roads. It's like, we're here. You can't ignore us. You won't be able to walk down the street for aliens. That's my theory. It's escalating that rapidly, though.
So I've got a very one-track mind, and I'm still looking into boron. And the more I learn about it, the more it seems like that this would be the most useful thing for technology that depends on having a constant harvestable resource. Like, for example, it's the 10th most abundant element that's dissolved through the seawater, and it disperses fairly evenly through the seawater. You also can't destroy boron. You can only redistribute it through the environment. Like, there's so many weird things about it. It's a metalloid, which means it has the properties of metals, but it's not a metal. It's such a weird element.
I would have thought you could maybe destroy it in a nuclear reactor or something like that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Taylor's here. Oh, Taylor, maybe you can you'll like this. It's I think this guy's talking about something that can steal your soul.
Is it a physical? The consciousness side of this to me is also represented in meditation, psychedelics, near-death experiences, transcendental experiences. This UFO phenomena, even the flying saucers and the greys, they turn up in all of these different spaces. So what does that say? Is it a physical phenomena, a material phenomena, or is it actually able to transcend through different elements of reality that we actually don't believe are real, like the dream state or the astral realm or the psychedelic realm? You know, are these real? Well, these creatures, entities, objects seem to be able to traverse through our material plane and meet us on these other planes. Graham Hancock, for anyone who knows Graham Hancock, when he was in the Amazon basin and he took ayahuasca, he saw alien greys. You know, like, what's up with that? There was an Amazonian tribesman on a podcast not that long ago, and he was a straight tribesman. Like, he was in the Amazon basin. They didn't have a connection to modern culture, and these podcasters had basically found these guys and got them on for an interview, and they brought up the question of aliens. And they had no concept of what that really meant. They didn't understand what alien was. What do you mean, extraterrestrial? I'm not sure. They showed them a picture of a gray, and the tribesmen went, "Oh, that's Makanwabu." Say again?
Alienígena não tem.
Como?
Alienígena.
Alienígena? O que é?
Nunca, essa palavra você nunca ouviu falar? Alienígena.
Alienígena, não. Isso chama-se Mayushibu.
Isso aqui?
Sim.
Mancunawabu.
Mancunawabu.
Sério?
Mancunawabu é um que mora debaixo da terra.
É, eu falei, esse aí.
Que se virou formiga hoje, que nós chamamos Una, que é uma formiga grande, chama-se Mancunawabu.
Que essa formiga também é muito perigoso, né, Buina? Se as pessoas ficam mexendo com ela demais, ela leva o espírito da pessoa para debaixo da terra também. Para voltar tem que ser um pajé bem bom.
São seres que pode aparecer em luz divina, com a luz do Nishipan. São seres que a gente pode ter o contato, que moram debaixo da terra.
Yeah, Makanwabu. It's an ant. It's a human that became an ant, and it lives in the underworld, and it can steal your soul. And you need a good shaman to bring you back. That's what they said. So they have a mythos on something that a lot of people would consider to just be a Hollywood archetype, right? But then you've got the Amazonian tribes people talking about Makanwabu, and you've got the Aboriginal Australians who've got their cave paintings, I'm sure a lot of you have seen, which are questionable. And there's actually some pretty questionable Egyptian pottery as well that seems to look like the Nazca mummies that we're finding now in South America. So it's a fascinating thing that this seems to be a material and immaterial element at the same time. And that's actually why I called my YouTube channel Project Unity, because I believe in a symbiosis between spirit and science. I think these are just two different ways of observing the same state of play. And we're getting closer to that. It hasn't actually been that long that we've been shut off in this way, this Newtonian reductionist model that we've entered into since the Age of Enlightenment, that everything's just dead matter bouncing around. Yeah, it's very enlightened.
So, let me know if I'm boring you guys with my stuff about boron, yeah?
There is a boring and a boring joke in there somewhere, but no, not at all.
Okay, so I've just been looking into different applications, and I found that you can actually build a triboelectric generator from boron, and triboelectricity is the result of mechanical energy, so it doesn't require fuel input or charge buildup. It's just like motion, and the motion creates the charge out of piezoelectric stuff. So I've got the University of Queensland at the moment looking into a discovery I made with a certain type of crystal, and I created a triboelectric generator without even meaning to, just dicking around at home. So if I can combine like the principle that I'd already used with the principle of boron and then present it to the university, they'll be able to construct it, and it could be like a battery that's like 10 times more efficient than anything we've got. Like, they've already told me that they think we're all going to be rich directly because of my discovery.
Would you not make it open source? Why wouldn't you disclose?
I mean, I put the information out there freely on YouTube, but the university contacted me because I have patent protection for about 12 months. So they engaged me to find that they were legally in the clear to take my like information and use it like in their way of applying it. But they also want like more of my notes and information and stuff. So it's a little bit complicated, but it's really cool for me because I've invented a whole bunch of things, but most of them don't have like mechanical principles to them. And this one has not just a mechanical principle, but an energy generation principle. And it's so stupidly simple that a kid could build it, you know, like graphene. Graphene could be made by like 4-year-old kids. It's that simple to make.
Interesting. Check your DMs for me as well. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm just going to call you Elf. If that's okay.
Coatl.
Yeah, still too complicated.
Luigi, you're telling me you act the CEO of United? We said whack CO United, the head of the fucking Japanese mafia. What the fuck have you done, Luigi? Just fucking Christ.
Do you realize what you've done, Luigi? Wait, why is there so much wind? Are you calling me on a city bike right now?
Morale, what the fuck are you giggling about?
You said a cute hostel worker complimented his smile?
Luigi, I swear to God, if you took off your mask, your nephew's a goddamn idiot.
And apparently a psycho. Not a bad day for the Mangione. He says he escaped to the woods.
Oh, thank God. Huh?
Wait, why do we hear a horse and carriage? He's in fucking Central Park.
Luigi, come on! All right, just relax. We left you an escape plan in your backpack. You ditched that in Central Park.
You thought they were going to identify you by your backpack, but not when you gave your name to the barista?
Luigi, come on, man!
I mean, look at this. My nephew looks just like me. I'm going to get laid from this.
As long as he stays put in the safe house, he'll be all right.
Bad news, he got caught.
Go!
Good news, the McRib is back.
Hey!
You think Luigi Mangione is related to Chuck Mangione?
The only reason I know who he is because I watch King of the Hill. So, I don't know.
Jazz musician.
But I will say that I think a lot of people are trying to put pieces together for this guy that are probably there, but not for the reasons that they're asserting them to be. I don't know. It's a little bit weird, but I noticed a post somebody made about how chronic back pain can turn you into a psychopath. And the fact is, I've seen that happen to somebody. And when it's involved with like you no longer being able to have sex or do what you want, and you're nearly bedridden, and there's people who are still rich because of them causing this to you in the process of making their money, and then they didn't help you. Yeah, I've literally watched someone go from like a really good-natured, happy person to somebody who I watched like grow more and more psychopathic and kind of bent on some kind of revenge. You know what I mean? And like I had to literally say goodbye to this person because I couldn't deal with that kind of psychotic energy, you know? But it's like, yeah, I think him going nuts on drugs or being like dialed up by ideologies that he was encountering online, I think that's all bogus. I think it's literally just pain like that can drive you insane.
They just keep calling this kid Ivy League graduate, Ivy League graduate. I mean, if he graduated from Yale, why not say Yale graduate or Harvard graduate? But it's always Ivy League graduate, very non-specific. And I would like all the Ivy League graduates who walk around with a handwritten manifesto to please raise their hands. Logan, your hand is up. I would like to see your, I don't need to see your Ivy League diploma. I would like to see your manifesto. Handwritten.
It was in that package I set fire to earlier.
Your manifesto stinks.
Not anymore.
Can I just ask if a woman has a manifesto? Is it a manifesto? Sorry about it.
I mean, And I don't walk around with a handwritten manifesto. I don't think I did when I was in college, and I don't think I do now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a man thing, to be honest.
Ivy League men.
Reported mysterious bright lights. At least 4 commercial pilots reported mysterious bright lights zipping through the skies above Oregon this past weekend. On Sunday night, a United Airlines pilot radioed air traffic control after spotting the unexpected lights in the Eugene area.
We're seeing 3 or 4 targets. Yeah, they're all altitudes up and down. It's pretty crazy.
A Life Flight pilot reported one of the lights was going in circles in a corkscrew pattern and showed up on his aircraft's collision avoidance system.
It's red in color, moving at extreme speeds. I don't even know how to describe how fast it's moving.
You are cleared to maneuver as necessary, left and right, to avoid the UFO out there.
Several brief videos taken by pilots and their crews showed lights in the night sky, but they're difficult to see because of the dark conditions.
It's weird. It's a red circular shape, and it keeps zipping out towards the ocean and then coming back in about, 20 miles or closer to us, and then zips back out of the ocean and we can't see it.
2 Horizon airline pilots also reported seeing mysterious lights, according to air traffic control, who confirmed there was no military activity in the area. So what could it be?
That appears like Starlink satellites, most likely.
Dr. Douglas Bittner led a study examining a similar case involving 5 pilots who spotted bright moving objects over the Pacific Ocean in 2022. Bittner and his colleagues determined the bright lights were flare from numerous Starlink satellites launched by SpaceX to provide broadband internet.
And literally all it is it's the sun is hitting the satellite just right, and it's being reflected back into your eye.
He believes the eye-catching lights spotted by pilots over Oregon were most likely satellite flares, although he hasn't ruled out other possibilities.
I need better video, consistent video.
In August 2022, people in Oregon witnessed a string of Starlink satellites moving dramatically across the night sky. Last month, the Pentagon director overseeing unidentified anomalous phenomena told lawmakers the Defense Department has seen an increase in reported UAP sightings, especially since satellites such as Starlink were launched.
We do have one example that I'm aware of where we were able to correlate a number of observations of interesting lights in the sky, and eventually we concluded that it was multiple people observing Starlink flares.
It's funny in that video where he's talking, right behind him, you see this like a white dude, just like in view like the entire time pretty much, and that dude is Missile Man. I didn't realize it until he said so later.
Starlink. That's pretty funny. It's a good one.
Yeah, it is kind of curious how he can mistake like it's going up and down 20 to 40,000 feet or whatever, and it's yeah.
Yeah, those would
Going
be
back and
some
forth.
novice pilots. I would think maybe they should come out of the sky and do some more training if they can't recognize a sun glare. Those, I will call them drones, those drones that were flying around Florida and over the Trump golf course.
Multiple aircrafts on alert and some even maneuvering to avoid a reported unidentified flying object over the skies of Western Oregon. Now, the phenomena happened this past Saturday night, December 7th. We spoke with a pilot of a Life Flight aircraft who, along with his crew, witnessed something they've never seen before. As Aaron Ariano shows us, you have to see it to believe it.
You can't really see anything, at least with this dark video of the night sky on December 7th.
taken by Life Flight crew members. But Life Flight pilot Joe Bewley says it was there and it was weird.
It's red in color, moving at extreme speeds. I don't even know how to describe how fast he's moving.
You are cleared to maneuver as necessary, left and right, to avoid the UFO out there.
This is Joe communicating with air traffic control while he was piloting that Life Flight call to the North Bend, Coos Bay area. And the UFO in question, if you look closely on your screen, that little red dot that floats in and out of the video.
That was the one that was at our altitude that would come up to us and sit for about 3 to 5 seconds, and then it would go back out over the ocean, over the horizon.
He and his crew witnessed this mysterious object continue this odd behavior for more than 20 miles away for about 20 minutes total. This came after a United Airlines flight reported seeing similar mysterious objects zipping through the sky, ranging between 30,000 and 50,000 feet in altitude.
We're seeing 3 or 4 targets. They're all altitudes, up and down. It's pretty crazy.
One researcher suggests it's a light bouncing off a Starlink satellite over the Pacific Ocean, catching the eye of pilots, something that's reportedly happened before. But Joe says this ain't that.
I don't think Starlink, like I said, satellites don't typically change directions. But then again, I could be wrong, but I honestly don't think it was. I've never seen a satellite move like that.
I reached out to the Federal Aviation Administration to see if they can confirm this UFO sighting. They kept it short and sweet, saying a pilot saw unidentified lights. The good news is it's not believed Joe or his crew were in any danger as they continued to fly down to Coos Bay and back up to their station in Aurora. But the mysterious object popped up on his traffic collision avoidance system. He says that's not something that a light reflection can do.
TCAS works off a transponder code. So for something to register, it was registering like an aircraft. So the weird thing is we were seeing it as an aircraft inside the aircraft, but ATC wasn't showing it on their radar.
Whatever it was, Joe and many others hope they can get clear answers. Reporting in Eugene, I'm Aaron Ariano.
It would be interesting to get a follow-up on that med flight patient. See if maybe perhaps they experienced any kind of healing on the way to the hospital. I realize that's a complete stretch. Just thought of it.
I think it's all swamp gas. Everyone's getting high on swamp gas and, looking at the Starlink and, it's gotta be swamp gas. It was there and it was weird.
That is curious. Why did it register on that? Why did it register as a plane or whatever?
The transponder thing, it's kind of strange though, isn't it? It's almost like it was transmitting a transponder thing.
Good point. Homeland Security is going to have to come out with another statement today. I mean, they're going to have to.
I just don't think they know what to say. It's like they're in a state of like panic and paralysis over it. They haven't got an answer. They can't come up with anything to say.
Yeah, as much as I don't trust the government or trust higher bodies, I actually don't think they know or have any understanding of what's going on. I don't.
Well, Werner von Braun did warn of a alien invasion, I understood, kind of staged by the military-industrial complex, so I don't know, maybe that has something to do with it?
Well, then, if it was a staged military invasion, then I would think their position would be, gosh, we don't know what it is. Perhaps they're aliens.
Well, you hear some people saying that, like, the plan for Bluebeam or whatever, like, that never went ahead because good beings, good entities won. That was in a space the other night where that guy was talking about the stuff on Venus, which, like, you never hear about activity on Venus, and it's obvious why. Because, like, they apparently attacked Venus. Which does get me thinking, like, in terms of psychological operations, if there's any that I think would be groundbreaking, it would be the idea that these planets still have beings on them, and we've just been sold a lie that they're empty, and that nothing lives there, when in actuality they're like full of beings.
You've probably discussed it already, but I've pinned into the nest the post that was put on Reddit about Project Bluebeam. But you've probably all discussed it already. I'm probably late to the table on that one.
Yeah, so I don't know if any of you are familiar with Dr. Stephen Greer, but recently when I was watching or listening to some of his stuff, he was talking about how, I believe it was Neil Armstrong, when they got to the moon, they were never really allowed to say what they saw once they got there. And that he was threatened, he and his family were threatened with death if they did. So, yeah, anybody else know anything more about that?
But it goes even to the depths of Antarctica here on this planet. Like it's shrouded in secrecy and mysteriousness. You know, the fact that it was invaded by the Nazis and the Germans for a science expedition, and all the fleet came back in absolute tatters. Apparently, there are underwater submarine tunnel access to the area, but you know, you don't go there, you can't go there, you can't fly over it, you can't learn about it. You're not supposed to know anything about Antarctica. I don't think it's not just Venus and the planets within our solar system. I think it's here on the planet that we live on. Okay, it goes back a long time, a really long time.
Yeah, and then Admiral Byrd's expedition to Antarctica as well, and then James Forrestal's death on that.
Oh no, go on.
I didn't have much more to say. It's just yeah, like you were saying with the secrecy and everything. Um, you know, it's just kind of funny how allegedly James Forrestal had some mental stuff going on, so they put him on one of the highest floors of the Bethesda Hospital, and he supposedly jumped out. But yeah.
Is that there's too many rabbit holes. There's so many rabbit holes, and I know I've gone down many and many over the past 3 years since I had weird and strange contact from something that I didn't understand. I didn't know what it was, and it took me down various rabbit holes. But I know that we've all been fed lies. I know that for definite and for sure. It's just like this new chapter with drones and orbs, like it's happening every single day, and everyone is seeing it. So many people are observing it and witnessing it that I don't know. I do honestly feel like something huge is going to happen, is about to happen. I don't know.
Yeah, what were your experiences you mentioned?
3 years ago, it started off very small synchronicities of seeing the same numbers, hearing the same song, or when I was reading something, a certain word would like just stand out and I couldn't get out of my head. Other things I couldn't get out of my head. I'd come off alcohol, I'd come off drugs, I was, pure, if you like. I just started taking notice of things that normally I would just brush off or laugh off. It was just a thing. And then it just became more and more and more, and I was directly contacted by a human vessel, but the information or the words that were coming out of their mouth was riddles, gobbledygook, switching from different entities. It was bizarre, absolutely bizarre. More strange things were happening to me. I was being woken up at the time of 3:14 every morning for weeks. Would be fast asleep. Bang, 3:14 I'd wake up, which then I obviously learnt was pi. I was being woken up at the time of pi. Sirius, I had contact from Sirius. I didn't know what that meant. Loads and loads of stuff. We were talking. I think Miss M was talking about it earlier. How somebody luckily documented it, because I've done a video diary. It's like an hour and a half video diary of my experience from that exact time, and I'm really glad I did it to kind of keep hold of that memory and that experience. I've never watched it back or listened back to it because I don't know, I hate the sound of my own voice. I can't stand looking at me on video. But it was too bizarre to just be a nothing. It changed my life, absolutely changed my life. But it led me down, or they led me down these rabbit holes of looking into, which I had no experience or understanding of before, of the Anunnaki, of the Sumerians, of the switching of the poles, of Noah and the flood, of the ark, of what other rabbit holes have I gone down? Like so many. It's like the NHI, the entity wanted me to know more than just you wake up, you go to work, you come home, you're knackered, you have some food, you go to bed, you wake up, and you repeat and you repeat. And that's what I believed that life was. I was brought up an atheist. I never read the Bible. I didn't believe there was anything more than just simple evolution, that we came from apes. And then my eyes were opened. But my story is very long. It's very, very wild. But I was definitely contacted by something that but was not human. And it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. It was lovely at times, and it was really quite disturbing and horrible at times. The complete yin yang, a complete yin yang. But they still wanted me to know. They wanted, and I truly believe that's how I've ended up here speaking with people on X, like-minded people who are in search of the truth. Because I think there is a truth to be known. But I think that the powers that be and the elites that rule this world and rule this earth and rule the people on it have made it so that we are not to believe in such
Is
things
anyone
as
talking?
UFOs. Oh, Andrew can't hear me. Sorry, and I'll shut up.
No, that's great. Do you did you put that video out on YouTube or anywhere?
I haven't even watched it back, my friend. This was 3 years ago, and I've luckily it still exists on my phone. God knows how, but no, I've got the video. And what's really interesting though is a part of my journey is one night I was told to, well, I wasn't told. Something came into my head telepathically to go and watch the sunset, and I'd never bothered to actively go and watch a sunset before. So I got in my car and I just chased the sun. I literally just followed, and it was a big, pink, glorious sun. And I just chased it. And then and then the song You've Got 21 Seconds to Go came on by a band called So Solid Crew from the UK. And I laughed and I laughed. And it led me to a farmer's field in the middle of Hampshire and the borderline of Wiltshire, which is where a lot of the crazy stuff happens, and close to Stonehenge. And I got out my car and the sun was setting and a deer ran out in front of me. And I was like, oh, this is beautiful, a really wonderful moment. Hang on. Hey, you okay? Daddy, where do you think he is? In the... Of course he is. You
I
are...
need to ask him if he munched all my pot noodles.
If he munched all your pot noodles? Hang on. Oh, no. No. Gaia, do you want to say hello to my friends?
Hello.
This is Gaia. Gaia's 10. Say hello.
Hello.
Hi, Gaia.
She's full of cold, aren't you?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell them what you did yesterday? Did you?
I performed our Christmas show to the Key Stage ones.
Ooh. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's so cute.
And then you went to see a show on ice, didn't you?
Aladdin on Ice.
You went to see Aladdin on ice. Yeah, she's poorly girl today. Right, go next door a sec, just while I finish saying something, sweetheart. I'll come see you in a second, okay? Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, so a deer ran out in front of me and I said, this is a wonderful, beautiful moment. I got back in my car to leave and every light in my car flashed. My headlight, I hadn't even put the key in the ignition and my headlights flashed and the dash flashed, like the center console flashed. And I went, oh, okay, I don't think you want me to leave then. As I got back out my car, and then my phone was bombarded with download this app, download that app. And the first app was a stargazing app. So I downloaded the app and I held it up to the sky and it was Sirius. Sirius was there blinking. And I said, hello, nice to meet you, Sirius. And I was in that field for 12 hours of receiving communication, not from somebody saying, we want you to do this. It was, this is an app. Like, read the message with the app. And I was in that field for a long time. And it was that I was in a space a couple of nights ago recounting my story, and I gave the coordinates of the place of where this happened. And a lovely woman on here, she did a little bit of digging into the land, and she said, have you seen this photo before? It looks like there was a crop circle there. And I said, no, I've never seen that before. And it's the clear outline of a potentially old crop circle, which is where I had that kind of level of contact. So here I am with all of you trying to figure out what the hell is happening.
It's amazing. Have you done any research or anything into consciousness or anything since then?
Well, the only bit of research I've done into consciousness has just come from being in spaces. But the real thing that I take from it is they were able to infiltrate AI to tell me a message, to get a message across to me. It's like they could, and I have strange things happen here that aren't just AI related. My Alexa will randomly come on between the hours of 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning, playing a random song that isn't even in my playlist. Happened 3 nights ago when she played the White Cliffs of Dover. I've never, I don't know that song, but it played that song. I've been sat in my lounge and I've got a flippy bin lid, and I was sat here again on the space and the flippy bin lid just span itself. Like it just went ping, like ching. But it doesn't scare me because I understand that it's energy. It's not a ghost. It's not some nasty force that's trying to contact me. It's literally them, it, the everything, the higher power, the higher beings that do transcend between consciousness and matter, which is why I think these bracket drones that we're seeing, I do think that there are some man-made drones within within the footage that we're seeing, 100%, no doubt. But the other ones, I think they are maybe of the same intelligence that contacted me. I do. And I haven't seen a UFO. I haven't seen little green men or aliens. I was directly contacted in a weird way. So I have seen, me and my partner, we were at a garden party in the summer, and he looked up and we did see some flashy moving things in the sky, and he was like, babe, look at that. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. So I don't know. I think it all has to mean something, right? I don't think all of this is happening for no reason. And I think my story some way fits with that of a higher intelligence, a way more advanced intelligence than us. Maybe
There's
I should probably write it down. I should probably rewatch my video diary from 3 years ago, and I should write the whole thing down. But as of yet, I haven't.
there's a long post by Michael Salla saying that, let's see, that because Trump has publicly stepped into the drone mystery and released a statement saying that the drones should be shot down, indicates that Trump is aware that extraterrestrials are visiting Earth. However, according to Michael Salla, Trump is anticipating a friendly relationship with the Galactic Federation and would therefore not be advising shooting down of drones that he believes would be theirs. He believes that these are most likely of deep state origin using highly classified advanced aerospace technologies that can overcome regular military jamming technologies and can outperform military jets. This is what Trump is alluding to when he says the Biden administration / deep state knows what is behind the drone phenomena. The deep state wants to obfuscate, confuse, and frighten people when it comes to UFOs, and is doing so by unleashing swarms of drones manufactured by aerospace companies such as General Dynamics, Lockheed, etc. Trump wants to put an end to this deep state operation, which is why he is now recommending shooting them down.
But if they are what I think they are, Andrew, I don't think it would matter. Like shoot all you want at them. You know, shoot all you want at them. I don't think it will really do anything.
Well, it's kind of interesting. Have you guys heard of the it was, I think, after the fall of the USSR, there was like some documents that came out about a UFO encounter. I want to say it was somewhere in Siberia. I'm not sure though. And I got it that they accidentally, quote, accidentally shot like a ground to air missile or something at it, and they shot the UFO down, and it fell to the ground, and then some of the entities got out of the wreckage of the craft, formed into like a cube, and then is like shot a beam at like the USSR soldiers that were sitting there, and then turned them into stone like instantly or something, and then just kind of vanished off. Have anybody else heard of that story?
Oh, I think so. I mean, it sounds concurrent with other stories. I just think the government's gonna have to get these things down soon because we're gonna have some hick with a howitzer trying to shoot these things down, and he's gonna down a helicopter or a commercial craft. We don't want a tragedy.
And by the way, really good space, guys, and chat. Like I've grown weary of the bitching and the arguing and the bickering. It's really nice to sit down with people and have real, honest, really good conversations. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that too. So Mia, have you looked into the Hyperboreans? I think there's something that the Germans talked about in the 20th century, but just curious if you'd researched into them at all.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. My partner's going shopping, and he was saying, "What do you need?" And I just gave him a quick list. What did you say? Sorry.
It's all good. Have you researched into the Hyperboreans? That I think the Germans in the 20th century were talking about a little bit. Just curious if you knew anything about them.
Oh, I've never heard the word of Hyperborean, but I have deeply looked into Maria Orsic and the Vril Society because I receive random information that I don't understand, but it's like I'm a messenger. I receive information, um, physics, yeah, like random bits and pieces. And someone said to me, "Have you ever heard of the Vril before?" And I went, "No, I don't know what that is." So I YouTubed the Vril and Maria Orsic, and I found it absolutely. And then I obviously got into the rabbit hole of the Foo Fighters, of the technology that the Nazis and the Germans had, and what they were able to do with it, which was just like, wow, like you're joking. So no, I've never heard that word before.
I've heard of the Hyperboreans, but I don't know the origin of the term, and now it's making me think of what was just said about boron.
Yeah, I just came across the word in Robert Sepper's book about I think it's Orsic and the Vril Society or something like that. Maria Orsic. Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
interesting.
what I was just saying about.
Exactly.
It's a really interesting rabbit hole for a Sunday morning. Is to go down into the Vril and to Maria Orsic and the Foo Fighters and Mercury Rectified. It's an interesting one for sure. I doodle a lot as well. I do these random doodles and drawings that I don't fully understand what I'm doodling or drawing, but it's like something is saying to me to doodle and draw it. Fascinating stuff. But through all of this, through the past 3 years, through trying to figure out what the hell happened to me and the contact, I still do have random contact, by the way. It's not as often as it was before because I told it to stop. It was too much. It's too much when I've got all this weird stuff happening around you and you're still trying to live a normal life and, you know, engage with your normal friends and your normal family, and all they want to talk about is, you know, basic politics, weather, have you watched the latest Strictly Come Dancing? And you've got all this weird stuff going on, and I couldn't handle it, so I politely asked them to stop, and they did stop. But it still happens every now and again. But yeah, it's there's many rabbit holes to go down if you want to learn as much as possible about what was happening before and what is possibly happening now, and what humans are capable of doing, you know. Aside from blowing one another up.
Sounds terrible, but I can't even have conversations with regular people anymore. I I'm such a social person, and I really enjoy connecting with everyone, and I'm finding I just can't do it anymore. It takes a lot out of me.
Yeah, it gets to a point because it's because it's a lie, Andra. That's why. Because when you meet with a normal normal person, and they want to talk about normal basic stuff, and you're on a kind of different level, it's really difficult. You have to kind of put on the mask. I've put on a mask for so many years that now I'm at the point that I probably do spend too much time in spaces because you guys are the only people I can have real conversations with about my experience and about where we are right now and what we think is going to happen next. I can't have those conversations with my mum, with my friends. I've lost a lot of people along the way because I can't do it, Andrew. I can't do it. But I do believe we're all here for a reason. I think we have all been brought together because we're supposed to be here. I fully believe that. You were one of the first, Andrew. You from transitioning out of sex work, which I did for a while, unfortunately, and then into the crypto space, which I did for a while. And then I was like, I wonder if there are people out there that have gone through the same experience that I did, like with Pi and with Sirius. And that's how it all started. I just thought, let's find some people that are maybe talking about it. So I met 11/7, I met Alice of Pi, I met you, I met Max, and it's taken off from there. But you were one of the first. And I remember the first conversation we had, Andra, when we spoke, you said, you remind me of my mother. Do you remember?
I did say that.
Yeah. And I said, oh, what do you mean? Like your literal mother? Well, I hope that's a good thing. And you were like, no, kind of like my spiritual mother. That's always stuck with me.
We are a motley crew of misfits here, that's for sure.
But I think we're a motley crew of misfits that were supposed to find each other so that we could take the seed and help it grow. Because if I'd have stuck with the normal crew, my normal family and my normal friends, I would never have engaged myself in the conversations that I have through being on X. You know what I mean? It's like the universe, the higher power drops breadcrumbs, but it's up to you if you follow them.
I see a hand down there. If anyone, if we're full and we need to step people down to bring other people up, I'll step down. I just don't know if we're full.
No, don't you step down, Andrea. Please don't.
There should be room for 10 people.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that? Besides the host and co-host.
Andrea is now the co-ho.
Wow, this is my first honor at co-hosting Logan's Space. It is a great responsibility that I take very seriously. I love you all. We will have order.
I love that. Love that.
You are correct.
And fun.
But I think my kind of main message, and I will shut up for a bit, is if you're experiencing synchronicities, if 8 times out of 10 something is well, that was odd, that was strange, that was a weird coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It's the universe literally, or they giving you a nudge saying, like, we are here, we are here. And then I had this other random theory that it was maybe my future self or future consciousness coming back to give me those nudges to help guide me. And I thought that's a wonderful story, that your future self could be kind of here within a different dimension, really trying to fucking help you. Whether it be telepathically or coincidences or synchronicities or numbers, but your higher self is saying, don't do that, you know it's the wrong thing to do. Or look into Maria Orsic and the Vril, or go for a walk today, or go and watch the sunset. If you can see the sun today, go and watch her path. Do you know what I mean? Just follow your instinct and follow the path that is being set before you.
You know, I have an interesting sort of thought experiment to go down. The other day when who was it? John Kirby, whoever was saying, okay, these are just manned craft, nothing to see here, but we encourage Congress to draft some legislation that would, I mean, this is bullshit, but essentially give us the authority and tell us what to do. It's just bullshit. But what I did hear is that is him asking the American people to come up with our own plan, our own contact protocol of what we would want our contact protocol to be, or the contact protocol to be, for them contacting us.
Oh,
What would we want in terms of our, I don't want to call it demands, but expectations of first contact?
but do you think everybody could potentially receive contact, or would it be a certain select few?
And I think the powers that be in that instance are more interested in a global awakening than a sort of exclusive one. You know, I don't think that this revelation of the existence of others is intended to be another disclosure to the elite, and in this case, the elite would be us. I think it's intended for everyone. Those that have the eyes to see. But it is an interesting thing to think about. If we were in charge of first contact, what would we want that to look like? How would we want that to go? How would we not want that to go? Um, it might be time to reorient our conversation to something a little bit more empowering rather than just waiting around for others to tell us what's happening and how to react and what is going to come down from the skies. Um,
Well, yeah, because I wasn't led by any directive from a human. My contact was directly from them. There was no intermediary. There was there was no. Don't get me wrong. Well, when I was having contact, I was also contacted by humans that were suspicious as fuck. They would randomly contact me, or they would want to know who I am, what the deal is with me. And I'm like, well, I'm just me. Like, this is who I am. Kind of, but they always told me they were like white hat, like ethical hacker people. They were just trying to make sure that I wasn't going to do the wrong thing with the information or the wrong thing with the contact. It was really bizarre, really bizarre. But that happened throughout the whole time as well. But I don't think they were being directed from government sources or CIA or FBI or MI6. These just seem to me to just be normal people that had an agenda, but the agenda was given to them by the entities that were also contacting me. I know that sounds really fucked up and bizarre, but that's how it came across. They were like, we mean no harm. The humans, I mean, were like, we mean no harm. We just want to try and figure out who you are as well. It was odd. It was very, very odd. The tests as well. Like, I was asked, because at the time it was all happening, I was doing sex work, which I now massively, massively regret. I was really lost. I was in a really dark place, and I needed attention and love, and I went down the wrong avenues to get it. And I was being asked to do some really well, they weren't. They are some horrible things for a lot of money, and it was like the universe and the white hat saying, "We really, really want to see who you are. Are you going to do it? Are you not going to do it?" I didn't do it. I did, and anything that I was asked to do that went against my integrity and my morality, I didn't do, because that's not the kind of person that I am, you know. But I think that was like a tick against me in their eyes. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out as much as as anything.
Well,
actually, sorry, Andrew. I was going to just kind of piggyback off what you said earlier. I
yeah,
think
please.
Andrew's going down the right path here. It's not about the way we look at this whole thing, whether it's disclosure, whatever. We're asking the wrong questions and focusing on the wrong thing. We have to create that mindset. What are our expectations, and how are we going to go about this? Because obviously it's going to happen at some point. Let's not, again, wait for somebody to tell us how it's going to be, or direct our narrative or the unfolding of the truth, as it were. What is our reaction to be? We need to focus on that more importantly than anything else. And everything else is kind of a distraction from that. There's plenty of what say off the wall theories and possibilities, which a lot of them are fairly well fleshed out within the community, but a lot of them are a little, a little off the beaten path, and so it just kind of makes us look like a bunch of nut jobs, right? Overall, but I think we're focusing on it the wrong way. We're looking at the wrong things, and we're deriving our expectations from the loudest few people that are saying this, that, and everything, that are constantly attacking one another and debunking everything within the community. Which, again, you need that healthy debunking. But we need to have open and honest dialogue and conversation. And for that to happen, we also need to get rid of all superfluous bullshit, right? And stop focusing on the wrong things. What is our reaction going to be? How are we going to, I say usher this in, but, be prepared for it, whatever it may be. And that's really where the discussion should go, is our reaction, our acceptance or unacceptance, or if this happens, then this, instead of just jumping on to whatever bandwagon is popular at the time, and constantly either getting our hopes up and being thrown back, or this doesn't pan out or that doesn't pan out. I don't know. I guess I'm just
No,
kind
no,
of
but you're
just
right. We immediately go to like, what's the danger? Should I be scared? Should I be afraid? Like, this is something that I'm not used to. Like, should I be worried? When actually they have done nothing to threaten us. They did nothing to threaten me, other than hold a mirror up to myself and say to make me look at myself of, are you being the best version of yourself that you could possibly be? That's
well, and I totally understand that. That we all like to ascribe that because we are all the main characters in our own existence. Let's be honest. We do have to, kind of divest ourselves of that, or just take ourselves away from that as a whole. Like, yes, we're very individualistic. We're human beings, but we are very centrist in our belief systems, humanocentrist, or even just I, the id, us, overall. And that's we have to kind of suspend that whole reality. It's like because we're ascribing motivations and why this is happening or why it's happening this way and who's doing it, and kind of lining ourselves up in these crazy conspiracy theories and just driving one another nuts, and spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and creating problems that don't exist. So I totally understand where you're coming from, because again, a lot of these experiences are very, very personal, especially if you got any firsthand encounters of any type. But yeah, I just wish we could, step back from all the Looney Tunes aspects of it. It's great to have the theories, but again, I think we're looking at it from the wrong angle. We need to look at what our reactions going to be. How are we going to, how is this going to change our paradigm and our lives and our livelihood, humanity, whatever? Instead of just knee-jerk reacting to every silly thing that pops up.
Yeah, like
That's what I'm saying.
place a gun up towards it and fire at it, shoot it. Have we not
Yeah,
come,
and we don't necessarily
come a
want
bit
that either.
further as human beings?
Mhm. Well, but the thing is too, there's something said for that, because again, we're as the entities that we are as human beings, we have that very, very prideful, very, human-centric ideology of who and what we are and what our community is, whether it consists of, or what it consists of. And, we have that very us versus them mentality. And then when you get a group of people together, then you kind of start getting this herd or mob mentality, where we're all just shifting one direction or another. And there's, then it becomes, again, an us versus them thing, where there's several mobs that are just going back and forth, and nothing's actually occurring that's helpful in any manner to anybody, because obviously there's no new information. It's just we're all fighting over something silly that's unsubstantiated, or it's a rumor, or it's this, or it's a. Let's look at it from that scientific method. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
this is a
yeah.
theory. This is a
But
theory.
also the number of spaces that I'm going into at the moment, and don't get me wrong, a majority of them are American based from American people. But the underlying message is we need to defend and protect. So therefore, we shoot at them. We need to get rid of them. And I think that's a completely wrong message.
Well, okay, I would say, okay, there's something said for that mentality. It's always good to be prepared for the worst. Expect hope for the best and expect the worst and plan for the worst. But given what we believe we know about any possibilities, henceforth and forthward, whatever, anything we can conjure in our imagination, we keep coming to the conclusion that we are unable to battle that from standpoint of earthly weapons, right? If it became a truly extraterrestrial moment or interdimensional, whatever it might have you, we sit there and we kind of are defeatist in that regard. So yes, it's good to be prepared for any eventuality, but again, there comes these little tribes within the community that like to fight one another about certain ideologies. Where again, that's
Why
our
is it
point.
so far to fathom that the only destructive species within this universe are humans, and that every other
That's
species,
my point.
every
Yes,
other
because
species, they're actually like, no, we just kind of want the universe and us all to kind of work
yes and
together in
no. I mean,
harmony.
that's the thing. It's a very, very large universe, and there's going to be, again, there are going to be alien motivations. We don't know what motivates them. We can't just ascribe that without knowing. But there's gonna be just a myriad of variations, just like there are within humanity itself. I just look at the species that evolved on our planet. Their mindsets and viewpoints are going to differ from our own. We are purportedly the apex predator on this planet. Maybe, maybe not. That's left up to interpretation of what that may mean to some people. But let's not argue in the minutia of that. There's going to be a variety of life forms out there. Some will be hostile, some will be benign, and some will be somewhere in between. Or not only that, but just even with their own species, they're going to have that very that broad spectrum like we do. They're not going to be single-minded. Maybe there's going to be some that are
Yeah,
kind of
but
look at a
but the rest of the planet works in harmony. Like a lion is a predator, but a lion needs to do what a lion needs to do to survive and keep his
right,
family
but
going.
you can't necessarily call that. But you can't necessarily call that harmony. Yes, it's a balance because an overpopulation of this, that, and the other thing um, can lead to, especially when it comes to predators in the wild, if there's not enough food to go after and they keep shifting, regardless of why, if there's an overpopulation of certain things, yeah, it kind of just sorts itself out. We get that because then there's not enough food to maintain that level of population in the wild, where we obviously we've domesticated things and we've found ways to provide more from less, basically, so we can live our comfortable existence. But again, the way that we evolved will be different from other species. Maybe other species are more like what we call our more wild apex predators here on this planet. And actually, okay, I don't want to go off on this diatribe. I see that Lily has her hand up, so I'd really love to hear what she has to say. So you want to jump in real quick, Andrea, or anybody else before Lily goes?
I'm
Go right
really
ahead.
sorry. I can't
Go
see
ahead, Lily.
hands. I can't see hands. I apologize.
Oh, it's
That's
okay.
okay. Lily just got up here. Go ahead, Lily.
We're all like living in the same boring dystopia, right? Like, if there's anything from somewhere else, it'll probably do better than this, right?
See, that's kind of pie in the sky thing. It's we're ascribing if we assume it's just hell on earth or just crap here, something's got to be better. The grass is always greener. I'm sure there exists some sort of other type of life
You know
form
that song,
evolved.
The 99 Red Balloons?
Go ahead and go explain that to everyone here so that we are on the same page.
Sure. It came about during the Cold War, where they found something from somewhere else and they just decided to shoot it down right away. Nuclear, and it just turned out to be floating plasma.
I did not know that was the origin of that song.
Oh, we're back on plasma. I love it, Lily.
And that's a great point too, because again, exists a subset of humanity that will shoot first and ask questions later, whether they're prepared or not. Like, you want to engage something that's unknown hostilely, where the intent might not be there, or that hostility, and basically put us in some sort of de facto war, which is kind of silly because obviously, but again, if you figure there's
Obviously not an option.
right, but if they're more evolved, they'll see obviously it's a very puny attempt or a feeble attempt, and it's not going to do anything. So that maybe they're not going to, necessarily, unless that's part of their mentality, they're not going to aggressively strike back or something that it'd be like, let's say, like ants decide to attack us. Oh, you got a colony of ants in your fucking house, and yeah, they're red ants or whatever, fire ants, and one of them gets you, and then they're all coming.
Well, they're
swarming.
drones. They're
Right.
eunuchs.
Right.
They're
And
workers.
even if they are, again, in the grand scheme of things, like, okay, you can walk away from that situation. Yes, you might be bitten several hundred times over
Well,
if you
these
don't.
ants are biting themselves. They're in a
Well, that.
circle of destruction.
And that's the thing with hive minds, that's a problem. But again, you can extricate yourself from that situation, right? You're not going to sit there and just like pontificate and yell at the ants and think they're going to listen to you, because they can't. They're incapable of doing such. But you can still walk away and still live a normal, healthy life and deal with that problem if there's some sort of infestation or some hostility for something that doesn't quite you don't quite understand.
Right,
If they
but
become that,
those creatures are dependent on each other.
I understand that, but that's the same thing to be said about the universe as a whole. But lacking that understanding and knowledge
Well,
of how
that's
that all
the
works,
purpose of free will. We
I
should help
know.
because we can.
Right, but just because we can doesn't mean that we always should on everything. Um, I'm not saying that we shouldn't test any theories or technology so we understand it better. We really
Right.
should
Let's
to
just
gain
do
that
another
knowledge.
cataclysm. That's always fun.
No, no, I'm not saying do another cataclysm, but
So
sometimes
just because we can put elephants in a ring in a circus to make them perform and it's entertaining, should we be doing it?
No, but
right, and that's what I'm saying. If you do it in a proper way, to a safe way, the safest possible manner. So if you're talking about doing things from a God, like atomic level, when we're doing that kind of testing, now we don't have to be on specifically our planet. Like these are things, certain things we really should be trying or testing
It's on a
as a we.
conscientious level.
No, I know, but we should be doing this not necessarily, you don't shit where you eat kind of thing. Like let's take a lesson from our own, flora and fauna
Well, you
on the planet
eradicate
Earth.
the parasite bent on devouring the host.
Well, again, but then you have to exactly, and you have to ascribe what's parasite and what's not, because a lot of people say humanity is parasite. Um, but anything's parasitic when it's overbred and is taking over its environment. But that's neither here nor there. That's my point. Is that just
No,
because we
not
can,
everything
should
is
we?
parasitic. It can be symbiotic, potentially.
Well, it can be potentially, yes, but that requires concurrent evolution and conjoined evolution to develop that symbiosis. But in creation of
I have a
symbiosis,
question.
a lot of death
I
occurs.
have a question for Lily. Lily, where do you think it all went wrong for us as a species?
Thinking the world can be bought and sold.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Lily brings up a really good point about about cataclysms in general. We were talking about this early this morning somewhat. On the one hand, we have this idea that we may be faced with first contact very soon, and what that might mean, and the idea that we have these benevolent beings perhaps coming to gift us with certain technologies, knowledge, a greater expansion of our awareness in the cosmos, yada, yada. On the other hand, we have this awareness of a massive cleansing event. Um, and I don't know if we make those linear, where to place those one before the other. Um, how how do we marry these two concepts of first contact and this idea of perhaps a cleansing type cataclysm that we may face? Where do we go with that?
Okay,
You don't
well,
think
I
our
think.
predecessors fervently tried to tell us what was going on?
Well, yeah.
I've spoken to Mia about this exact thing, and we've kind of come to the conclusion that,
Are you
like,
mansplaining for Mia?
no, we kind of came to the conclusion that
Consensus.
maybe certain people are not going to be able to be saved,
Right.
or aren't
Weighing down the
Well,
worthy.
fabric
that's
of
in
this
any
reality. I agree.
right. That's in any reality, right, Lily? Not everybody can be saved, regardless of what occurs, just because that's just nature of fucking nature. Um, I mean, so that does raise an interesting point. As Andrew was saying, it's like, well, on one hand, you've got these again. That's what I was trying to say. You've got these ideologies of the possibilities, or this has already occurred, or that's already occurred. But it's not a singular thing. You're trying to not shoehorn things into one. Let's say there's multiple. Obviously, there's multiple life forms and entities out there. We have a very big universe. So obviously, anyone approaching Earth, regardless of their first contact protocols or their inclinations or what they and their reasons for being here, it's likely that there's multiple species out there that have contacted us in some way or have been involved in shaping our ecosystem or otherwise. or evolution. That being said, that's why it's so hard. You can't just, we come to consensus. Thank you for that terminology. It's better than conclusion, because conclusion sounds very final and finite. This, that, and the other thing. That's what I'm saying. We cannot do that if you, 'cause it's just like the scientific method. Nothing's ever final. Our understanding
Well,
is
then
never
there's
final.
metaphysical reason, which defies
Mm,
that.
It does, but then there's somebody said just at the granular level, at the life form level, at the conscious level,
Let's
in a
learn
tangible universe,
helplessness.
right? So we have to face that on the reality we understand in the way that we can understand, which
Why are you
sounds very.
waiting for somebody to tell you then?
We're not. No, that's what I'm saying. That's the conversation. We're trying not to. I want to reshape that whole conversation. It's how are we going to react? How can we, regardless of, well, say there's an eventuality or there's something that's a possibility. What is our reaction, and how are we going to make this positive? Basically, like, prepare ourselves for whatever eventuality it is in whatever way, shape,
I,
or
I
form.
would
Not,
love to hear Lily's opinion on the drones or UAPs that are being seen over the skies. Just, I would like to know Lily's opinion.
Right. Well, this realm is obviously being infiltrated, but I would pay more attention to the coastal cities being targeted.
Targeted
Why
as
the
if
coast?
they're a threat, targeted, or
As if they're something to take note of.
well, that can be said. I mean, we have contingency plans within our own, within humanity, and targets. I'm sure everybody's seen that stuff spreading around the past several weeks about the first targets that would be hit in every country, based on priority.
Lily doesn't think. So you don't think the fact that they seem to be congregating around nuclear facilities is any it's not a coincidence, Lily.
Well, the industrial complex of our military is gatekeeping. And I think a lot of other countries aren't happy about that, if I had to guess.
Okay. Well, and that can be said about a lot of other larger nations out there about gatekeeping.
Larger nations.
Well, not large. I'm saying overall. We have. Well, regardless of what you
What
think of the
other
first world.
nation is more influential?
Okay. Well, depends on how you're looking at it.
Oh, the one that's
You know.
lording it over everyone else.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not. That's what I'm not just saying the United States. Okay. We can make arguments for it being the one and only, and we're not where we're going. I'm saying there are larger nations who have influence as well, or we might call them
Hey, there are
developed
other
nations.
humans that deserve the
Yes,
same.
well, and that's what I'm saying is that they can also have contact as well, whether that's for nefarious or benign purposes. There are things that are being pushed to shape us, and obviously our industrial complexes, as they were, are problematic
Yeah, but
because just the
without taking it down a antagonistic
weird rabbit hole. Yes.
perspective, I think it's very interesting that these things seem to be congregating around nuclear facilities, because I do believe a long time ago that an interview was happened, and I think a message was clearly given by entities of stop using nuclear weapons. We don't
Well, and
want you
see,
to be
yeah, but that's
using
consensus.
nuclear weapons.
Okay. And I think your focus is entirely on that. I'm
No,
not saying
you're
that's the
onto
only
something
push.
there, actually.
You are and you're not at the same time because that's not the whole picture.
Oh, come on, John.
Oh, no. Okay. Lily, I'm just saying it this way because let's say a lot
No,
of these things that are
conversation, guys.
coming.
Conversation.
Yes, conversation. Okay. But
The
I'm just,
government
I'm
admits that
positing.
there's aliens in the ocean.
Right.
It would be so
Okay.
apropos for us to do something to the ocean now, wouldn't it?
Okay. Well, that's interesting though, Lily, right? If we're kind of not necessarily coexisting, but we are existing side by side with different beings within our own biosphere that are sentient and choosing to be in the ocean or elsewhere. Let's go to silly, like, not silly things. Why is it that we can make this global agreement on Antarctica, right? I'm not going into any weird conspiracy theories here, but of all things humanity can do, why are we
Because
so?
it was a humanitarian crisis.
In what way?
In a way that every nation had to agree.
Okay, but what's the crisis though? And what are we responding to? And that's what I'm trying
Oh
to
yeah, no,
prepare
no,
people
this
for.
is
It's like,
good, John. This is good
yeah.
conversation. This is good. Yes, Lily. Yeah.
So yeah, if you can expound upon that, that'd be great because this is where I want to drive the conversations. What's our response going to be to things that are
Humanitarian
possibilities?
crisis. Yeah, Lily. Yeah.
Right. So explain the humanitarian crisis that caused us all to agree to this.
Mhm. Come on, guys. It's not 101.
No, I'm really
Yeah,
interested.
no,
I
we
really
are,
am.
Lily. We are. We are.
And
It's about perspective. Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to hear where you're coming from because we're
Yeah,
trying
we're
to prepare
engaged.
ourselves.
This is a really good conversation, Lily, and I'm happy you're.
Oh, yeah. Write this down.
Well, I mean, but that's kind of reductive. If we're just dumb. Obviously, as a whole, we are fairly stupid.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree. I
It
think
is
we
a
could all agree
depressor,
on that.
isn't
We
it?
are fairly fucking stupid.
Well, we're a
yeah, and
product of
that's
our
what I'm trying.
environment, nonetheless.
Well, yes, and
right?
that being said, it's like the only way we can evolve is by actually having these conversations, and that's why I want to understand where you're coming from, specifically in the humanitarian crisis that caused the Antarctic Treaty to be signed. So, what is your perspective on that, and how should we, how should we integrate that into our understanding of the planet and elsewhere?
Well, I think the treaty's up now, either way.
Actually, Lily, I have a question for the room, but I'm going to ask you first. Um, okay, so first contact, as we understand it, would mean that we are given that it is revealed to us that we share this place, that there are beings here who are not us, who have been living among us for a long time, and suddenly we're faced with things like sharing our land, what we perceive to be our land. What do we do about things like borders? What do we do about things like social constructs? Where do we draw divisions between us and them, or do we no longer want those divisions? How do we protect our own sovereignty while we are catching up